narrow, serpentine-like ascent has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it, and 130 of hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsports fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Saturday's Supercar Shootout. The modified saloon sports cars and single-seaters all stake their claim for the 12th King of the Hill title. Hello everyone and welcome. This is the big one, the King of the Hill format for today. We'll explain to you in just a second as we welcome you from the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. I'm Arnold Getz and alongside Sasha Martinengo. We trust that you had as much fun as what we did yesterday, and we trust we're going to do exactly the same thing today. More of the same. Morning, Sash.
Very, very exciting to be here. Day 2 of the Simola Hillclimb. This is when the big monsters come out to play. The only thing is a bit of a conundrum because the weather is great if you're a duck.
Yeah. Or if you are an underwater swimmer.
There we go. So it's pretty wet out there. And the issue that we have here is tomorrow the weather is predicted to be dry and partly cloudy. So the question is, how many of the guys and girls actually go out there to see what they can achieve today, which is basically going to be nullified for tomorrow. So it's a little bit of a conundrum.
Because the conditions are completely different.
Completely different, and tomorrow is where it counts. So we've got practice sessions this morning, and we've got some qualifying sessions tomorrow. But tomorrow we've still got some qualifying sessions, and then of course we have the race to the King of the Hills. So today, honestly, your guess is as good as ours. We're not entirely sure how many cars are going to go out there, and yeah, we just wait.
Sasha was saying, if I've got you right, that you walked down the pits and 10 people that you spoke to, 7 of them said, we're not going today.
Yeah, and you can fully understand it, Arnold, because tomorrow the conditions are going to be completely different. Yeah. So what do you learn about today? You don't want to go and have an off today as well when you've got a chance tomorrow to qualify.
Put a percentage of the risk on it for me today in taking out your car. Is that a 50% risk up the hill with the weather the way it is? Because there's a sort of first look at it, and I can just tell you, while you hold your answer there for me for a second, it rained virtually the whole night from about 11 o'clock last night until about 3 this morning, and then it started again at 5, and we've had these intermittent bits of spit ever since.
Yeah, listen, the great thing is it's not pouring with rain. Yeah. But the track is completely wet. I think, and as we can see on the screen there as well, I think you're going to see more of the road-going cars going out there to get a feel of the track. These are cars that are running on normal road tires, whereas the brute force, the single-seaters, the Nissan GTRs, the Lamborghinis, those things, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to go and see them out there. But these guys will give an indication of what the actual track is actually doing. Yep. And hopefully it brings us some great fun, to watch. But it's the risk factor is I reckon at 75 to 80%.
Is it as high as that?
It's as high as that.
Really?
Yeah, because this is a very tricky course. We saw it yesterday, and that was in completely the dry. So this now becomes a completely different animal. Grip levels are also completely different. On the start line from yesterday, there'll be a lot of rubber. And if anything, you'll actually see the cars move off that rubber because they actually want the tar. They don't want that rubber from yesterday because it's
too slippy.
Exactly, it's just going to let the wheel spin. So we're in for a fascinating day and hopefully a lot of action. But I don't know how much action we're actually going to see.
The interesting thing is where our television studios are in our control room is right next to the main entrance to the pits, and I have not seen so many pit crew run around with so many different tires ever before. They were bringing the slicks down and taking out the wet weather tires. They're all going to have muscle ache tomorrow.
Let me tell you, and those tires are not light. No. Talking to Franco Di Matteo earlier, he's got his massive, powerful V8 with nitrous oxide. As we see our first car, one of the Suzukis.
Okay.
There we go, going up the track. as I say, yeah, the road-going cars, it's car number 77 that is going out there. But talking to Franco Di Matteo a little bit earlier, he's only got slick tyres. Okay.
Oh.
And he says more than likely not going to go and do any running today.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, because, in this part of the country, Arnold, the weather can change on a ticky. So
we're on the coast. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. So there you can see the wheel spin from that Porsche going out there. But Di Matteo is saying if tomorrow it's like this and he's got his slick tyres, he's got a groove cutter. So he will cut his tyres to make them semi-slicks. So he's not going to take that step today, because then tomorrow, if it's dry, he's got the wrong tyre.
Yeah. So at the top, the little Suzuki, that's the Swift Sport. That's Wesley Graeber in there. And there's one or two vehicles out there that's going to have a go already. This is Sean Mackay in his GT3 Porsche who's lining it up. He says on this vehicle there's no traction control or driver aids apart from ABS, and he says this is an absolute beaut to drive.
And these cars, and this is where you can see the talent of the drivers, and also just the wonderful engineering of these cars, because when you see them in the wet, it really just shows you how well these cars are designed.
Daniel Lamprechts in his Nissan 350Z, and he says the interesting fact about this vehicle is it won the Cabriolet of the Year at the 2005 Geneva Motor Show. So you can imagine, that is special. It's a beautiful looking vehicle, and you don't just get an award at Geneva because they feel sorry for you.
Yeah, you know it, and this is just a favorite, especially here in South Africa. People love driving these cars, that rear-wheel drive of that 350Z. The 370 that came out after this one, I don't think was as accomplished as this, a little bit more power, but the 350 still a real people's favorite of South Africa.
363 Newton meters and 206 kilowatts rather. It's a serious piece of equipment.
Let's put it this way, it's not standard. We'll go that far. Another one of the Suzuki Swifts, Ruben van Niekerk, a little 1400. Wonderful cars to drive. This is so much fun to drive. I must say I'm very lucky to drive a few of them. It is so much fun for a little 1400.
I must just mention, you'll see Suzuki and the branding is everywhere. They've come on board this year, and we are absolutely thrilled to have them. I know they had a little bit of involvement last year, but not half as much as what they've had this year, and it's great to have them on board. And they're making a big statement in South African motoring over the last year or so, Sash.
Incredible, the amount of cars you see on the road.
Yep.
Just wonderful to see. Also, Brendan, the brand manager, hopefully will be coming to have a chat with us a little bit later on this morning. Here's Piet Potgieter in the Alfa Romeo Giulia QV. Just an outstanding vehicle, and Pitt just loves coming to the hill climb. He doesn't push us as hard as we would like him to do, but man, does he love his Giulia.
That's an 8-speed.
That's an 8-speed 2.9 twin turbo, 504 horsepower. It is a monster to drive.
Beautiful sound as well. Its voice is broken 3 times.
Yeah, it is a very, very special car. So we've got about 3 or 4 cars that are still going to go and have their first run. The Toyota Supra. Wow. I've seen so many of these on the road. Just also spectacular car. There you can see the cars trying to be a little bit off that rubber line from yesterday. And the Supra also just sounds spectacular, looks outstanding. So we've got Colin Hasty, who is in the pit lane. We're going to cross over to him in a short while. We just want to get the first run of the warm-ups from the guys who are, guys and girls, we've got to say, who are brave enough to go out there in these very, very tricky and wet conditions.
Dare we say crazy enough as well? Shall we? Can we?
Once you're a racing driver, you're a racing driver. And it's unbelievable. Rain or shine, they go, let's race. I've got to do something.
Not go. Farhad Ibrahim in the Toyota Supra. And interesting that he's got a BMW B58 in there. That's interesting. So that car is loaded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that car is like the Z4. BMW. So, they're basically the same kind of platform, but you could hear it off the line. We're trying to keep our studio door open so we can hear a little bit. This is a car that, I must be honest, you've got to be incredibly brave to take it up in these kind of conditions. It's got so much power, but its handling conditions are not so fantastic. I will be honest. They're great in a straight line, Arnie, but here, corners,
Dan Hirsch is the man. I must say the interesting thing was last night where we had a sushi dinner, this car was parked next to us. And when he switched it on, when he got the ignition going next to us, man, oh man, those Mustangs, they sound phenomenal.
They do. I mean, they are wonderful, wonderful sounding cars. I mean, that is, true American grunt. Yeah, there we go. And what a history it has as a name.
Oh, and how. Dan Hirsch is the man in the Ford Mustang, and then this is Martin Witt in the BMW M240i.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, also a brilliant car. And we go, as the weekend progresses, as we mentioned a little earlier, because of these conditions, we might not see too many of the really brute force cars coming out. But as the weekend goes on, you just cannot wait to see what some of the craziness that's going to come out. We do have some times for you at the moment. The Porsche of Jared Yeo, quickest out there in a 53 seconds. And I would assume, Arnold, that you got to take probably between 5 and roughly about 5 or 6 seconds off these times.
What did you say that time was?
53.6.
Okay, it gives you a very good idea. I think the conditions are, I think what it is, it's demanding. It's demanding and exacting.
Well, exactly, and also this is practice. You don't want to make a mistake because you still know that tomorrow, in dry conditions, you have a chance still to qualify for that King of the Hill. So, everyone's going to be a little bit cautious. I think this is my good friend JP van der Walt. Yeah, Jean-Pierre in his 911 Turbo S. He's going to go out there, one of the Audi R8s. What a spectacular race vehicle that is, going up the hill as well.
So the King of the Hill format for today, 4 practice runs and then 1 qualifier, and then Sunday you'll have 1 warm-up run tomorrow and then 3 qualifiers. So it's such an interesting scenario. So let's just argue by, let's say 2 o'clock this afternoon, it's dry. Do you have a little go on slicks?
Well, depending on how dry the track is, if the track is dry. Yeah. Here's one of our electric vehicles.
Lovely. The Volkswagen boys have rolled out the electric cars for us.
Yeah, which is great to see. Here's Daniel Rowe, a wonderful racing driver, of course, races in the GTC series as well. And VW have brought the electric cars just to come and showcase them. I think this is going to be very, very soon released to the public for purchase, and a full electric Golf.
We've had such an interesting conversation about electric, and I think we must go there at some other stage. Some of you may not like what we've got to say, but I think it is worth starting the debate, and it's interesting to speak about it.
I really do agree with that. I think everyone's got an opinion when it comes to electric cars, and we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Another great GTC racing driver, Jonathan Makotsi. In the other electric car, these are VW racing drivers who are coming up to showcase the electric power. So, and both really, really good racing drivers.
Just from this point of view, you'll know a lot more about this. How do you set this car up, this vehicle, for this, or don't you?
I must be honest, I haven't got a clue.
I wonder if there's anything that you can do to it to make it better for this type of exploit.
I suppose, listen, I think they're keeping it as standard as possible,
okay.
but one would assume you can still adjust suspension, camber of tires or wheels. But maybe that's something for our roving reporter, the Conundrum, Colin Hastie. Maybe that's something to ask the VW guys in terms of setup.
Now, last year, you would have listened to this young man who was in the commentary booth with me for a long time, Giro De Siena from cars.co.za, and he's off and running. This is a fully electric BMW, and this is the i4 M50. And it's nicknamed Greased Lightning. And I spoke to him this morning. He says, you cannot believe how fast this thing goes from go from woe to go. He says it's scary.
Yeah, and listen, that's the thing about electric power. It's instant, you know.
There's no lag whatsoever.
You just put your foot down and it goes. And they're actually quite scary to drive if you've never driven one before, because it just is so instant.
I think you underrate it, actually. When you sit in it, you think there's going to be this nanosecond of waiting for it, and it kicks in, and boy, oh boy, you've got to have it pointed in the right direction.
Very much so. Another one of the Mustangs going out there. JP van der Walt has gone top of the timesheets by a couple of hundredths of a second over the Porsche.
This is the man who raced so well yesterday, James Temple.
Yes, fantastic. Made it into the top 10 of the classic car shootout, which was wonderful to see. Another one, Udo de Burgers. Oh, no, I think I've got the wrong guy. It's Paige. Here we go. I think Paige Liebenberg. She did fantastically yesterday in the... Lindenberg. She did fantastically yesterday in the Ford Fairlane.
And that's Charles Needham, who's also ready to hit the road in the Shelby, the Super Snake. And I want to tell you, I honestly don't fancy taking that up the hill in these conditions.
I don't. That is, I mean, that Super Snake is, I think it's over 600 horsepower.
Yeah.
That is a lot of horsepower coming out of that on a car that is notoriously twitchy. Notoriously twitchy. So well done to him.
Oh boy. Yeah, I honestly don't know if I'd want to do that.
Interesting to just have a look at the electric car time. Daniel Rowe did a 1 minute 5. Jonathan Mokotsi did a 1 minute 7. But Daniel Rowe sitting in 10th place. You know, so quicker than the Suzuki, one of the Shelbys, the Alfa Romeo, a Ford, a Porsche, a Shelby. Although it is just practice, but just interesting to see what this electric power actually gives us.
Yep. Well, JP van der Walt is still the man atop of the early practice runs. But let's not kid ourselves. I don't think you can read too much into any of this at this stage. I think this is really a typical look-see. This is one of those.
Without a doubt.
You're doing a Livingston, you're exploiting.
Yeah,
exploring.
Yeah. Nobody's going to be pushing it really, really hard. They just want to get a feel of the track. And also, you know, you've come down here with your car. You've only got 2 days to have some fun.
Yep.
You might as well go out there.
Yep.
I mean, why not put your freaking multi-million rand McLaren on the track?
Garth McIntosh is the man who is behind the wheel there. That's the McLaren 710 horsepower at 770 Newton meters. I mean, that is just, man, oh man. You have got to have some steel in your head.
That is an unbelievably fast car to drive, that 720S. It is pretty scary, but beautiful car. So great to see it out there as well, you know. And yeah, different kind of person to put your multi-million rand car out on the track.
Udo de Burgers in the Audi RSQ3, and
Listen to it.
he describes it like this: the whim in his mommy wagon.
Yeah, 500 kilowatts in that RSQ3. Just try and work that out. I mean, that's close to 700 horsepower.
It's massive. He was fourth at Simola and previously, and won the class last year. He's 65 years old. Makes me feel better.
That's the kind of car you don't want to meet up at a traffic light with a 65-year-old man looking at you and going, "Oh, really?
Bring it.
Bring it." There's another McLaren, one of the first ones. Remember the crazy name, the MP412C? Still a beautiful car. Great to see it out here at the Simola Hillclimb.
That's Jacques Wheeler, who is aptly named behind the wheel of the McLaren.
Yeah, it's
going nicely.
Very, very special car. So nobody going faster than JP at the moment. So looking pretty good. Everyone else taking it pretty cautiously. Yeah, for the want of another adjective.
The man with the nicest name in the whole field, Arnold Duplessis, in the Nissan.
This thing is a beast.
Look at it.
This is a beast. Rehard Roots actually took this around Swartkops for a couple of laps and eventually destroyed the brakes. Reggie's very good at doing things like that. But that is just monstrous.
I bet you all the Hummers go and hide behind a bus stop when that thing comes by.
I've got to tell you, when it comes to these kind of vehicles, in my opinion, I think the Nissan Patrol is probably one of the most underrated vehicles out there. I rate it right up there with the Toyota Land Cruisers. So, yeah, whoever's handling that thing, you got You got to be very brave because it's not built for aerodynamics.
Nicholas Schwartweger in the Mitsubishi. That's the Evo 9. Oh, we hear that. Here we go.
It's great to see everybody coming out to play. I'm really more than I expected, Arnold. I'll be honest, but wonderful. I mean, look at that thing leaning, that Nissan.
That's what we just heard. This is Anton Cronier. And gee, this man has got such talent. He is such a talented racer. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh, got it a bit stuck there. There you go. Hello. Morning.
And I mean, listen, that's a WRX. It's four-wheel drive Subaru, multi-rally winner. I mean, this car really should, will actually revel in these kind of conditions.
That WRX was almost made for this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it takes the rough and tumble, isn't it?
It is just wonderful. So, I mean, even though it's just practice or whatever, I mean, he should have grip everywhere because of that wonderful four-wheel drive system.
And look at the downforce that you can already see is apparent here. Look at the lines he's taking. He's aggressive. And those backfires that you heard there, to all those folks in Simola who are watching us, if you've just woken up to that, good morning.
Very good morning. Here we go, one of my favorite cars out there, 6-speed Type R Honda, beautiful VTEC engine in there as well. An amazing car to drive.
Known as the Hunter, it says, and it has a sequential gearbox too.
Yes.
So lovely vehicle.
Oh, so he's put in a sequential. I mean, they actually came out with manual boxes, so he's changed that.
Pierre Bester in the little Merc A4 5S, and he's how interesting is this? Not often that you get cars with weight problems, but he says weight is a problem at 1,572 kilograms, 300 kilograms more than the opposition. But he says it's the wife's daily car.
At 387 kilowatts of power in there, you can get to the shops rapidly,
Rather fast.
in that A45.
Warner 7163 turbo fitted to an incredible stock engine, suspension upgrades, front splitter with Gecko Racing coil overs. How's that?
Well, there we go. Yeah, shakedown. He did it Swartkorps, and there we go. That's going to be fast. Oh, it's good to see. Everyone seems to be coming out. This is one of the Giancarlo brothers.
That's Ricky.
Yeah, going out in his Lamborghini.
Listen to that.
Just amazing.
Two 747s landing at the same time.
Oh, just magic. So great to see everybody going out there and having a bit of a go. I'm just trying to see. It seems as though the weather is the same as it was.
But I hate to tell you, but that camera of ours passed the finish line. That's got more drops on it than what it had earlier. I just spotted that, so it looks like it's... But it's not raining. It's sifting down. It's little bits of spit. But I often think that may leave it even more slippy, because that doesn't go anywhere.
Well, that's the thing. These cars are going out there to try and dissipate that water to get, I wouldn't say a dry line, but, a less wet line. But just having a look, Pierre Best in his Mercedes A45, he did a 54.9, which is 1.4 seconds off what JP van der Walt. So there could be a little bit more rain. One would expect some cars to be a little bit quicker than JP at the moment. Maybe the track conditions were more favorable 15 minutes ago. So, the weather changes here.
Yeah.
We arrived here, it was dry, then it starts spitting, then it dries, then it starts spitting. So it really is very difficult for these guys. There's more actual spray coming out there. There's quite a lot of water that is falling. I will actually go outside and have a look.
Okay. Paul Munro, as Sash takes a little walkabout at the bottom of your screen in the BMW, and then you've got to just look at this car and go, that is magnificent. The little Volkswagen Beetle with a Toyota engine in it, the 1JZ engine, 2.5 liters. That's Wynand de Plooi at the top there. Imagine you drive that thing into your local parking lot at the supermarket.
What are you talking about there, Arnold?
The little Volkswagen.
That
the little
Yamaha engine, it is mental. Okay, so what I did is I went outside to the weather rock.
Yeah,
Okay.
the weather rock.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I saw the weather rock.
Is it wet?
And it's wet.
Okay, so it's raining.
It's raining.
Lovely. Thank you. I'm glad we worked that out.
Exactly. No, there's very few
You are a
drops.
great help, I must say.
That's why they asked
That's
me
why
to
you're
come
here.
here. That's why they asked me to come here. The weather rock said it's wet.
Peter Hubert in the Lotus Mercedes AMG engine in here, and listen to this thing.
Phew! Ay. That is special. That is special. I mean, there's a Mercedes AMG. How did they fit it into that little Lotus? I have no idea. But wow.
That is massive as far as engine is concerned. Look at that. There's a little twitch there. He's battling to keep that all in a line there. And listen, the one thing that you did pick up on, which is very clever, there's more spray out there.
Yeah.
So, and look at that camera shot. There's even more water on it.
Yeah.
Now here is one of the more, it's the noisiest car out there. This thing is scary. Lady Dalton.
There's something so special about a BMW, hey? And the sound, oh, that is just glorious. Everyone going for it. You can see there's a lot of going through those S's. I think it touched one of the policemen.
Yep.
So that lap won't count. Just to explain to you, we do have these little orange policemen at various corners. If a competitor touches one of the policemen, the time gets nullified immediately.
This is Butan Krauser in the Noble, the M400 Ford, also a big noise and a big car. It just looks absolutely stunning. How's that wing?
And made in Port Elizabeth.
How's that?
It's just wonderful. You know, these Nobles assembled here in South Africa. Really, really great fun to drive. Tremendous amount of horsepower.
This is one of only 28 built.
Wonderful, wonderful to see. I mean, we really have a wonderful complement of vehicles that are here. We saw yesterday Classic Car Friday. Today, you know, most manufacturers are here, and they've really gone out. I mean, just look at the attention to detail at that BMW. How stunning it's looking. You know, it's very, very special. Oh, the big boss has arrived in. Ian Shrewsbury, who is the boss man of the Speed Festival and, of course, the Simola Hillclimb. He's going to come and have a little chat with us. And it's great to see him. And I'm going to throw the first question to you, Ian. It's great to see action in the wet conditions, because tomorrow it's predicted to be dry, but wonderful to see everybody going out there and saying, hey, I've come all the way here to Simola. We haven't had crowds. The crowds are here. Bang! I'm going out.
Absolutely, Sasha. You know, it's clock before Sparky Bright thought we'd only have about 10 cars running now. And he just said to me, it's unbelievable. I can't believe everybody's coming out and going for it. And some of the times are pretty good too. So, I think the guys, you know, pent up demand. They love the event, and they just want to get out there and have some fun and get on the track.
You're a racer. Sasha's a racer. But I did ask him earlier, are these guys just crazy, or they just got rocks in their head? But yeah, they are. This is part of the deal, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the weather is the weather always, and the forecast is good for tomorrow, but we live at the coast, so who knows, you know. And I always,
exactly what we were saying.
When it rains and people don't test or practice, often I don't understand it, because when the finals come, if there is rain for whatever reason, you know, if you haven't done your laps and got your practice in, then that's a problem. So it's important to get out there and play in the rain.
A vital point you make there. Ian, so wonderful to have crowds again. We know you had an event 8-9 months ago, which was more an online kind of event, but I mean, the competitors were here. Yesterday was a glorious day. Wonderful crowds coming through. Anticipation for the rest of the weekend, regardless of weather. You're expecting a full house today?
Yeah, we are expecting, I think, you know, South Africans are a little bit fair weather, so I hope they come out. You know, as it clears, I think we'll get people coming in. So yeah, the online sales are good, you know, so I think we'll be as full as we can be. We're still running under limits, 50% capacity because of the regulations. So I think we will be, you know, close to full, definitely. And definitely tomorrow, I think, the guys will come out. The weather's predicted to be a bit better. You know, a week ago the weather's looking brilliant for this whole weekend, but as I say, you can't trust the weather. It's the coast, exactly. So, you know, it's a bit muddy out there, but people are having fun. I mean, there are a lot of people here already.
In 12 years down the line, in one way, I can guarantee you standing back going, I'm really proud of this. You must be.
Yeah, we are. You know, obviously, as a organizer, it's very satisfying to see people having fun. You know? And I mean, for me, at the end of every event, when I hear the comments from competitors and I hear comments from spectators who've had a really good time, yeah, we definitely are proud. You know, we sometimes forget about it in the madness, but it's always nice to hear people like it. And when you do look back, we really have created something special. The fact that it's globally recognized, we have international competitors. Yeah, for sure, it's nice to create something. You know, I've been involved in organising World Championship events, and you know, you kind of buy it in. It comes as part of a series. But to create something from scratch like this, it's very satisfying.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it is one of the great hill climb events across the world, and they're getting that international recognition. After yesterday, the amount of compliments that we've received about the event, of how it's been run, you know, just shows testament to you and your team of actually putting something together, because it's quite a logistical
I guess you can say
undertaking. Undertaking. But also one of the main things, Ian, is getting sponsors. And it's great to have this sort of sponsorship that you have with Suzuki and Castrol this year. And hopefully, you know, it makes it worthwhile for them and, of course, for you going forward.
Very much so. I mean, an event like this can never run without the sponsors. So it's critical. And we're super thankful to Castrol and Suzuki through COVID backing us last year and this year. They've been really good partners of that sort of things. You know, with COVID, the uncertainty, can you have spectators? Can they bring guests? It's been challenging on the sponsorship front. But there's definitely a pickup of interest for next year. And we're talking to quite a few guys. So, yeah, I think next year we'll hopefully be, you know, close to the sponsorship we need to run it the way we want to. So yeah, I'm excited for the future, and I'm very thankful, as I say, to Suzuki and Castrol and some of the other smaller sponsors that have come on board and helped us through these tough times.
Yeah. Who else is on board? Give us a little rundown on who else has also helped and chipped in and made sure that this happens in 2022.
Yeah, so I think the Knysna municipality have definitely stepped in the last year and this year to help us get over the line. And then there are a lot of smaller sponsors that that come to the party. The Master Drive have come on board and helped us. On the spot you now. Am I forgetting? Somebody's going to be upset with me along the line.
We'll have you back if you remember. We'll have you back. It's okay.
We can keep talking, but I mean, the Knysna municipality do a lot. You know, from services and also cash contribution, and as a Master Drive. And you know, this year we've got Standard Bank in the corporate VIP box, which helps us, and they've down at the Fan Fest put some money towards that. So we're very appreciative of their support.
Ian, one of the final questions. I think it is, without a doubt, the biggest field that the Simola Hillclimb has had. Can it get any bigger?
No, not from a field point of view. You know, we're limited, as you mentioned, logistics. We've only got so much space, and that's our biggest challenge. So we run for King of the Hill 84 cars, and that's as many as we can get into the pits. You know, and I think, you know, also we don't want to go too many cars, because then the guys don't get as many runs as they want to. So it's a short course, and you know, they've spent a lot of money and come a long way to compete. And if they get to the finals, I think they get 14 runs, and it's with the speeds they're going 35 seconds, so it's not a lot of track time. It's only 7 minutes. So if we put too many cars into it, they'll get less track time. So we find this formula's worked well, and we've got to I think a comfortable spot and a comfortable place with the number of entries.
And also the wonderful thing is, because you've got to that sort of threshold, you've got the ability to eventually, there's a supply and demand. You know, people for next year are saying, oh, I want in. And you go, okay, well, you know, what are you bringing? And people are sitting and going, please, I want a spot.
Very much so. So, you know, the last couple of years we've been oversubscribed. And it allows us as organisers to put on a different show every year. You know, I always use an analogy of a movie. You don't want to watch the same movie over and over and over again. So, you know, you need your Tom Cruises and Julia Roberts, some of the actors. So you need your Franco Scribantis and various guys like that to come under episode note. But you know, we want to mix and match and have different cars every year. It keeps it entertaining for not only the spectators, but for all the viewers on live stream and TV. And also for the competitors, you know. So we do try and we look at it holistically from a competitive and an entertainment point of view, which cars we accept. And as I say, we like to put different cars in every year if we can.
Yeah, wonderful. It's just so great. I'm just watching the screen here. Everyone's going out, and it's just fantastic to see.
Yeah, they are, and it's getting wetter, so much for the sailors and their predictions. But anyway, there's definitely a bit of rain falling at the moment. But yeah, it's great to see the guys giving it a go.
Ian, I'm also very interested to hear, if getting back to the sponsorship side of things and money, obviously this is dependent on that. You obviously need gate at the very same time. How do people get hold of you, and how can they get involved? What sort of levels of involvement are there for sponsors?
Yeah, thanks, Arnold. So,
boy.
One of the single-seaters has gone off, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure out which car that is.
Oh, man. And luckily, I think that ended up just about as good as it could have been in that scenario. I know it doesn't look great, but luckily no major injuries there, it seems. Let's wait, see.
Just trying to see, I've got so many pieces of paper over here. It gets very complicated.
Formula Vs.
Yeah,
No, it's one of the Formula Vs, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, well, one would expect you are going to have very, very challenging conditions, and unfortunately that has sort of ended that, so we'll have a full course yellow for the circuit, maybe even close it off. Competitors that are on track will go past slowly. It's great to see one of the competitors just checking that everyone's okay. Marshals are there. Great thing, your marshals that are here, the volunteers that get involved, Ian, all are so passionate about the event and really, really are so committed.
Yeah, we're very fortunate, with the event, what it's the profile, we rely so much on volunteers. So, it's great to have that support, and we use a lot of volunteers over the weekend. So we're very grateful to them. Arnold, coming back to your question about the sponsors and so on. So we don't have a one-size-fits-all policy with our sponsorship. Okay. We like to work out what works for any potential sponsor, what their strategy is, and we build something around it. If anyone's interested, they can get a hold of us. Probably the easiest is via the website SimolaHillclimb.com and drop us an email, and I'll follow up on that, and we're ready to talk and build something that works for everybody.
I'm not looking particularly for figures from you, but I guess if you are prepared to tailor-make, like you're saying, and make it the holistic approach that is going to work for you, it's not going to cost an arm and a leg. People would obviously look at it and oftentimes go, oh, here we go, let's take a look at the off here and let's just see exactly what happened before we continue with that question. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just the rear, too much gas. There we go.
Just went in too hot.
Oh, yeah, that's a nasty incident, but not sure if it'll be.
Oh, hello. And then there was some more wheel spin there. Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's the.
It's taking it back.
I'm sitting going, really?
How did that happen?
Yeah. Not nice to see when anybody has an accident, Ian, but it looks as though every driver's okay. It's a car. It's one of those things can be repaired.
Absolutely. I mean, it's part of the game,
Yeah.
I think, as always, human nature, spectators like to see a bit of that, a bit of action. They don't want to see anyone hurt, but they like to see a car spinning and so on. It's not just about the speed.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the game. So
it's racing.
It's racing. And
It's
I'm
racing.
sure, guys are resilient too. We saw last year, Frank de Mattea. You'll probably find in half an hour you'll be back on the track.
And even yesterday, Mr. Champion, who had quite a big hit up there in the trees, also same thing. Next moment, he's out there having another go.
Duct tape works.
It does. I mean, I don't know if they developed that for the moon, I think, but it's been racing drivers' favorite friend for many years.
What was your line yesterday? If duct tape doesn't work?
Yeah, if duct tape doesn't work, you haven't used enough duct tape.
Love
Absolutely.
it. Love it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let's get back to figures for just a second, and I'm not asking you to divulge figures, but I think people or prospective sponsors would often look at something like this and go, I can't afford to get involved in that. But it's not like that, is it? There's certainly ways that you can tailor make it for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do try. Obviously, it's a balancing act between too much clutter, because they've got bigger sponsors, they want too much clutter. But, the event costs us a lot. The budget is quite high. I mean, all in all, in 2019, when we run a full event, it's around about the 10 million rand mark. So it's not a cheap event to put on. Logistics have to come from all over the country, the suppliers, and that's it's not a cheap exercise. But we do have different, let's say, bands of sponsorship, and we tailor within that. So there is space for everybody if it works for them, but without too much clutter. So we have to be fair to the guys who put in big money. that we can't have a million signs on track.
Of course.
But there's a lot of opportunity off track and benefit that sponsors can get from it. And, we work on a value basis. At the end of the day, whatever gets put in, we want those sponsors to get much more value out of it than it costs them. And we've been very successful that over the years. And for that reason, we've had partners that have been with us for a long time.
I'm also very interested to hear from you, Shroz, the fact that the traditional television fare has changed, and greatly so. And our live streaming from here is a testament to that. There is the SABC exposure, but on all sorts of platforms. This goes out on 6, 7, 8, 9 different platforms. 20 million views the last time round. It's remarkable what is available from this particular show.
Very much so. I mean, I think that's the exciting thing about media. We've all been involved in media for a long time, and I think, in the past we were quite beholden to, let's say, big media groups or not, but the nice thing about live stream and doing this is we can control it. We can have coverage all day long.
And you can do what you can do and say what you like.
And we can do and say what we like, exactly. And it's great for the value we can give our sponsors and our partners. And again, our fans, the fact that people can watch it from America and it's not limited to just South Africa or Southern Africa or whatever channel we had in the past. It just exposes it to the broader audience, which gives everybody value. As I said, it gives the event value, it gives sponsors value, it gives the viewer value. And I think it's exciting times, navigating and trying to get your head around it, and the text changing and all of that is obviously exciting but challenging at the same time.
Very much.
Yeah, and as it is just for us as well. But the wonderful thing is, people in the States now who are sleeping wake up later. And the great thing is, it's not like, I had to record it somewhere. They just sit there and go to your website and say, play.
Pop it into the cloud and there it is.
It's there forever.
Yeah.
People who are coming today from all over the surrounding areas, just in terms of the entertainment, of course, is on track. Food, drinks, those kind of things, are they available? Wear wellies. Wear some boots, okay? White, most probably not the ideal colour for today.
Khaki.
Yeah,
Khaki.
There we go. Ian, in terms of what is available for people that are coming, today and tomorrow.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's, as you say, full food, beers, bar, all the facilities. We've got grandstands, we've got, Moby cans selling everything. So it's all here. We've signed a COVID protocol, so we've got testing at the gates. So if you're not vaccinated but you want to come and you need a quick antigen test, we've got it at the gate. And then, we've got lunchtime entertainment, motorbikes, AJ Fent on the bikes and cars and
you've got a spinner here who's taken
Jason.
People's breath away.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got Monster in his drift car, Jason Webb. So there's a lot of entertainment. This event is about entertainment, and as much as it is about the competitive side and lifestyle and so on. So as you say, it's a bit muddy this time. But that also, I think it was 2016, we had a lot of rain. People were having a great time
It's
in the
fun.
car parks, in the mud, having a ball. So it's part of it.
The one thing that I have noticed, Ian, and we've got people from all over the country here, and listen, I'm going to have a bit of a dig at you. I am, because there's so many people in this country who buy these fancy 4x4s, but they never go off-road. They are having the best time
because they're getting mud on it.
Mud, and they are driving up and down and getting mud on it. They were somebody taking photos and sending it. Look, you see, my car's dirty.
I did go off road.
Absolutely, I think we can actually charge for it because I remember I was in the UK many years ago, and someone set up a business. A mud pit from when the former foreigners came back from the country and the car was so clean they could drive through the mud and show it off on Monday morning at work. So maybe we should put a toll booth in there.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
Something like that.
You also have a lot of very special volunteers who give of their time freely. For instance, your marshals, the MG Club, they do an incredible job, and I see them here. They just have a smile on their face all the way through. They love being involved.
Yeah, absolutely. The MG Marshals particularly become such a part of this event in their overalls, their Goodwood style overalls and so on. And they sometimes have to deal with some unpleasant people, should we say, be politically correct, as can be challenging for them. But they do it with grace. They smile. They enjoy it. They're back every year. They have a good time. And yeah, we're very grateful to them for that. And, yeah, it's a great, excuse me, a great element of the event to have them here.
Listen, Ian, as always, I mean, it's such a privilege for us to be here, and it's great, that it's open, as you say, even though it's 50% capacity in terms of people, but great to see, even just being around town in Knysna, even in Joburg, people go, oh, you're going to Simola Hillclimb again, oh, is it open, is it happening? Such a vibe around the town as well, great for the economy, which is great. So as much as they are helping you, you also bring in a lot back to them as well. So, well done on that front, and it's just so fantastic to see it happening with real people.
Absolutely. I mean, we started this event to bring people to town in the 2008 financial crisis. So to see people spending money, it is the biggest economic generator as an event in town. So it's good for the economy, and that's what it was all about. And yeah, the vibe, as you say, it's something special when the nice cars start arriving during the week, and when the transporters drive up the road, it's a great vibe. And I didn't get down to it yesterday, but the fan fest and the parade,
it was fantastic.
There were thousands of people, and really just a super vibe. So it's good to see.
Wonderful.
Shraz, last year you rode 9 months ago. You're not doing the same thing. You took a little drive or two up the hill.
Yeah, no, I've always said it's difficult to organise and drive at the same time, because I like to concentrate on one or the other. So last year was the opportunity with no spectators and no sponsors really that needed a lot of work. It was my time to do it. Unfortunately, a friend of mine who's got a car, he couldn't compete. So the stars aligned for me to have my go, and I really enjoyed it. And I'd love to do it again one day, but yeah, I think right now, there's always a little problem to solve here or there, and so yeah, the phone doesn't stop ringing, and so yeah, we focus on the event this time around, and in future, hopefully, I'll be back behind the wheel.
I am interested from a driving point of view, just for you. Talk us through the almost 2,000 meters from a driver's point of view. What do you think of line through to first corner, next one, and all the way through to the finish line?
Yeah, so I mean, first thing is fast. It goes quickly. And as I said, with only 12 runs, so you need to really focus, concentrate, get it right as quickly as possible. I have to be honest, not been my car, and that I wasn't pushing as hard as I would maybe normally, but yeah, I think I come from single-seaters, so precision was the way you drive those cars. So getting the line right is key. So just hitting your brake marks, hitting the apexes, and every corner is different. There's negative cambers, bump here, bump there. It takes a bit of getting used to, but it's really the key thing is you have to be very focused for those 45 seconds, 50 seconds, whatever it is, and there's very little room for error. It's easy to lose speed, put it that way, or to lose time. So you just really have to concentrate and make sure you hit your markers, accurately, and so on, and enjoy it without going off the road.
Yeah, exactly. Got to have fun, but the commitment there as well. Great to see. It seems as though the vehicle has been removed. I'm sure they're going to open up the track in a short while. Ian, congrats on another great event. We've still got 2 days to go, so there's still lots of entertainment coming our way. But wonderful to be here, and congrats to you and your whole team. Can't wait for more action on track, and then of course also to crown the king of the hill.
Yeah, well, thanks guys. It's great that you're here, and it's great to have the event back on, and we look forward to a good event and crowning that champion at the end of it.
We certainly look forward to that. Ian Shrewsbury, thank you so much for joining us. Ian, of course, is the man who is responsible for putting this whole lot together. How he does it, I don't know, but he did have hair when they all started, all in 2008, so you can tell that it's a stressful job at times. Ian, thanks for your time. Let's go out there and see perhaps what else is happening, because I know that the one man that we haven't as of yet spoken to
is itching.
Yeah, I know. He's sitting in the saddle waiting to let the reins go. Colin Hastie. Colin, are you there?
Arnie, I am. And we had one patch where the water stopped falling from the sky, but then it started again. And one of the questions that you asked earlier was that who would go out and would they risk it? Well, everybody is going out, And in terms of the risk profile, Franco Scribante did a 48 seconds, which is phenomenally quick in these conditions. And just watching the cars off the start line was very interesting to see some of the electric cars and the four-wheel drive cars as they get off the line. It's just absolutely incredible. And we're starting to get into the sharp end of the field now with the single-seaters. I mean, standing next to Andre Bezuidenhout's car and Robbie Walt's car down the back here. And Byron Mitchell's going out on proper wet tires. It's got Megan Verlaque in the speed car. It's got a lot more wet than probably half an hour when the guys lost it. So again, from a professional point of view, the guys understand the risks. They are driving well within the risk, but they are damn fast. So we'll wait for Byron to get going and then hand back to you, Arnie and Sasha. And I'm going to go and try and find particularly Franco, who will be able to help us. So let's be brave, Ari, and let's take a walk. Andrew Schofield is driving. This is a hell of an interesting car. Formula Ford chassis with a 2-liter Duratec motor, flappy pedal gearbox in it, running proper rain tires. And the banging and farting that you're hearing of the cars as they go off, all sorts of traction control algorithms sorting their stuff out. Got one of the A1 wings on that car as well. Right, Ari, let's go for a walk down here and see what we can find. And see, Devon Robinson was one of the cars that didn't go out. But let's have a look and see if we can find Franco and have a word with him. He's not here, but there's Reggie. We will have a word with Reggie. Ari, you stay here. I'm going to run around the back there and just have a quick word with Reggie. He'll stay there. Reggie, morning. I was quite surprised that you guys went out and had a full-on go, but how was that little 49-odd seconds that you took up there?
It was good. Initially, I wasn't going to run. I thought let the other guys go clean the track and go and cause chaos if there's chaos to be caused. But then also in the back of your mind, you sit and think, is everything right? Did something get damaged on the transporter? And, you know, so I thought, let me just go and feel it out. It was quite slippery, not too bad. So I pushed a little bit, not hard, maybe like 6/10. Got nice and loose in the launch. But all good, eh? I mean, all good. We're in it.
At least you've got that first run behind you, and it takes a bit of the edge off the tension, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Now, in my head, I sort of know what to expect, you know. At first time you go out, you've got no idea what the track's doing, how much water there is, how slippery it is. Also, I've never driven this car in the rain, so I think it was good for me just to settle my mind and know what I'm working with.
And how much grip is there and out there at the moment?
It's like a wet hospital passage at the moment.
So you arrive at the first corner. You've got traction control and all the stuffs that helps you get off the line.
No. We use none of that now. That was all manual.
What, Reggie's right foot traction control?
Yeah, right foot.
So you get to the first corner. How do you?
It's a fight between the brains and the balls. You know, the one wants to go, the other one wants to slow down.
When you get to the first corner, is that when you actually judge and see, hey, hold on, this is roughly how much grip I've got, get it into the ballpark?
Yeah, I think I went very cautious into the first corner, but because it's such a long corner, I then started accelerating and fighting the car, but turning harder than I need to and feel what the feedback's like, you know. And there was a bit more grip than I expected, but I also felt the grip's not consistent up the hill. It almost feels as if it's getting better the higher you go up, you know. So I think turn 1 and turn 2 under the bridge, I think those are the two tricky ones. If you can get through that, then you should be okay.
And then you get braver and braver, and then
and dumberer.
Strange that about racing drivers, eh?
Yeah, you know, when the helmet goes on, the switch goes off, eh?
Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Thanks, buddy.
So a whole lot of work going on here. Let's go. Where's Franco Scribante went quickest? He's not around at the moment, but we will go and find him. The other one that we wanted to talk to was Andre, but also not here. Peter Zeely decided not to go out, and I think that he's still lurking down the back here. Peter Zeely's car. We have to talk to Charles with his Lotari Lotus, with the smallest aero that you've ever seen in the history of the world. Davy, come and talk to us. Davy, you're looking absolutely splendid in the overall. How was that run up there?
I didn't do a run. Sorry.
I thought you ran.
Why
didn't you go?
Because I'm waiting.
Are you going to try and run in this session, or are you going to go in the next one?
I think next session. We'll go at next session. Not this one coming. We'll go at the next session.
A lot of the guys went out. Franco did a 48, which is pretty quick.
46, I think.
I'm really screwing up this morning, aren't I?
Definitely. You must check your facts, sir.
I've got R's. Problems with my R's. Right, so what's the plan? Do you knock the boost back and just take it super easy?
Very much so. It's a sighting run for us, just to see how the car does, how the track is like, and seeing what the weather is, what the car does in the weather like this, yeah.
Don't you just love the sound of...
Beautiful. Been missing it for a year or 6 months. That's lovely.
Oh, the sound of racing cars. Well, good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
I will pay attention and I'll read the times properly.
Thank you very much.
One does have to pay attention, apparently. Right, let's go and have a look. Adrian Dalton is here. I definitely did see him go out. Adrian, how was that?
No, good. We just did a bit of a sighting run. Yeah, it went well. It's slippery. The traction control is very interfering. But yeah, we learned a little bit out of it, yeah.
What, you say you learnt a bit. What did you actually learn? What sort of things did you learn?
Well, the launch was it didn't look like the TC actually did much. It just sort of wheel spinned off the line. So we want to see if we can just limit the wheel spin a little bit. Maybe learn a bit for tomorrow, even in the dry, you know.
And otherwise, car running good?
Yeah. We had a throttle issue this morning, but it seems sorted now. Yeah.
Well, good luck, and thanks for talking to us.
Pleasure.
Adrian Dalton. The Noble did go out. I wanted to talk to Peter Zeely, who is, there he is, just lurking down there. Let's just quickly zip in here and sit down right next to him. Peter Zeely, it's a bit muddy and wet, eh?
Actually, plenty.
You decided not to go.
There's nothing to learn. I think if you go out now, only thing that can happen is you can be taught a lesson.
Lesson in humility and catching cars out of the sticks.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's safe to test limits, so I'll wait a bit.
So you're going to wait for the dryness to come?
I'll go out during the day just to make sure the gearbox is working and everything's working, but I won't push, no.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us, Peter.
Okay, Colin.
Cheers. Right, let's go through the mud, through the mud piles, and we've got to just keep an eye on the pit lane here. I want to go up and talk to some of the guys who've come back in the single-seaters. Now we're going to walk past Franco Scribanti's pit as well and see if we can have a bit of a chat with him to see how what he kind of learned and how he managed to do that blooming time, because it certainly was quite a spectacular time. And let's just have a go into the pit here. His car's not even here, but we'll come back. So let's go all the way up to the single-seater side. We also saw Andre Bezuidenhout didn't go, and yesterday he had a bit of an issue and he's got some neck problems. Megan Verlack went in the speed car. Let's go and have a quick word with her while she gets out of the car. And Justin Allen from WCT looking after it. Magic little motor car, like a huge go-kart with a 600cc motorbike engine in the back, and we'll let Megan get out of the car and have a chat with her. So Megan, a little bit wet?
Yeah, a little bit wet, but a lot of fun.
This car's so light, got lots of horsepowers from the 600 Suzy motor. Going up the hill, you have to fight it a lot.
It was floating a little bit, and then when I hit a bit of water there, I did a little bit of a jiggle, but it was fun.
I can see the big smile on your face.
Yeah.
Now, will you go out and do a lot more wet running, or are you just going to, you've learned what you do?
I'm happy to go out again and do some more wet runs.
You just want to get in as many runs in as you can.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, Megan. Good luck. Nice and warm here. So, Justin, it's a little bit different from the normal racing cars you guys prepare.
No, it is, but it's something new, it's something exciting, and as long as the love of my life is happy, that's all that matters.
So this is a labor of love for you.
100%.
Awesome, Justin. Thanks and good luck for the weekend.
Thanks, Colin.
Right, so the fast single-seaters, they call them flatties because the normal cars come down after they finish. They come down through the estate, and there's a couple of speed bumps, as you should have in an estate, so the 4x4s don't go flat out down the hill. So the flatties, or the very low cars, cars with about 50 mil or less ground clearance, they get beached on those things, so they come down the hill. And we will wait for them to come down the hill and see them. I particularly want to be able to talk to Robbie Walk in that Mallock with the Infinity engine, pull beam with the Infinity IndyCar engine. But while the cars are coming down, we've got what I thought was really interesting when Andre Bezuidenhout and Peter Zeele, we took them up the hill. There's a lovely little piece about that. I learned a whole lot in terms of what the different lines are. So this is close-ups of cars once they go off and they get a little bit bashed up. So Scribanti, he's got one of the low cars, so he came down the hill. Never nice to see a car that's all wrecked, but that is the reality of racing. Scribanti's come down, and here comes Byron Mitchell in the Formula V. Formula Volkswagen. Not really. I mean, it's a 2-liter carbon fiber, really, really cool car. So this is the Sheriff. You will notice it's aero. Last night, the guys were actually sitting on the wing at the front, and somebody said, hey, it's going to bend. Well, if it bends with 150 kilograms of big bummed people on it, then it isn't strong enough because it needs to produce that level of downforce. That thing, I'm told, produces over 600 kilograms of downforce, and we'll talk to Franco as he gets out of the car. Let's just have a word with Quibus, who's been in touch with him already. And as I say that, Quibus walks away. Oh, the sounds of the cars. Franco will get out of the car. I'll go around this side and see if he can come and chat to us. Franco? That must have been interesting in the wet.
Yeah, this is the first run we're having a sighter, that's all, Colin. I can't really comment yet. I mean, it's early days. Eh?
And the car's running good.
It's got a misfire, but we'll have a look at it now.
Awesome, thanks for chatting.
Lekker.
Always looks so serious when he gets out of the car. So we're going to walk back up that way. Talk to Byron Mitchell. Robbie Wolf. It's a busy pit lane, so Ari's getting chased by the cars, but that's part of the fun. Andrew Rackstraw was also there. When you don't have a roof, you bring your own roof so you can stay dry. Let's just have a quick word with Roy Campos. You had such a brilliant day yesterday. you decided not to go out. Why? It's just a little bit of water.
I'm an old dog, but no need to go out and spend the whole day fixing the car. The weatherman says, like Ferrari Schumacher used to say, send the helicopters out and tell us the weather. Well, I don't have that. And I'm predicting the rain will stop by 2, 3 o'clock. And we'll do a run or two. Tomorrow will be dry.
Right, well, that's Weatherman Roy says. We're going to hold you to it because...
Can happen.
Yeah.
It's just too tricky now. We're going to achieve nothing. We've tested the car back in Joburg, so we should be ready.
Okay, lekker. Thanks, Roy.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick word. Andrew Rackstraw, you got fitted in your seat this morning. And how was that in the wet?
The wet. I mean, firstly, this amazing event is awesome to be back for my second year. The wet is always a bit tricky. Your heart is always in your throat. But yeah, we're just making sure the card runs. There's a few problems that we need to sort out, but otherwise we're heading in the right direction.
Good stuff. Good luck for the rest of that. Are you going to do some more runs in the wet?
I think so. It's just fun. And for the spectators that came all the way down here, I think we want to put a show on for them.
Ah, good man. Well done, Andrew.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Running a GTC car at the moment as well. So Andrew Schofield will come back with a Formula Renault. But before the Formula Renault comes in, Robbie Walk has got the Pullbeam. Interesting car, this. Won British Hillclimb Championship 3 years. And then that was with a Ford DFL in it. Ian Schofield bought it and put the Infinity V8 engine in it. Normally it ran in Indy on ethanol and made about 700 horsepower, but it runs petrol at the moment. Sounds completely magnificent. I'm just hearing that the track is clear of all the stuff and all the rest of it, so they'll start running again. And the other, you'll know it's a proper hill climb car with a wing that's super far back. Let's see if we can just walk straight in and up to Rob, who's right at the back. Rob, a little bit slippery out there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just finding our feet with the car, but it wasn't. Yeah, it didn't release out of launch control. I think so. Something wrong with the telemetry. So we'll sort it out. It was revving like 6, 7, 8,000 max. So yeah, there's I suppose things to work on, but we didn't have the best shakedown. So we'll work through it and got quite a few runs today. So we'll get there.
I suppose that's part of the reason you go out in here. Yes, it's a little bit risky and probably tomorrow will be dry. But you discover things like misfires and work on launch and straightening out some of the issues with the car.
Yeah, we'll use every session we've got this weekend, so we'll slowly chip away at it as we always do. So we'll get there, but it'll take a little bit of time today.
Well, good luck, have fun.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Love this car. So Ari is in reverse mode, and I tell you, it's so cool watching him with little steps. Ari, that was Ari being our camera guy. So it was fantastic watching him with just little steps in case he saw something. I jest because we can. And here they come again. Road cars. And for a long time, JP van der Walt in the Porsche 911 Turbo. He was last year's standard road car runner. And this is Ruben van Niekerk. Let's just see if he can talk to us. Ruben, they say you're the last of the left foot breakers.
Yeah, that's true. Keeping the hardware out of the way and letting the body parts do the work.
Now, the standard road car, it's got to be a lot of fun up the hill.
Yeah, I think a little bit less to worry about because, I mean, the cars are designed for all conditions, but it's still very slippery out there. So, yeah, just getting to know the hill today and hopefully it's dry tomorrow and then we can really give it horns.
Give it horns, always. Full beans.
Yeah, but don't want to end up a Euro today in these less than ideal conditions.
Good luck, eh?
Cheers.
Ruben van Niekerk, the first amputee athlete to complete the Absa Cape Epic. he is a true example. So road cars, standard road cars, what are they? When they say standard, when the cars are entered, you've got to give the VIN number of the vehicle as you enter. And then they check that the VIN number is, when you arrive here, is the same as you enter. They've got to run the correct tires. The theory is that there's no modifications on them. We do know, however, that drivers being drivers and preparers being preparers of racing cars, they will always try and modify things. Aren't you going to run with the roof down today?
Yeah, I think I'm going to get a bit wet. So,
but it'll look so cool.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the different sort of. I'll keep that for drive to Camps Bay. I'll keep the roof up just for psychological safety. You know, even though it wouldn't be much help in it, but yeah, just keeping it easy so far.
You enjoying the wet?
It's okay. I was quite surprised with the grip. I mean, I'm quite happy with how it's gone so far. I'll just keep it easy and get used to it today, and then hopefully it's dry tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Going to be interesting now. So guys have gone out, they've discovered a level of grip. And as racing drivers, they always want to push the level of grip. So where the line is over here, they start going a little bit more. I wonder what's going to happen now. So we start getting down to some of the proper quick road cars with Jared was second for a long time. Let's have a quick word. Jared, you were second for a long time. I mean, that was a seriously impressive run.
Thank you. It was scary, not going to lie. Very wet out there, actually.
Now, I'm looking at all the buttons and the red lights and all the rest of it. I'm assuming that, and the little orange light there, I'm assuming that the traction control is all off.
Not at the moment, no. No, not yet.
But it will be when you get to the top.
Agreed, yeah. Yeah, I'll take it off when I get there, yeah.
Brave man.
True. For now, we'll see. But we'll just keep it on the black stuff. I think that's always the best part.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Alpha. Yesterday was Alpha Day because we really, really like Alphas, especially when they're red and they've got V6 motors. They are absolutely magnificent, aren't they?
Thank you very much. They are stunning, aren't they? Eh? Very capable car.
It's really brilliant. Right. So you traction controlling up there?
Yes, certainly. Very slippery, especially on the start and turn 2. So I'm definitely using traction control for sure.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Red Alphas. We absolutely love them. So now the cars are going on the track. So it's time for me to have a big glass of shut up and let the cars do the talking.
Oh, you gotta love it. Egypt. Yeah, great to see cars and action taking place on the Simola Hillclimb 2022. If you're just tuning in, the weather is very wet at the moment. When they first ran out this morning, it was actually a little bit of drizzle, but now there's substantial water falling down. And it's just wonderful to see everybody going out there. Arnold, you know, we heard from Andrew Rackstraw saying they're going to use every single session because people are here and we've got to put on a show. And that's wonderful to hear.
Exactly. It's entertainment. That's what it's supposed to be. Can tell you that there's more puddles out there on the route as well. And that there's one that the car goes over right now. That's Sean Mackay. And he's just hit that puddle. You'll see there's, although now, funnily enough, I think the rain has stopped. Which is interesting, and I hope it stays like this.
I'm looking out of our window in our little fabric studio, and it seems to have lightened. There we go. So great to see everybody going out there. Some of the guys have just done their one run for this morning. They're anticipating that the weather's going to change a little later on this afternoon. But great to see that we've still got quite a lot of action out there.
I'm very worried about Colin and what he just finished off with there. He's going to sit down and have a big glass of shut up. I thought you and I in our contract said we get paid per word. How does that work?
Well, at this stage, I think Colin's used all of our money, all of the budget. Listen,
right.
everybody out there, Wesley Graber in his Suzuki Swift. He's done a 1:01.844. Scribante was fastest. He said he's got a little misfire in his Nissan.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah, but they went out and it was a lot drier. So we must give that. But these times don't mean anything at the moment. They are warm-ups. I think people just want to get some sighters in. The predicted weather for tomorrow is going to be dry, and tomorrow is when it really counts. But they will have some quali sessions later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, we've mentioned it before, you're at the coast, Arnold. The weather changes so quickly.
It's rapid here, and you can have 7 seasons in one day. You honestly can. Piet Potgieter with his traction control going up the hill, and that beautiful Alfa of his, and lining up now. This to me is also an absolutely beautiful car. Dan Hirsch in the Mustang, the 2019 model.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, just brute horsepower, 5-litre engine in there. Yeah, just wonderful. And you can see he's driven it from the Western Cape here, goes up the hill for a few times, and then drives home. What a pleasure.
Reg number is Bullet. You can understand why. And it's not Dalton either.
It is brute force, that wonderful car. When I'm sure you heard, or listening to Colin Hastie, you would have heard in the background some of the single-seaters and the way that they sound. They are just magnificent. I just keep quiet and listen to everything.
Piet Potgieter with a very good run there. He's just gone across the line and looking rather good. But the times will be slower. There's no doubt in my mind. And until the weather has given us a good hour or so, 2 hours of break, and a lot of cars have gone up the hill and dispersed some of the water, that's going to make a big difference to the surface as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, as mentioned, these are sighters for all of the drivers. As much as the weather prediction tomorrow, he says it's going to be dry. We heard Ian's Shrewsbury say as well, you know, if you haven't done any running in the wet, and tomorrow all of a sudden it lands up wet, you're going to be caught out. So, you know, just have a go. Yes, you don't have to push too hard, but understand where the track is, where the bumps are, where some of that standing water actually sits if it is wet, and get the systems ready, especially for the really high performance cars as opposed to the production cars.
Yeah, I think you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You obviously are looking at mitigating the risk with a car, but then you don't have to go completely nuts when you go up the hill. But at the very same time, you also cannot take a chance that tomorrow, by chance, it happens to be wet again. Now you've done very little. Out there on the route, it was Shiraz Beamer, who is aptly named because he drives a BMW. Love that. And then Gordon Nicholson in his Audi R8. And also on route, JP van der Walt, who set the fastest time there for a while. He's in the 911 Porsche, and this is the Turbo SPDK.
Well, this one's going to be interesting because he was one of the first cars that went out there. So let's compare his time from what he did in the first run. And I'm just looking at our screen on the left-hand side. I'm just trying to see where Van der Walt was. My eyes are...
I don't think he's in the top 20 of ours as things stand at the moment.
That was from... He was in the 50s something.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Dion Hubert in the BMW, the M4 X-Drive, 2022 model. This is virtually new out the box. Beautiful car too.
Van der Walt does a 53. So it looks as though the rain has stopped and good drainage. The track is quite abrasive. So, you know, it does absorb the water quite quickly as well. Got the electric Golfs going up the hill in the hands of very, very talented Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Mogotsi. And these are interesting, I think, just for anybody who, you know, just sits and goes, I can't hear anything.
What's wrong with it?
How is that car going? Yeah.
And fast.
Yeah.
Incredibly fast. There is absolutely, with the electric cars, there's no lag whatsoever. You put your foot down and you must hold on. And if you haven't got it going in the line, in the direction you want it, you can get yourself into some serious trouble.
Yeah, I tell you, instant gratification.
Yeah, you're so right.
Instant gratification. So at the moment, Jared Yeo in the Porsche. He's got the Cayman Porsche, the 2.4 litre. He's quicker than JP van der Walt, interestingly, in a 911 Turbo S. So yeah, but these times don't mean anything. It's just wonderful to see so many cars out on the track. As well, if you keep quiet, it's an electric car. There we go.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
lovely. The sounds of silence. Let's just run through the format again for you of what we have over the next few days. Today, Saturday and Sunday, of course. So the King of the Hill, 4 practice runs and then 1 qualifying run at the end of the day. Then tomorrow, 1 warm-up and 3 qualification runs. Then the top 3 in each class to the class final. The top 10 from qualifying go through to the King of the Hill shootout in the following 3 groups. Road saloons and supercars, modified saloons, and then the single-seaters, and there's no class distinction in that top 10 shootout. At the end, it is guns blazing.
Yeah, and all things being equal, it is going to be an incredible battle to see who becomes King of the Hill.
Here's young Chero taking the BMW up the hill. And he was saying to me he's a little nervous because it's not his car, and he's scared of the amount of speed he's built up. But he's looking like he's doing a really nice job. Yeah, they just drifted a little wide, but to make sure. But look at the amount of spray that these cars are still digging up. There we go. He's got the headlights on and going beautifully. They have to be cautious here, especially with these sorts of cars. That's almost $2 million worth of car. You've got to be careful. It's not yours.
Yeah, no, exactly. When you are driving somebody else's car, you are a little bit more cautious than if it was your own. Here's Udo de Burgers in this magnificent Audi RS Q3, 500 kilowatts. Listen to it. Wow, it's got some serious power.
When it hits those low notes, man, that goes right through your innards.
Yeah, it is just magnificent. I'm not sure what pipe he's got in there, but it's beautifully tuned. We've got the McLaren 720S out on the track as well. Everyone just doing warm-ups at the moment. Still fastest, Jared Yeo in the Cayman Porsche. He's 1.4 seconds quicker than JP van der Walt in the other Porsche, in the Audi A8 of Gordon Nicholson at the moment third. Here is the Brute Nissan Patrol in the hands of Arnold Duplessis. 5.6 litre 8-cylinder. Listen to this thing. I mean, I enjoy big SUVs and cars like this, but I wouldn't drive it this way.
Yeah, no, you don't. I just think there's these sorts of vehicles in these conditions. Your opportunity of making mistakes, this is just so much more. There's no aerodynamics here. You are just plowing through the air, and it's wet out there, folks. It's really, really wet. Just by the way, Giro de Siena has got himself into 5th spot overall at the moment with a 55 clocking. That's good driving. He's just been pushed down 1 spot, but this is very solid from the young man, and enjoyed his company last year for a few days on the commentary. He actually said to me, now that it's so wet, I wonder if I shouldn't have said yes to more commentary.
Yeah, but I'm sure that each run he does, he just gets more and more excited, and wonderful to be driving this electric vehicle in the wet at speed.
Yeah. You're not often going to get an opportunity to do this, so enjoy it for all it's worth, that's for sure.
Graham Nathan out on circuit at the moment. He's car number 51. Graham Nathan in the VW Polo, beautifully set up car. There it is at the bottom of your screen. That's one of the GTC Super Cup cars, just magnificently prepared.
That livery is gorgeous.
Wonderfully put together. One of the Subarus, 4-wheel drive, Anton Collier out on track in the WRX STI. So I want to see what his time is. I mean, he's got full 4-wheel drive, but then I suppose, all of the Audis have got full 4-wheel drive as well now.
Here's your car that you fancy so much, Owen Bridger in the Honda Type R. This is 300 kilowatts, and the car is known as the Hooner, but it goes like an eagle.
Yeah, that's just a stunning car to drive. I know he's got a sequential box in there as opposed to the manual box, but still glorious. That engine is, I think probably the best Honda engine that they've made.
Yeah. Graham Nathan has slotted into 4th place with a very solid time.
Yeah, unbelievable. 53.5 in that VW Polo. And I mean, that's a purpose-built race car set up for track as well. So, you know, you do expect, also in the hands of Graham, who's a multiple South African champion, so you do expect it to be riding pretty high.
I'm going to ask Colin to catch up with Nate and ask him about the difference between the setup for track that he's got on that Golf and how different it is from the setup that they would apply here. That would be fascinating to hear a master like that talk about it.
Yeah, great
We'll
one.
try and chat to him.
Yeah, we've got car number 56, the McLaren MP4 C12 Jacques Wheeler, 616 horsepower, 1,400 kilograms. Still, the first of the McLarens. Very, very pretty.
Very appropriately named races. Yesterday we had a man by the name of Champion. Today we've got a guy called Beamer who's driving the BMW, and now we've got Wheeler. So, I mean, we're going in the right direction here, I think.
You see, they were born to race.
Yes, exactly. Nicholas Swartveger in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. This car is already, believe it or not, 15 years old this year, and that's still a beautiful design.
Yeah, incredible, and brute power as well. You know, multiple rally winner internationally. Something very loud. I have a feeling that could well be Aldo Scripanti in the in his Audi.
Yeah,
it could be. We'll wait and see as soon as our pictures. No, it's the Yamaha powered VW Beetle.
That is just scary. Absolutely scary. That's Wynand Deploy. Listen to it.
Oh, actually, it's got a Toyota
engine. Yeah,
I'm convinced I saw it earlier and it said Yamaha.
No, it's they've changed it in the meantime.
Oh, just
for you
during the rain.
During the rain.
All right, okay.
Don't you love how that butt twitched? Look at that. Look at it from behind. It's got a little butt twitch every now and then. It's like a girl with too tight jeans walking away from you.
I tell you, that rear wing is keeping everything down on the ground. But
beautiful.
You don't want to catch that car at a traffic light either. Paul Munro, car number 37 in the M3 CSL. This is, of course, the lightweight body. Very, very few of them around in the world, so a very, very special car to have in your arsenal.
So the little VW, I can just imagine putting that together with Herbie in one movie.
Yeah,
that would be ideal.
Imagine.
Absolutely ideal.
All right, there's fast and furious action that is happening up the hill at Simola Hillclimb. 2022, which is just terrific to watch. At the moment, the fastest man, Anton Cronier, in the Subaru, there we go, that four-wheel drive coming together, a 48.7, so the track is definitely improving. In terms of the rain has stopped, and the drainage is really, really good. Adrian Dalton, watch out for this guy this weekend. That is a brute power BMW, spectacular colors as well. Looks very, very special. So, yeah, great to see all of the action out there. The times don't mean anything. These are just warm-up situations for all of the competitors. Some have already just gone out and done one run, and they are happy with the one run. They are anticipating that tomorrow is going to be dry. Today very wet, and tomorrow is where it really counts, because you've got the 3 qualifying sessions, you've got a warm-up session, then the 3 qualifying sessions, and then of course the class final, and then of course the king of the hill.
So while we look at the second of the practice runs, and this really is very much a practice run, again, you use the term look-see. It's nice to welcome the brand marketing manager for Suzuki, Brendan Carpenter, with us. And Brendan, morning, nice to have you with us. Yeah, we honestly, we'd off our caps to you, because I think at a time such as this, where you've got to take out some money and put it behind a sport, and you don't know what's going to happen next, because who knows about spectators and whether it's going to happen and all the rest of it, we'd off our caps. So firstly, congratulations and well done on that.
No, thank you very much. It's a massive pleasure to be here, and also to be afforded the opportunity to do so. I think, I mean, we all know what happened in the past few years, and motorsport being one of the ones to suffer as a result of that. And I think for us to be involved with it is a massive opportunity, as I mentioned, and to keep this event alive. I think out of all the motorsport events that are out there in South Africa, this is one that's quite unique and offers us the opportunity to get involved, you know. So for us, it's a massive pleasure to be here. Thanks.
And Brendan, yeah, great to see you. The Suzuki brand is a very firm favorite amongst South Africans, but in the last year and a half, 2 years, even through COVID, it's just exploded.
It's
the
rocketed.
amount of cars that you've got out there, everywhere I go, I'm just seeing Suzuki. So what has happened?
Yeah, I think it's I call it the trifecta. Like we've got great support from Suzuki Motor Corporation in Japan. We've got massive good products. I think products that are ideal for the market, and we also have excellent dealerships. So our dealerships has really like put their money where their mouths are, and given us the opportunity to give them a product and for them to market it and to put it to the market. And I think once we see more of them on the road, I think the success is just snowballing into that as well. So yeah, for us it's a great opportunity, and what it means is if we start being more successful in putting vehicles to market, we have the opportunity to engage in let's say promotions and activities such as these, and I mean for us to fight for, let's say, the top 3 positions in the South African market. I mean the other manufacturers, they have racing series, they've got all these things, so we need to also be involved in some way or shape or form, and I think this gives us the platform to do so, and that's why we're so excited to be involved with it.
I find it fascinating that you talk about, and with great respect, the sort of big 3 names, if you like, in motoring in South Africa, and you've ruffled some serious feathers there. You've done some serious damage to some other figures.
Yeah, and I think once again, I mean, we support the automotive industry in South Africa, and it's good to see also the industry recovering also quite strong after the likes of COVID. And people are looking twice or let's say turning around their pennies twice before making a purchase. And I think that has been a part of the success, because we've got really good value for money. And yes, I'm not going to lie, every time we hit that top 3 position, it's like a podium finish, for us. Once the NAMSA results come through, we're all like, yeah, cheering, and we almost want to put a podium there to see, what, where do we put our sights next? Yeah.
No, you deserve it. The wonderful thing is also, I mean, besides being the sponsor of Simola Hillclimb, you've also got those magnificent Swifts out there, those little 1400s. They are just so much fun to drive, and great to see them competing.
No, of course, and last year we didn't have any cars on the track specifically that was, let's say, supported by our head office, but we did support the privateer teams that are running, let's say, Suzuki-powered machinery, and for us that was quite cool. And we said this year, it's all good and well to wave your flag, but you also need to participate a little bit. And I mean, we're out there with our stock standards for sports, and I know it's only the second practice that's running now, and on first practice to see if we can maybe set the benchmark of what times we should be looking at. And then maybe that sub 1 minute is a target that the guys are now looking to see. And I think as the conditions dry up, hopefully, it'll be quite good to see where we stack up. And I know we've got much faster machinery here, but I think especially in today's weather, it's how you put that power down, which is showing that why a lot of the more powerful competitors are struggling to put those times in. So we'll see as it progresses. This is still practice, qualifying, and then obviously the race tomorrow, I think. We'll be very excited to have a Suzuki represent on the timesheet. So that for us is a massive advantage.
Yeah, wonderful to see them out there as well. One of the big success stories over the last couple of years, and actually the previous generation, of course, the Suzuki Jimny, which is just also a dynamic, wonderful car to drive. And then there was supply and demand over COVID. All of a sudden the car came out, and I remember talking to some Suzuki dealers just sitting there saying, man, we can't get stock, we just couldn't get stock. Has that been alleviated, and how is that car doing?
Yeah, so that car is like, I think, one of our halo models in the brand. I think that together with the Swift is, you don't have to tell, if someone drives a Jimny and you ask what car are you driving, and they don't say necessarily a Suzuki Jimny, they just say Jimny, and then immediately there's a reaction to
everyone
say,
knows
I love a Jimny. And this is also part of the saying, there's all very similar ones when they say you get 2 peoples in life, those that drive a Jimny and those that want to drive a Jimny. and I think that is still true to this day. So yes, let's say the stock has really gotten better, but also with our increase in performance, or our increase in sales performance, the demand has increased as well. So it's always a bit of a situation waiting for stock, but it has cleared up quite a bit, and we just see more and more people let's say, gravitating towards the Jimny because it offers a lot more space and stuff than what the previous one did. And I mean, it's a legend off-road, and there's no denying the charm. Yeah,
I love that car. My good friend Marco from Race in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, in Wynberg, made a Liberty Walk Jimny. And I've got the picture here on the screen. I mean, look at that.
You must just tell our viewers where to pop in to go and have a look at it. Sash?
It's Race in Weinberg.
Race in Weinberg.
Yeah. Just
R-A-C-E.
R-A-C-E.
So Google it and have a look at it. I tell you what, that thing is mean looking. Mean.
That's a Jimny.
You would never. That's awesome. There's a cuteness factor with a Jimny as well. A lot of people go, women in particular go, that's so cute. And I mean, I don't think guys like being called cute, but a car that's cute is cute.
Yeah. That was always the thing in the beginning. People are saying, you know what, this is a cute little car, but then once they see what it can do off-road, they're like,
that's exactly
who's cute now? I think that's part of the charm of it. It's almost understated, and off-road, a fantastic little compact off-roader.
Yeah, it is wonderful. It is so great to have you as one of the sponsors. Do you have, I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but is there a long-term commitment with the Simola Hillclimb? There's one of the little Suzukis going out there.
Megan Verlaque.
Yeah, Megan Verlaque. She had such a fantastic time going out earlier. She's got the little 600cc in the back of there. It certainly weighs as much as a pencil, but she's having a lot of fun. Brendan, going back, commitment going forward with Simola itself. I mean, I'm sure you can't divulge too much, but is this working for you as a brand?
Yes, most definitely. So for us, it's not necessarily a sales, let's say, focus on it. But I mean, in terms of brand, what we're doing, it makes sense to be involved. I mean, also to have the opportunity to have our motorcycles up there, it makes a big brand statement. Our measurables is not going to be through sales. It's not going to be through, let's say, motorcycle sales and the rest. Yes, that obviously will come at a later stage. But for us, I think it would be a great opportunity to continue with Simola. We've spoken to Ian quite a long time. Also saw his interview a little bit earlier today, and the value that it offers is great. We also understand that obviously we don't want to oversaturate it with Suzuki content. So we would literally invite the other manufacturers to also get involved, because we don't want to be playing in our own segment the whole time. And I think this is competitive, this is exciting, and I think similar to what the Suzuki brand is doing for people owning first vehicles in South Africa and being an entry-level vehicle brand in South Africa, it's opening up the doors for car ownership. So why can't we do the same for motorsport? If we can put stock standard Swifts that are less than 400,000 rand on the track, and you can put some cool, respectable times down there, I mean, it's an invitation to people to get involved. And I think we live in a day and age where maybe motorsport in itself has a bit of a shift to go through, and I think Simola is at the forefront of that, especially with this live streaming, with all the things that is happening at the moment. And if we can tag along for the ride, we'll be keen to be involved every time.
Where do you see the brand in about 5 years' time in South Africa?
Sure. I would say definitely
at the top.
Yeah, definitely. We've got our sights focused on the top two brands there. A while back, it was to be the first, or the number one importer of vehicles in South Africa. So that for us is obviously a feather in our cap. And I think the next time we just want to grow from strength to strength. And I think expanding our dealer network obviously is part of it. So that's our plan.
Brendan, I am a little bit upset. Pulling out a MotoGP. I know it's not your fault, but I'm going to make you. You're
going to hold him responsible.
I'm holding you responsible for that. No, never mind that. But sad, that's two wheels, motorcycles or whatever. But these are business decisions.
Yes, of course. Obviously, I was just as shocked. I think it was on Monday evening when the news broke. I looked at it. I'm like, oh,
I didn't sleep.
And I was with family at the time, and I told them, and they're like, why do you look so sad? I'm like, no, well, it showed that Suzuki is pulling out. So we haven't had any official communication yet from international. For us as a brand asset, the MotoGP was always great. So that's why our vehicles are let's say, branded in MotoGP inspired livery and all of that. So from a brand position, yes, I mean, we have to honor the decisions that they make, and we won't necessarily support it in that way, but we'll have to.
Can you go back to them and tell them that they've upset Sasha? Just go back to them and tell them that Sasha is really upset. Okay.
Yes, I think we'll have a whole army to march and say, please, can we go back to MotoGP?
I think there's quite a lot upset. Brendan, it's just so fantastic to have you here, and your team. They're doing such a wonderful job, and long may this relationship and partnership hopefully continue, and let's see those Swifts go out there tomorrow.
No, for sure. Looking forward to the results. Thanks, Asha. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
This
man.
is Brendan Carpenter, who is the brand marketing manager for Suzuki. Really nice to have had him with us here in our studio, and he's going to go and join the rest of the crew as they walk. I must say that their crew were walking around handing out caps, and thank goodness for the sun cream.
Thank you very much.
Well, actually, can we get some today? No, forget it.
No, we don't have. But looking at those pictures,
It's getting better.
It's clearing out. Looks like the clouds burning off. So I think we're going to see some very quick runs.
There we go. Here's the man. There's the man who's the man. The 4-time champion, and the advocate is on the way. Let's see how hard he goes, and let's see look at the time, because it's going to be fascinating to see what he puts up. Look at the amount of spray that he's generating. There's still a lot of water out there. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah, without a doubt. But I mean, these cars with those huge wheels, will blow it away quite quickly. Hopefully he's recovered. He had a little bit of a neck issue yesterday and a horrible headache after the very peculiar incident that happened between him and the Corvette. But Mr. Bezuidenhout is definitely the man to conquer this weekend, and I think he's going to have a pretty hectic time with the likes of Andrew Schofield in the Formula Renault. So let's see what these guys can do. The track definitely is a lot drier than it was this morning. So Reggie Roots, quickest at the moment.
Fourth fastest for Bezuidenhout, 46.8. I think that was a real feeler.
Just a little bit of a tester. But Richard Roots quicker than Franco Scribante.
Interesting.
In this session. So, yeah, and they were about 2 seconds quicker than they were earlier this morning. So, at this stage, Arnold, it's trying to get on the track when there's no rain falling down.
Yeah, very much so. Here is one more of the favorites. Andrew Schofield, that's the Tantas FRV6, the Formula Renault. Oh man, this thing sound.
It sounds unbelievable, but he didn't get off the line well at all.
Got it stuck.
Yeah, and this is a kind of car that they're going to have to get that launch control sorted out, and that's why they're going to do all of these runs, so that when they need it, when it's critical, it is definitely going to come into play.
Sash, here's one of the things we haven't actually spoken about as of yet. I think that's the end of the second of the practice sessions. You get some drivers, like for instance, if we have to go to your favorite, Verstappen, who is just in the wet. He is 1 or 2 steps better than virtually everyone else. There's 1 or 2 drivers here who have that same knack, who when it's wet, they just... it's hard to describe what it is, but try and give me a description of what makes the difference.
So, the fundamental difference is between wet and rain is you've got the tires that are going to help you, but it's where to find the grip. And if you look at people like Max Verstappen and the late Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher, they would choose completely different lines. Going into corners, coming out of corners, because they all of a sudden sat there and said, you know what, that's where the grip is. Because the natural racing line would still, even if there's rain around, would still have some of that rubber. And it might be a little bit smoother.
So it's not as grippy.
Not as grippy. And those kind of drivers just are thinking ahead to the next corner. Where's the grip going to be? How am I going to fight it? Of course, you're going to make mistakes, or you can make mistakes, and you land up spinning, and everyone goes, "Oh, you're just useless." But that's how they train themselves, and it goes back to their karting days. From their karting days, they would just change it all around and go, "Wow, hold on, I actually went offline by mistake, but I managed to find the grip." So it's just a question of you've got the machinery with you, you've got the tires with you, go and find the grip.
It's fascinating. I really find that is an interesting conversation, because you're thinking out the box.
Yeah,
because it's not the traditional racing line. You've got to find other racing lines that now suit the conditions, your vehicle, and your personal makeup. Because some guys are just not scared in the rain. Yeah. That's the other thing, of course. Some bikes are just not scared.
You just don't want to be, you don't want fear. This is different because it's up a hill, so it's not a circuit or whatever. But I mean, if you've got fear,
No.
You're not going to do it.
Well, you're not in the right sport then.
Yeah.
Fishing may be something slightly better. It looks much drier. You can actually see almost the end of the heads over here. That's the lagoon, and it's looking fabulous. Right at the top here, there's very little water. I'd like to hear from Colin Hastie if he's ready to chat to us, because it would be fascinating. And we're going to play a commercial break or two because we've got to pay the rent. And then Colin will be chatting with you live from the pits.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Abbott, and I'll be taking this Porsche 914 up the hill climb this year. So this Porsche was actually built by my father a few years ago. Him and my uncle, they built this car to go racing, and they wanted it to look like the exact replica of the 914 that they raced in the classics overseas in Europe years ago. And then throughout the years we've been racing here, and when I first started racing I did endurance racing with my father, and it was so nice to do it as a family and to do racing with my father, and that's how I actually got into racing. I probably started when I was 18, 19, and my dad just said, just come race with me in endurance one time, and I just did one race and then I just kept doing more and more. I enjoyed it so much. It's just such a nice event. It's obviously the only hill climb we have here in South Africa, and it's one of the biggest motorsport events that we have. It brings so many people, so many spectators, so many different cars. The best thing is just being in the pit, seeing all the cars, hearing all them all start up, and just talking to everyone and just seeing what crazy things people bring out of the woodwork and bring to this event. Because you don't always bring normal cars here. People bring their strange, wonderful inventions that they've made, and it's just so awesome to see. Yeah, it's not just a normal race, it's the ultimate motorsport event. Just get up the hill as fast as I can, hopefully beat my time from last year.
My name is
Francis Cousins. I'm one of the co-founders of this event, and I'm now out of the event. I've sold my share to my partners, and so now I can race and have a great time at the event. A fantastic event we started in 2009 to basically bring people to Nice Day and to raise money for charities, our local charities, and bring motorsport to a wider audience in the country, which I think has been achieved. And so what I do now is I race this Fiat, 1980 Fiat, in Classic Day, and the other thing we do is we raise money for local charities, and ours is Sedgefield Hospice. So I manage the Hillclimb ladies team, and there's their logo and everything, and there's our sponsors that we know have been around for a long time in the event. And yeah, so please have a look at our page, Nice Sedgefield Hospice, Hillclimb ladies team, and please donate. We really need to get in some donations for a very good cause.
This will be our 9th Simola Hillclimb, but we missed 2020, so the 8th time racing with this car. First time 2014. We got a first place in 2016 with this car. This Chevy is special to me. I've had it for 12 years. We've rebuilt her 3 times. She can be quite competitive. It's got a 5.7 litre V8, makes lots of power. We get an 0 to 100 up here at the coast about 3.8 seconds. She does 145 miles an hour full speed, and I've always loved the hill climb, so ever since I saw the first one I really fell in love with it. This weekend I've got 3 cars. I've got the Chevy behind me, the Porsche next to us, and then on Saturday I've got a big GTR that I bought last year. From coming here I just decided to try in one of the big cars. This car is a very special car. I bought her about 14 years ago. And a guy called Eddie Paladin, which was a big Porsche racing guy, is an absolute legend. This was his car. He built 2 of them. One was with they're replicas and not a real car, but this car is all Porsche. So it's got a 1971 911T motor in it, makes 130 horsepower and it weighs 660 kilograms. So the original car, this car, the 550 Spider, is what made Porsche a racing brand today. 550 kilograms and 110 horsepower. So actually the power to weight ratio is right on this car. It handles really, really well. And it's an absolute thoroughbred, and she got a first place last year. So a good friend of mine, Barry Engel, he's driving the car, so he got a first place last year, did 54 seconds in this little car, and it's a really, really special motor car.
Last reminder for all drivers to please line up in Edge Street. We're going to get the parade started in about 2 minutes, so please line up and then we get the parade going. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Sasha Martiningo. So good to be back here at Simola 2022. It is going to be outstanding. Classic Car Friday. We're going to see some vintage pre-war cars trying to get up this hill, which is mighty steep for those who actually don't know. On television it doesn't really give you the true idea of what it's about. And then of course we're going to have Porsches versus Alfa Romeos versus Fords, you name it, it's all there. Some of the most spectacular cars we've ever seen in South Africa. Cannot wait. Make sure you join us on the live stream. It's really going to be a tremendous amount of fun. See you there.
For me, it is the racing car from my husband, and when I decided to race, I asked him, may I take your car? And well, since 5 years, we we are a team, this car and me, and well, not very successful, but a hell of fun. It's very, very familiar. It is like meeting friends, and yeah, there's no competition. It is just a nice ride.
So yeah, as always before an event, last minute glitches and issues. Today we had a big surprise this morning when one of the transporters broke our pedestrian bridge. So we've been had to do some emergency repairs and actually got the carpenters, and they're still on site now, and the engineers to fix it. So that's a little curveball you don't expect. And then all the other little bits and pieces. There's we always see some gaps of an event. There's just so many moving parts, and I guess most people don't see it, but we see it, and always try and fix it up front and make sure that everybody has a good experience. Yeah, so we've got spectators back. Unfortunately, not a full complement. We're still limited to 50% of the capacity, so that's a bit of a shame. But yeah, it's great to have the vibe back. Last year we had just competitors, now we're halfway to having a full event. But the vibe will be very different this year to last year. And it's great to welcome spectators back. And yeah, let's hope that everyone enjoys it and we can have a proper event next year.
Hi, I'm Wayne Deploy. I live in Pretoria. We built the car, especially for the hill climb. Where in the world are you going to see cars like this together? And that's the main thing why I decided to enter and get that off the bucket list. My biggest competition is myself. I just want to finish this event. This is fun for me. It's not about winning. I just want to get through the whole event, and maybe next year I'll do stuff to maybe be more competitive. But at this point I just want to have fun.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola Hill overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Saturday's Supercar Shootout. The modified saloon, sports cars and single-seaters all stake their claim for the 12th King of the Hill title.
Welcome back to some brilliant news. The stuff that comes out of the sky is no longer coming out of the sky, and far in the distance, I believe it is a bit of blue that I see. For those of you who are wondering, this is Ari, my cameraman, and you'll hear me talk to him as we go through the day, as we try and bring you some of the action from the pit lane. It's been fascinating. Most of the guys have gone out, 40, 50 something cars. Two super interesting people here. CEO of Motorsport South Africa, Adrian Scholz, reigning King of the Hill, current King of the Hill, Andre Bezuidenhout. Gentlemen, what a lovely day.
Absolutely. Lovely in the sense of spectators. I'm not so sure about the weather.
Tell us about the weather going up that hill, Andre.
Well, it's a little bit intimidating, It wasn't raining now, but it's wet. So ours was just the installation lap. You don't want to lose your name here on the first morning on run number 1, which is very easy to do. So now we're all looking forward to it. There's a tenseness in the air. It's great to have Adrian here. Adrian has been running the organization, best part, more than 30 years. And he's done a sterling job. So to have him here today, I'm very glad that he's here and he can spend a bit of time to see what we're doing on our weekends with the crazy hill.
Adrian, always good to see you at a racetrack, even though it's only 1,969 meters, but it's probably one of the major iconic events, motorsport events in this country.
Absolutely, 100%, Colin. It's I haven't been here for a number of years, and just being here this weekend, I'm seeing people that I haven't seen in many years, and I think that's the social element of this event is just amazing.
It's an incredible spirit, both amongst spirit of camaraderie amongst the drivers, the teams, and just a great bit of friendliness in motor racing.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I think this event in particular, it's all about the social aspect, as I said. It's obviously very competitive, but it's also very social. And so it's a nice get-together for people.
Awesome. Keep the wheels of motorsport turning, because it's the finest sport in the world. Now, Andre, you had, I'm sure you were talking a little bit about yesterday in terms of the first run. How's your neck, number one, and what's the plan for the rest of the day?
My neck is okay. I was admitted in hospital yesterday. They had me checked out, all just superficial injuries. Got a bill of clean health, luckily. I was very concerned about that. But look, it was just a very unfortunate incident. The competitor that bumped into me, he just looked down, he removed his helmet, and it's one of those unfortunate incidents that happened. But that's in the past now. I must concentrate on today. It was terrible not to run yesterday, and we prepare the car for a year long, and then to be out before you even get to the event was bad. But it's all now history. I mean, the cars that are here, motorsport is amazing, and I always say to the Minister of Sport, sometimes we have criticism in other sport fraternities in South Africa, but a sport like motorsport, it is so well governed, it is so organized. The fraternity works so easily together, and it's not as if it's not complicated. It is hugely complicated. That's why people like Adrian, and the officials keeping all of this together, that there's not only a sense of camaraderie, but there's also a discipline, that everybody knows what they can expect, and then there's freedom in that. So I'm just so proud to be part of motorsport.
It's magic to see you here. I see we say reigning king of the hill, you're the man, and with the current lap records, ultimate speed up here, just phenomenal, 199 kilometers, average kilometers an hour. It's mind-blowing how quick things go. Now it's slippery, but we think it might be dry tomorrow. Do you go today on the banking that it's dry tomorrow?
No, I look, you keep your eye on the weather, but if it was wet tomorrow, then every run today would be absolutely crucial. But we know it's going to be dry. So there's no part for heroics here. I think everybody's installing the cars at the moment, getting a feeling for it. But then everything changes this afternoon. If it's dry this afternoon, then you will see the boys going out and really putting down time. So everybody's just a little bit of trepidation at the moment. Records are there to be broken. Robbie Volker's here in a Hillclimb car as well. Robbie is a national champion and he's done it for many years. I'm an amateur. So he's got a good chance. I think there's a good competitive field. But we're confident. We made some improvements on the suspension. Our biggest problem is the bump through. We saw a 7G bump through last year, which is ferocious. So we worked on that. If we can sort that out, maybe there's a little bit of time, and if it's dry and the old body feels good enough and I have a little bit of luck and everything is aligned, who knows, maybe it's another one.
It's quite a violent sport, isn't it?
It's violent when things go wrong. That bump yesterday, I mean, I couldn't believe it. 40 kilometers an hour, I was bumped from behind. I was almost stationary. It's violent, but we've got all the safety measures and you've got everything around you, so we do it with confidence, always with a little bit of reserve.
I was thinking of the violence when you're on the start line and you've got this thing revving at lots of thousands of RPM, and as you launch, all hell breaks loose, and the G's and the forces that go through you, it's not just sitting on your sofa having fun.
No, absolutely not. It's a sequence that you go through. I've got a little sticker on my steering wheel that says be there at the end. You can't win the Hillclimb on Saturday morning today. You can only win it in the last run on Sunday afternoon, no matter how well you've performed. And that's why you'll see the seasoned competitors, they slowly build it up. They slowly just go faster and faster. And the violence that you talk about when all hell breaks loose, it actually goes quiet in one's mind, because if it doesn't, you're in the wrong sport.
You've got a problem.
You should be in boxing.
Andre, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Adrian, thank you very much. We're about to get some stuff going on the track.
Thanks for your work.
Thanks, guys. Right, so the standard cars, road cars, are up again. the Suzuki Swifts lead them out, and we're going to see this roof come off. Because the bit of cloud, come and look at Sasha. Did you see in the distance? Behold, what blueness do we see?
Colin actually went down there, had a bit of a look up, gave it a wave through. It's clearing.
Awesome, well done, Sasha. All right, so Sasha's, we're going to go back to him just now. But we're going to come down the pit lane here, because I said that we would talk to Franco, and we found Franco again. So the competition has started between you and Reggie. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's fun.
It's fun for us.
Yeah, sure. Look, I mean, we just got to get through today, Colin, but it's hard not to want to beat him in every session. So obviously I want to beat him, but I want to keep it all together for tomorrow. So,
and it's about dialing the car in, making sure that all the clutches are talking to, the clutches are clutching, the gears are gearing, and the pistons are doing their stuff as well. The 10 more runs you've got, each time you make incremental improvements, don't you?
Yeah, we do, and this car's been very temperamental and very unreliable, so I don't want to talk too soon, but this is the first time it's actually behaving itself. But you just say that with these GTRs and they change their mind. But for now, it's all good.
They are living beasts, aren't they?
They're animals, and they breathe and they breathe and they live. And
they breathe, they live, and they do some other things as well. BB Motorsport. You guys have got to be super proud. You've got some patrols with superchargers on them that are unbelievably quick. And then you've got Regardt and the Beast.
And the Beast. And we'll see what the day holds.
It's going to be fun.
Always. Always fun, yeah. Always fun.
So if you're looking for a Nissan, we like BB because Regardt, because GTR, because fun. Let's have a quick talk to him. He's concentrating there, Regardt. Were they're talking technical stuff? Do you understand that?
No, as long as I know the difference between a steering wheel and a flywheel, then I'm good.
And slideways and fast?
Yeah, slideways, all of the slideways.
Okay, so you went a little bit quicker on that run, 43 I think it was?
Yeah, 43.6.
So you've got about another 6 or 7 seconds to take off, and when that blue patch, that tiny little blue patch comes over.
Becomes a big blue patch, yeah, then we'll take those 6 seconds off.
You're still going to go out again and just inch away at the car?
Yeah, I think so. We're making small radar changes in that because the car was bottoming, so we've been running it slightly low, which was a guess. We came from the track, which is smooth. So we're just lifting the radar to make sure it's not bottoming, and yeah, the balance feels good.
When you say small, define small. Millimeters?
Yeah, 1 turn, which is about 2.5 mil. 2.5 mil at a time.
And you'll definitely feel that properly.
You'll feel it.
You feel the tiniest things in a race car, don't you?
You have to. Your bum must be tight in the seat so you can feel what it's doing.
Tight is good. Regardt, have fun.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
What a lovely guy. And one of the other lovely guys is Wimkoos Roots, Regardt's father. Wimkoos, hoe voel het om te wees en jou seun te sien in die kar?
Fantastic to think he started with Formula M and has ended up with this. This is really fantastic. It's something he's living my dream.
Absolutely magic. At least it's not an aeroplane.
He will have still, and he's still bloody naughty. He's naughtier than I am, so please, God.
Thank you, Wimkoos.
Thank you.
Right, so we've got some beautiful cars. JP van der Walt, let's talk to him. Because Jared is giving you a bit of a go at the moment, eh?
I think we're quite cautious at the moment, so I'm not pushing. Tomorrow is the day when it counts, so just getting the eye in, but I'm very cautious, yeah.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you, but he's doing very well.
Awesome. So JP is our current King of the Hill, road car King of the Hill, and he changed cars from the last year to the 911S and BMWs. They are really lovely. You've got to watch where we're going. R8s, and we're going to go, as the Mustang goes up the hill, we're going to go back to Sasha and Arnold, because I'm sure that they'll do a great job. Cheers.
Thank you, Colin. It's been great. I've been walking up and down the pits over the last 10-15 minutes, chatting to a lot of the drivers, team members, all very, very excited. And of course, the weather's, let's not talk too much about it, but at the moment it is dry. The circuit seems to be getting much more friendly to the drivers. The drivers are getting a lot more confident, but most of them going out there just doing some sighting laps, just want to feel what it's all about. We should expect our times to change quite significantly as the track dries out. But just wonderful to see the amount of spectators. Maybe I think when Colin is with Ari and they've got some cameras, maybe just get a shot of the amount of spectators that have already come in this morning for these free practice sessions, and then of course the qualifying session later on this afternoon. If you're just joining on behalf of Race Day, and of course our whole production crew and Suzuki and Castrol, welcome to Simola Hillclimb 2022. The Audi R8 going out onto the circuit is the third free practice session for this morning. And at the moment, Jared Yeo is the fastest, 52 seconds. Farhad Ibrahim, actually Martin Witt has just gone second at present. Fastest so far that we've had was about a 46 or 44 from Reggie Roots. Here's JP van der Walt, car number 67, as Colin mentioned, the king of the hill road cars from last year. And he's sort of taken it easy, but I'm sure you'll want to get one over Jared Yeo. He's in the 911 Turbo S. Beautifully prepared car and, well, just incredible amount of power. These have got stock standard road cars with, of course, the standard tires as well. So these are cars that are not going to change too much over the course of, they are not modified at all, and they can only run on road tires as well. Giro di Siena is next up in the electric i4, which has done a pretty decent shot going up. Now, joining me over here, as opposed to Arnold Getz, because I think Arnold's just getting himself something to eat, is the unbelievably courageous, and I'm trying to find other words starting with a C, but the one I can't mention is the wonderful Colin Hasty. Hey, Cole. Nice to see you in the box here.
You definitely can't say that word because it just wouldn't be acceptable.
It wouldn't be appropriate for the pure sense that you are a wonderful young man. Listen, well done to you and Ari for you guys up and down the pits yesterday and today, and of course tomorrow as well. It is so much fun getting all of the information, and also most of the drivers are just really so approachable due to your manners.
Sasha, I'm half speechless. I think one of the interviews was about the social ability of this event. It's absolutely magnificent how all of the guys are fully approachable. You can get them if they really don't want to talk or don't feel like that they're in the mood for talking, then they will say, hey, not now, but it's the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah, very, very much so. The one that really has impressed me, Andrew Rackstraw, a little earlier, where, and the rain was pelting down. Yeah. And the one thing it just stuck with me, and he said, there are people who have come out here, they're sitting in the wet, standing in the wet. I'm going out there every single session because I'm here. We've got to put on a show. And I just love that his empathy towards everybody who's actually out there to come and watch.
So you've got a youngster who's current Formula 1600 champion, running in GTC at the moment. He's got immense skill in a car and also setting up a car, but probably his biggest asset is his attitude to the team and respect to supporters, because the supporters, sponsors, spectators
they're the ones who really enable motorsport to happen.
Yeah, 100%. And Paolo Piazzamusso setting up the car for him as well. Just great to see so many different guys.
The level of skills up and down this pit lane is absolutely phenomenal. The engineering skills, the fabrication skills, and of course the driving skills.
Yeah, it is. We really are blessed. There we go. JP van der Walt got one back over Jared. By 3 seconds, so 2.5 seconds. These electric VW Golfs in the hands of two fantastic racing drivers, Mahotsi and Daniel Rowe. It is peculiar though. Colin, sitting there, you hear this brute force of Audis and Lamborghinis and McLarens, and then the next minute you just hear...
In the pit lane, you actually... that sounds like Fritz early in the morning. But in the pit lane, you actually want a little beeper on them because they sort of sneak up on you silently.
Yeah.
The one that I'm really impressed with is the car that Ciro de Siena
Yes.
and that is...
I mean, he's done a 53 second.
That BMW is... It is brutal on its launch, being next to the cars.
Really
and
fantastic.
Of course, Alpha. Well, that's not an Alpha. It looked like an. It is an Alpha.
No. That's
from the front, of course, you can see it's Bugs Bunny.
Yes, it is some very peculiar new grills, but those BMs are just unbelievable.
I quite like that.
It's grown on me. It's growing on me. The one car that I just find brutal and unbelievably impressive that anybody can drive it at speed up a hill is that Nissan Patrol. Because it is, I've just walked past it now, it is massive.
It's huge.
Massive.
Yeah.
And I mean, to have the skill to drive something like that up a hill, in the wet, fast.
The weight of that thing is somewhere north of 3,000 kilograms. It is ginormously heavy. When the guys were testing it, Richard was testing it at Swartkorps. It doesn't like the... Swartkorps is heavy on brakes, and the car is super heavy. Now, there's somebody who's got absolute great faith in his insurance company.
Yeah, I did mention a little bit earlier. I said, you know what, why don't you just go and throw your 7 million rand, 720, just, in the wet, up the hill. Yeah.
Well, I suppose we've got to do what we've got to do. And if you've got a tool to go up the hill as Garth McIntosh has got, man, I love that car.
There are some very, very special cars out there. Nice to see
Paige.
the roof off. Paige Liebenberg.
Linden.
I've said
you're going to get it right
the whole-
eventually.
Paige Lindenberg. First time she's going out this morning. I mean, she hustled at Fort Fairlane yesterday.
Yeah.
Now she's got another form of power in the Shelby. In the wet, those Mustangs, as brutal as they are, Colin, not spectacular around corners.
American cars, in my opinion, have never been really good. Now, okay, check this Audi. This thing is
We'll hear it.
Unbelievable. Ura de Burgess. There's two Audis that I really like. This one and the one that's in.
I mean, just listen to it.
The building shook.
Totally.
As they took off, and you've got to just 5 cylinders of lots and lots of power.
Wonderful to see these cars out there. I must say, I had a moment with Farouk Dango.
Yeah.
A little earlier, I went to see him. I haven't seen him. Unfortunately, his son was tragically taken away from the family, and he's back. This is his first time he's back, and he's racing for his son.
Yeah.
Very, very emotional moment, I must say, with him, and just wonderful to see him. And he says, he's here doing it for
Mo. Yeah. Proper tribute. And
just wonderful. So well done, Farouk.
One of the others, I mean, Henri Duplessis is coming up just now in that patrol that we're talking about.
it's just, if you haven't seen it so far on our broadcast, but you won't miss it. Here it is.
We need a wide-angle lens.
Look how big this thing is.
But now watch it bolt off the line. It is just
it's
four-wheel drive, superchargers, and off it goes, sort of squats and go. They're big in the Middle East, those cars that you can see from the grill.
I love it. I really think it is obscenely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we thought the BMW grill was big.
Yeah, this takes it to a completely different level.
Is absolutely magic. Now, Anton Cronier is warming up. We can hear that Subaru of his.
Yeah, listen, and these are the kind of conditions where those four-wheel drives, like the Subaru, should do exceptionally well. JP van der Walt still the fastest man at present, 49.9. These are all production cars, so standard road tyres on them. And as Colin mentioned on his roving pit walk a little earlier this morning, he said standard engines.
Okay, so
theoretically,
they start coming. Yeah, there's standard cars and there's road cars. 61 seconds for that.
For that patrol,
it's absolutely incredible.
I mean, that's faster. Okay, faster than the two electric Golfs. But
it should be.
You know, exactly. But I mean, it's faster than Paige Liebenberg.
Lindenberg.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to get it right eventually, Sash.
Lindenberg. Why am I saying Lieben? Okay, Lindenberg.
Oh, who knows?
I love this Type R. I just love it. He's put a sequential box in it, but I just love I love it in a manual mode. That I think it's a VTC box that it's got inside. It's just stunning.
So Hondas have always been super tunable. That four-cylinder engine is absolutely... Now, this sequence of corners where the left, right, up the short little hill into the... It's very... You had that track walk with Andre and...
It is incredibly challenging, Colin.
Yeah, and placement of the car is really critical. And I think more so in the wet. And we're now starting to get into conditions that I think are really, really difficult to judge because it's kind of drying out. It's half and half. And it's not quite dry yet. We saw Regat did a 43 in the last run. Assuming he had the same amount of go in it, the track's probably got a second, maybe 2 seconds a lap, a run quicker. But it's in that zone of doubt. And do you push, don't you push? And I think we predicted, in talking to some guys in the pit lane, that a lot more cars would have gone off. And I think we've had 2 that have gone off.
Yeah, just 2 that have. And also, I agree with you, these kind of conditions, because there is sort of a line, and if you do go slightly offline, there's so many complications that can happen. All of a sudden, your tyres get cooler. You have the opportunity that you hit some standing water, although it doesn't seem like it, but that you want to be on the other person's line. If it is the same line that you take.
So you just want to be where it's nice and dry.
Where there's the grip.
And the thing with this tar is that the aggregate, the stones are polished smooth. And when they get a little bit damp, they like proper, I was going to say snot, but apparently you're not allowed to say that. It's super, super slippery. Okay, this thing with its 6-cylinder Toyota's engine in it. So the Yamaha that you were looking at, it's got a Yamaha badge in it because Yamaha made the heads.
There we go. Because I went and I said, listen, hold on a second, I'm a little bit confused over here. Is this a Toyota? Yes, I said, but it says Yamaha. Exactly what you said. Yamaha made the heads. It was a project, a collab between the two of them. Sounds magnificent. I mean, to see a Beetle that shape, just driving at that speed with this massive wing and this brutally powerful engine. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, doesn't look at needs to do some work on the handling. That thing they normally use at the drags, and is proper old Peter Joubert. This thing,
I mean, with the AMG, how did they fit that in there?
It was difficult.
I can well imagine. 6.2 litre, 570 horsepower.
But the sound and the grip.
Oh, outstanding.
I think we should just shut it.
And just a road-going car. Well, in the sense that you can drive it on the road.
Yeah, technically you can drive all of these on the road. But they've done an absolutely beautiful job on it.
Yeah.
Pity we haven't got Olin Steenkamp here in his M4 that they sort of... Or Peter's just...
Oopsie. Yep.
Chucked it away.
All right.
I turned away as it happened, but there's our... that thing's got a lot of grunt, just a little bit too much, back steps out. So there'll be a bit of a track clear up now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that we will have an instant replay. because the technical guys know exactly what to do.
Yeah, yellow flag out on the circuit. We will try and get a replay exactly what happened to the Lotus Exige. Full course yellow. At present, they'll go and fix the policeman, just make sure that there's not too much gravel on the track, at least no damage. The car seems fine, driver's fine, and those are always the most important. So we're waiting to get some kind of, we'll get a replay eventually.
So Paul Munro, he'll have to just sit and refocus and chill. And
more than likely, he'll reverse down and then, try and get even one rotation of heat into the tyres before he pulls off in a short while. Hopefully it won't be a long safety car period.
They've got to go and...
These things happen. They've got to check, inspect.
They'll send one of the course cars up there. They'll put those policemen or the markers, they've got springs in them into holes. They'll put new ones in there. And just make sure that there's not too much sand and junk on the road. And then go again. Now he would... Okay, right, here we go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Goes under the bridge. Ooh, loses it under the bridge.
And that was on turn in. I would venture an opinion that he's got a little bit too much brake bias to the back.
Rear bias,
so it was on turn in. The bodywork is nice and strong.
It's
you can see it move.
And the tyres have done their job as well.
Yeah, carbon fibers for the win.
Yeah, 100%. Main thing is no one's injured. And, we'll go get racing as well.
And he will have learned a lot from that as well. Number one, about the car, its looseness on turn in, whether it's brake bias or still using a little bit too much trailing brake as he comes in. But you can see as he turns in...
he loses the rear.
He's got it there,
loses the rear, oversteers it out.
Turn in, oversteer. So it wasn't too much grunt.
Quite a lot of gravel that he's picked up on the left-hand side of the screen, the bottom of your screen. So the marshals will go in there and sweep that all out as well. The policemen, our little bollards, will be replaced. And I would say within the next 10 minutes we'll be back racing.
Got to get that dirt off the line.
Off the racing line. 100%. Looking at what we've had so far, we've had 29 cars, 28 cars that have gone out so far in this practice 3 session. Anton Cronier in the Subaru, 45.2. That four-wheel drive systems, besides the fact that it's just beautifully presented, but significantly, 4.7 seconds quicker than a Turbo S.
Okay, so Anton, that is, he's in my underdog for top 10 of the modified saloon shootout.
Okay.
That thing has got sequential gearbox. It's got horsepowers for days. He's done a lot of work on it. Was testing at Swartkorps, getting the launch right, and so much of the time in this race up the hill is in the launch, the first 100 meters.
Of course.
Or 60 foot, whatever the drag guys talk about, getting it off the line and having the car settled as you're going into turn one. So the four-wheel drive, particularly these Scooby-Doos with all the Motec.
It's so, that's got to be the best four-wheel drive system. No disrespect to Audi. I think the Scooby's four-wheel drive system is unparalleled.
And they sound like really nice as well. I love the turbo cars as the banging on when they've got the launch control going. That banging is controlled explosions in the exhaust manifold to keep the turbo spooled up and make sure that you've got maximum boost as the clutch
as the clutch engages.
Absolutely fascinating.
The one thing, Colin, did you notice on the start line? Yesterday we had all of the running, so of course the rain takes a little bit of the rubber away, but there's still a lot of rubber down.
Yeah.
You see everyone moving off the rubber to get actual road surface as opposed to the sort of slippery rubber that is there.
Not really, because so now you've got a contrast. You've got the rubber. the best grip you can have is rubber on rubber that's laid down onto the tar. So the rubber gets a little bit wet, but the wetness also goes onto those exposed stones that I was talking about, and they become super slippery as well. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
There we go.
The other thing is, as you move over onto the right-hand side, you move off the camber, and because there's so much wheel spin and lack of traction as they're moving now, the cars are moving very sideways. So you might gain a little bit on forward momentum, but you start going sideways and end up needing to pedal the car and being not stable to get the second part of the acceleration going as you're going towards the hill.
100%. We're having a look at just pictures of the pit lane, and if you were looking, I think just a few seconds ago, you would have seen some of the crowd to the right-hand side at the top. Everybody going enjoying refreshments. Of course, there's so much to do, so much to see besides the action. There we go. Look at that, the VIP areas.
If you're anywhere
enjoying themselves.
Anybody near
near here, you got to come. You got to come today and tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely have to come.
And it's just, I really take my hat off to a lot of the drivers that have gone, well, most of the drivers that have gone out today, because the weather prediction for tomorrow, Colin, is going to be clear and dry.
And we know how accurate weathermen are.
Well, I was going to say that. You never know. But the great thing about it is they're out to the entertain.
Yeah.
What we do have is Colin did a bit of a track walk in the dry conditions, and that is what we're anticipating for tomorrow. So let's go and have a look exactly what this track is about, how long it is, how much it elevates, with our very own Colin Hastie.
King of the Hill from 2021, Andre Bezuidenhout, the overall record holder, Peter Zeely, the modified saloon and sports cars. Welcome to King of the Hill from 2021, Andre Bezuidenhout, the overall record holder, Peter Zeely, the modified saloon and sports cars. Welcome to Simola 2022. I thought, as kings, you guys know this road. You both winners. There's 1976 meters going there and 156 odd going upwards. You've come through all your qualifying runs, your test runs, the warm-up on Sunday morning. You've made it through the top 10 final. It's now the most important 40-odd seconds of your life. You hear the cars rolled back. The crowd is here. The sun is shining. It's absolutely magnificent. What's going through your mind?
Well, Colin, firstly, to describe the experience, if you drive into an estate and you see all these speed bumps and you navigate a normal saloon car and you're really not looking forward to it, but you have to get to your girlfriend's house or to home, but you have to do it as quick as possible. And you have a few cakes at the back of the seat that your wife asked you to bring home, and they must be perfect. Simola takes a lot out of you. I think we've got 12 runs until the Sunday, and the moment that you stand here and it's the last run, firstly, everything that you've run, the 11 runs, means absolutely nothing because you've only made it to the table. That's the first thing that one realizes. And you can either stuff it up, the car can break, or this is the last run to glory. And for me, the first thing that happens is I look at my steering wheel and I've got a little print there that says, be there at the end. So no matter what you do, if you're not at the end there, it's all been in vain. So I go quiet. And then the moment that the clutch drop, all hell breaks loose. And as Peter will explain to you, the acceleration in his car and my car is ferocious, but I will let him talk about it.
his late son, Mohammed Dangle, who would be behind the wheel of that car usually. So a fantastic story there. In honour of his son. Dion Jabert, once again a call to see the COC, please, sir. Looks like car 65, that is Dion Jabert. And car 57, just going to run through 57, is Garth McIntosh. In the McLaren, lap times have been invalidated, possibly due to the fact that they have touched one of those orange policemen, as we like to call them. It's an orange, almost sort of pool noodle style marker on the side of the track. If you hit any of those, or just glance any of those, or just scrape by on any of those, your time is negated, and it's deemed invalid because you've exceeded the track limits. See Darren Goodman and Alois Kramanki are on standby, just trying to work out the car ahead of them. Some kind of issue up on the circuit that we are unaware of at this stage. Or they send the next car coming to attack them up. That'll be Gary Martin there in the BMW 250D.
I guess that would be our cue. If the music dries up, then maybe you should start speaking.
I think we were on point.
You were the DJ. I mean, come on. Now.
That's
If the music goes and it finishes cold, you've got to go. Okay, it's us.
Well, clearly, because then people sit there and go, "Oi,
hey,
it's all gone off."
Wake up, you two.
We're at full course yellow at present. They're just clearing a couple of things in terms of the track. The track has got to be as safe as possible for everybody. Looking at the weather there in the far distance, Arnie, it's the coast, and those clouds seem to be rolling in again. But we've still got one more free practice session today, and I think we've got more than one quali. during the course of the day. I'm just going to.
You're right. You're quite right. It is so. You are indeed right. Qualifying round 1 should start around about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got 3 rounds.
3, and then the last one at 4. So you're actually quite right.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you very much. What a team
crew.
we have.
What a crew we've got. Donkey Peter, you're a star. So there you go. The practice rounds have now come and gone, almost all of them. Got one last one to go, and then it is lunchtime, and then at 2, qualifying round numero 1.
Yeah. Which is going to be pretty hairy.
Well, look, you spoke about the clouds. Now, that shot of ours that they've called Zoom Squeeze on the left-hand side, those look imminently pregnant. They don't look well at all.
Yeah.
And they look like they could cry on our parade very soon. Let's hope it doesn't, because we've just managed to sort of get the road surface semi-dry, like 70% dry.
Yeah, which is great, and everyone going out there and pushing it a little bit harder. We saw the Lotus Exige unfortunately go off, so it's still pretty wet in various areas. But this is about it. You know, we saw it yesterday in yesterday's sessions. As you get further into during the course of the day, you do push a little bit harder. You want to try and find the limits of the car and of yourself. You know, an unnecessary delay at the moment, so we want to get the action out there. We've had, I think, 20-odd cars that have gone out. Yeah, well, actually 30 cars that have gone out in this free practice 3 session. Anton Prunier in the Scooby, he's quickest at a 45.3.
That's
all right. Looks like
that is rapid under these conditions. You've got, and that was what, half an hour ago.
Yeah.
So that is unbelievably quick, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, Farouk Dangor is sitting waiting at the line, as mentioned. I was.
Weren't you saying earlier he's someone who scared you in the car once? Hey?
No.
Okay.
He's just such a wonderful man, and he's back here, and he's racing in tribute to his son, who was tragically killed a couple of years ago. So just had quite a long chat with him in the pit lane a short while ago. And it's just great to see him here. He's very, very emotional, but he's ready for it. He said last year he couldn't come. He just was too emotional. This year he's here, and it's great to see him. He's just such a wonderful man. Had a great career himself in terms of racing in this beautifully prepared Nissan. He's got ridiculous power as well. So hopefully they open up the track and we get him going. Here we go.
650 horsepower, 800 newton meters, and 1,650 kilograms of steel and just machinery galore. Look at it.
Yeah, just beautiful. I mean, these Nissans are so spectacular. This is the previous generation. It's the R32.
R34 GT.
R34 GT. So, it's 21 years old.
The fans call it Godzilla.
Oh, without a doubt. They are just so special.
Here is Gary Martins in his M250D Beamer. And the only X-Drive F22 in South Africa. Only 50 F22 M2 conversions worldwide. I mean, and here's one. We're watching it. That's just such a special privilege.
It is. And I mean, that's 447 kilowatts of power in this diesel. I mean, it's just crazy what these guys are bringing through to Simola this year.
Oh, you've got a little bit of smoke going there, but don't you love how that thing squats on the tarmac? It just really sits down.
Yeah. Beautifully designed and engineered cars.
Yeah.
We've got another one of the Nissans going out there. Of course, we've got the whole Van Zumeren family out here this weekend. One R32, 2 R34s. And these guys, I mean, they also just love their racing. So great to see them out there.
Top of the screen, Darren Goodmans is the man there. So Nissan R32 is what he's in. That car is 30 years old this year now. Oh, here we go. Scribanti. And this thing, here's another thing that is absolutely terrifying.
I was just talking to Aldo just now, and Michael Stephen as well, who's prepared the car. And Michael, I said, geez, that was a good run, Aldo. And Michael said to me, he said, yeah, I forgot to put the power steering on. Aldo says he came into turn 2, and all of a sudden the thing was so heavy. And I went, Michael,
you're joking,
really?
Man.
You do that? I
did it deliberately.
Yeah, I've just had news from our producer, Peter has just said Jody and Martin unfortunately withdrawn from the Van Zumeren, so we only got Wade. But he's in the R34, and he's probably the craziest out of all of them as well. So it's at least we got one of them here today.
Reggie Roots, Richard Roots in that beautifully turned out Nissan GTR R35, and what an honor. I've finally gotten to shake his dad's hands. The Quiz extraordinaire filmmaker Roots. I was just such an honor to have him come visit with us here yesterday. It really was absolutely, it was a thrill for me, I must be honest. Giovanni Fantin in the Audi RS3. 1,100 horsepower.
I mean, how do they do this in these kind of engines? It's just wonderful. Aldo in his Audi has just gone second. He's 10th. Reggie's just gone fastest.
There we go. Top of the class.
42.9. That is pretty serious. Here is, well, I suppose one of the craziest looking cars you will ever see. I remember when it made its debut in 2019, everyone just went, really? Franco Scribante in his Nissan GTR. Well, not perfect off the line, but this should be very close with Reggie. They sort of, in the free practice so far, they won all when it comes to their times. But yeah, Franco mentioned earlier a little bit of a misfire after session 1. Hopefully they've ironed that out, but he didn't get off the line fantastically.
No,
so
he was kind of looking for the point where he really could get drive, and he missed it just a little, I think. So the amazing thing for me is over the last 2 or 3 years that Colin and I have been working together here, he calls it the Kraken, and I call it the hammerhead shark. That's what it looks like to me. It is another one of those vehicles which, if it catches you alone at 2 o'clock in the morning in a dark alley, I'm running. I'm out of there.
Listen, he's a second quicker than Reggie Roots.
Wow.
And I'll be honest, I don't think he had the best launch. So I think there's still a lot to come. Probably 6 or 7 seconds.
I was just going to say that launch alone is 2 seconds gone.
Yeah. So, and I mean, the track is not dry by any stretch of the imagination. But I think there's a good 36 or 37 in that Nissan in dry conditions.
So this is Matthew Campbell in the Harper. This is a 4.2 litre car and 220 kilowatts, and she's light at 750 kg, so not at all heavy. Her name is Edith, after his late grandmother.
And Jim Page has just sent me a message on Facebook on the live stream saying, hey, you need to call it Craig Harper and Matthew Campbell. Both are racing Harper cars designed and built by Craig.
There you go.
And they're driven from Cape Town to Simola to race.
Here's Mr. Rui Campos, who was victorious yesterday and second on the podium overall. The first, he was so proud to tell us, the first hard top several times with his Porsche.
Yes.
And this, to me, is another beautiful car. It's always turned out spotlessly. It's the Shelby Can-Am Ford 5-litre 1990 model.
I mean, that's incredible to think. 32 years old. It was a brilliant series in its day, the Shelby Can-Ams. So wonderful to see it out there. Here is Craig Harper. Yeah, and they've driven these cars from Cape Town here.
Designed
just wonderful.
And built in Slaapstad. I mean Kaapstad.
Yeah, just amazing. So thank you for that information, Jim. Much appreciated. Just going back to our times, still currently fastest man, Franco Scribante, 42 dead. And a good 9/10 quicker than Reggie Roots.
Incredible that this Harper has only got a 1.6 litre Toyota engine in it, and it is flying along. It's going nicely. Again, that the low slung cars, they whoa, look at him go. He threw that in and out. Oh, that is beautifully done.
Yeah, there we go. That turning oversteer. But listen, it might only be a 1600, but I can tell you it weighs about 800 kilos or 900 kilos.
He's batting nicely. Yeah. So here again, one of the first of the single seaters, and this is Byron Mitchell in the Reynard, the Formula VW. This car also is already 18 years old.
Yeah.
Megan Verlaque in that Suzuki. Now, she finished 10th last year overall.
Look at that thing off the line.
It chucks. You have no idea how quick that thing is at launch, because there's nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just completely light, and those little wheels on there as well.
It's lighter than the jacket you're wearing.
It looks like a moon rocket.
It does.
But she's having such a ball out there as well. This Formula VW of Byron Mitchell, I tell you, we've got to watch out for it. It's just under 43.8.
There you go.
I think there's a lot that's going to come. Andrew Rackstore. Rax Straw, the GTC driver as well, and another one of the Formula VWs prepared by Piazza Musso. This guy's a great little young racing driver. So here we go, getting off the line, smoke in those rear tyres. Oh, too much, too much.
Didn't catch it properly. Just did not release it properly. This car was built by Renard, if you want to do it the right way, in France all those years ago, and it still is so beautiful.
Yeah, it had some battery issues actually earlier this morning. They replaced the battery, so it should be okay. One of the Lotus 7s, with the Toyota engine in there, 145 kilowatts, 700 kilos. You do the power to weight ratio on that. That is a serious amount of power, and those rear wheels just light up.
Tom Barrett is off the line. Oh, fuss. You've got to be careful.
Yeah.
It was also going, would you like the two-step?
I tell you, there's no traction control in these cars. If it gets sideways, you've got to catch it.
It's raw. raw. And again, as you were saying, he lights up those back wheels. He certainly did. Didn't quite get the drive that he wanted off the line either. It may very much still be that there's water here
plenty
on the line where the rubber is. So you're not getting that grippiness which propels you off.
I totally agree. I think it's still very, very damp. It's not wet, but it's not dry.
It's not what you're looking for.
Not ideal conditions as yet. But as you know, if the weather stays like this, it should well dry up for our qualifying sessions after lunch this afternoon.
Let's hope so, because I really think the boys are itching to let it rip. And the boys and girls, let's put it that way as well. Here he comes over the line is Tom Barrett in the Lotus 7 with its Toyota engine.
Well, one of the cars has pulled out, one of the single seaters. That's the Formula Renault. Andrew Schofield in that Formula Renault. That's a car you got to watch out for. All right.
That is
car number 2, Robbie Walk.
The bull beam.
Oh my word, listen to that. Look how detached that rear wing is from this. Listen to it.
Oh no, brings back memories of Formula One racing right in your own backyard. Really, that is just too good. It's too good. Do it again.
And in the hands of Robbie Walk. Whoa! It's very wide over there. It takes a little bit of the water, but the rear wing so far detached from the rest of the car. It is a pull beam. It's an Infinity engine in there, 580 horsepower, but it's probably only about 800 kilograms as well. So let's see what Robbie Walk can do on his first run here. Well, 45.3, so not as fast as we would have expected.
That little twitch cost him. That must have cost him quite a bit. That car won the British Hillclimb, that chassis, 4 times. So it's a car that was purpose built for this. But here is the champion, 4-time champion, and Advocate Poseidon is on the way. Look, there still is that smoke or is that water?
That's water, and
wide, very wide.
Oh! But I tell you, a totally different entry point to what Robbie Walk did.
But Sash, there's something on that corner there, because that's where Robbie also had his little twitch, the first twitch. And here's the other one where Andre did that well.
Definitely pushing a little harder. And just went to go and have a chat to him, because they had this really peculiar incident yesterday. He goes
40.8.
Whoa!
Oh, that's massive.
I think he's basically just said to everybody, gents, ladies,
let me show you.
I'm here.
Let me show you. I've come to compete. Remember that he went 34.9 in September last year at an average speed of just a tad. I mean, honestly, a breadth of an eyelid at 195 k's an hour. It is just insane.
Yeah.
And he's the sweetest man off the track. I spoke with him yesterday. He's got this. His little girl had a little spill and she hurt her knee, and he walked her down to the doctor, and he's gentle and soft, and you think to yourself, but how is this man, who is so soft and sweet, such an animal in that car?
Yeah, he's just such. I was having a chat to him. He's just just come back from Africa Burn. He took his Frisco little Porsche, old classic Targa with him. He says nobody ever thought that the Porsche would get there. He says he had the best time. You know, and he's just the most remarkable man. The funniest thing is, he has somebody on his phone whose name is also Sasha. Arnie, so every other day, and clearly Sasha, this other Sasha on his phone is, I think, an interior designer or office, somebody who does something with furniture.
Yeah.
And then once in a while, more often than not, he actually gets it wrong. So he sends me all of these pictures of his offices or something that he needs done. And then, and when I saw him now, he says, "Oh, Sasha. Oh, man.
Sorry, man.
I'm sorry I always sent you that. I find it very entertaining.
Why don't you just go into the furniture business?
Well, I think next time I'm going to advise on him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Help with the interior decorating.
And then I will advise and say, okay, Andre, you owe me. And being the top advocate in South Africa, he might do me a favor one day.
I think you've got to be very careful there, okay?
That's a lot of money, I think.
Yeah, no, you're talking with the legal fraternity here. Be careful. Just listen to me. I've got experience here. We're going to take a quick break as the cars come down the hill, and we'll be back with a lot more from the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb.
Move smart with dual jet engine tech in the new gen Suzuki Celerio. Smart with ABS, EBD, dual airbags, and ESP in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Saturday's Supercar Shootout. The modified saloon, sports cars and single-seaters all stake their claim for the 12th King of the Hill title.
smart with auto stop start in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Be lining up now, as you can see, cars lining up for free practice 4, the final practice session of the morning. We'll then go into a lunch break with some lunchtime entertainment courtesy of Suzuki and Monster Energy. Jason Webb is itching to get out on track, I'm sure, as is Alan John Fenter. Lunchtime entertainment will take us up until about 10 to 2, and then at 2 o'clock we kick off with the official runs of qualifying round 1, round 2 and round 3 this afternoon for King of the Hill here at Simola 2022.
So the final free practice numero 4 is on the way. And you've got to just look at this little car and think it is very, very nice looking. The livery is beautiful. It stands out.
It's and they're so much fun to drive. They really, really are. These little Suzuki Swifts. We had Brendan saying, and it's one of their best sellers. It's just a fantastic car. And here's the second one going out.
Race number 79. That's Ruben van Niekerk in another one of the Swift Sports. It's only a 1.4, but it delivers 103 kilowatts.
Yeah,
it's no slouch.
No, I got the little turbo in it, the twin pipes at the back. In those Suzuki colours, and we spoke about, that's the livery of their MotoGP cars, and sure, I think everyone's a little bit shattered by it.
Taken aback, actually, in a certain way, because we all grew up with Suzuki being one of the trustworthy names when it comes to bikes. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, it is. You never know what manufacturers are going to do in the world of motorsport. And unfortunately, it does happen. We got first of the Porsches that are out on circuit. Sean McKay in the magnificent Porsche GT3, 360 horsepower, 3.6 litre. I think it's a 992 spec. I get so confused. 1 minute it's 991, then it's 996, then they go 992. Guys, can't you just do it sequentially? To stop confusing us. Please stop confusing us.
Although, let's now be honest, we work in television. It's easy to confuse us. It doesn't take a lot. Okay?
I suppose. The two Suzuki Swifts, round about 56.9 and a 58.6. We got our scrutineer and clerk of the course. Sparky's going to come and talk to us, tell us what's been going on. Sparky, a bit of a challenging day with the weather, but all things considered, things going fantastically.
It's going really well.
Hold on, sorry.
Let's just see. I think we may have. There we go. Let's try that.
There we go.
That should do it.
Sorry, sir.
Right. Going really well. Obviously, drying conditions for our competitors out there.
Yeah.
But it's drying out very quickly now. So now the choice of what tyres they use, etc., comes into play.
Well, this is their last session before they go into the quali, and sometimes you've got to take that risk, but you do have 3 qualies this afternoon and another couple tomorrow. So it's a tough choice to make right now.
Well, it's going to be some interesting choices.
Yeah.
But right now, it looks like it could be time for them to swap to slicks, and let's see what the times do.
Well, there we go. Franco Di Matteo is the only one he's only got slick tyres, so he's either going to have to go now, or he's just got to hope that the weather dries out more.
Well, they've got to hope that now, and I think it's almost time to go to slicks.
Yeah.
Sparky, I'm very interested to hear the conditions at the start line there. How much is it still, I don't want to say wet, damp, where the rubber is, so the guys can't get the launch off the line that they'd like to get? How is that affecting things?
Well, again, drivers are knowing what they're doing. There is a dry line forming and they've got to look for it. But yes, you're right. While it's wet on the rubber, there will be no grip. So ideally you want to line up just off where the rubber was left from the cars yesterday.
Sparky, behind the scenes, a lot of people, they see the pictures, watching us on the live stream, and everything looks fantastic. Have you had any other kind of challenges besides weather today and one or two spills on the track?
No, we've had actually no incidents at all. I think the drivers have been pretty well behaved. And
for a change?
For a change, yes. We've had one or two guys pushing the limits a little bit, and of course hitting our policemen. So they need to just get themselves in line and focus before qualifying starts shortly.
Yeah, and it's incredible the amount of people, the spectators here again, seeing people out here coming to enjoy it, even in these kind of wettish kind of conditions. Just wonderful to see that energy.
Fantastic to see our spectators back. And it's great to see the turnout we've got. I'm seeing people, young people from all around the country here today. So, yes, numbers look good, and the people that come out to support the event, I think it's fantastic.
Let's get a bit personal and up close to Sparky Bright. When did you start with your love affair for the sport of ours?
I unfortunately was born into the sport by my father and my parents. So I've been involved for all my life, I'd say.
And how old are you now, Sparky? Come tell us. Come. You're between friends. No, it's only rude when it's a woman. It's not rude when it's the guy.
I'm a now 64 baby.
There you go. Yeah, right.
No, I've been involved. I've actually had the opportunity to work in factory teams. Spent many years, as people know, as Opel Motorsport.
Yeah.
And now back onto the MSA and working with the federations.
And what keeps you coming back and doing the work that you do?
It's a passion, I would say. And we need more younger people coming in with the same passion now. And Motorsport South Africa are putting a huge drive into that. We encourage people out there. There are webinars, and they contact Motorsport South Africa's head office. They can attend webinars, various roles in motorsport, and we really encourage youngsters out there. It's been my passion. I've done it. My kids have done it.
Yeah.
Fortunate to have a son that's just gone overseas to work in Europe in a motorsport team. So, yeah, I think we encourage young people. And motorsport's not about just the racing driver or rider. There's many opportunities in motorsport worldwide for them to
and also the unsung heroes, people like yourselves, the marshals, the administrators, all of those kind of people. So many people go, oh well, I want to be freaking Max Verstappen, or I want to be Franco Scribante. Not everybody can. You need somebody who's the mechanic. You need somebody who can change the tire. You need somebody who knows the technology. There's so many different aspects of motorsport, and I echo your sentiment. We need more youngsters coming in who've got the passion and are prepared to go and work at it. Everyone knows instant gratification. Oh, no, 1 year, thank you for the job, I need to move on. You go, whoa, hold on. It doesn't work like that.
Well, you're right. And, there's a school in Utenhage, now known as Karika, called the Daniel Pienaar Technical High School. 18 years ago, we started a motorsport program with them. Motorsport is a school sport. Being a technical school, I believe it's the right place for it to happen.
Yes.
And we encourage other schools to follow suit.
That's brilliant.
To provide opportunities for the young people out there today. And as you say, motorsport is a job for everybody. Engineers, machinists, electronics, there is so much to do. And the game is official. So for young people out there watching this, it's a career. There's wonderful careers in South Africa and moving abroad, all around the world.
Yeah, and it can open doors for you overseas, as you were saying, that you would never have imagined in all sorts of ways and fashions. But you have to step through the South African door here. You've got to put up your hand and say, listen, what do I do? So what is the first step? If a youngster's watching this and they're going, I'd like to get involved, I love motorsport, what do they do next from watching this?
I would encourage them to contact Motorsport South Africa's head office, speak to the many good people that work inside there. They would guide them to what they could be involved in as official. And for youngsters out there to realise we've just got two of our South African Protea colours, boys being Gennaro Bonafide, who's leaving to BMW, Jason Bright, who's just gone to Hyundai World Motorsport. And I can tell you, there's other South Africans we know out there that have gone there.
Yeah.
Andy Dawes is another one.
Yeah.
He's a guy who was a machinist.
Well, think of Gordon Murray. There's one of the best examples that you've got of a South African who's done the most incredible things in the sport.
We have, I unfortunately forget his name, we have a youngster who's working directly with Mercedes AMG on the Formula One engine. Together with Lewis Hamilton, who's just joined them. You know, besides that, we've also got our racing drivers, the likes of Jordan Pepper, the two Van der Linde brothers, and countless more that are also plying their trade internationally, and they started here.
Exactly.
That's the thing. So start here, and you never know. The world's a small place.
Absolutely. Who is the doc who's always in the safety car?
Oh, Alan van der Merwe.
Alan van der Merwe,
he's in the medical
in the
car.
medical car.
Yeah.
So there's another one.
Yeah.
You know, there's just so many opportunities.
So I encourage youngsters to really want to get involved in motorsport. Maybe they can't afford or cannot be in a racing car or motorcycle, but to join us in other avenues, as you guys say.
Yeah, absolutely. There's opportunity aplenty, and the big thing about it too is you can actually donate some of your time and get a foot in the door by becoming one of the marshals or one of the officials who do an integral part of keeping the sport safe and regulating things.
100%. And as we said again, repeating ourselves, there's so many avenues, and it can be enjoyable. It's a good environment, and even to parents out there, it's a safe environment. It's a beautiful environment to bring your children into.
Yeah.
And it smells amazing.
And it sounds amazing.
It smells amazing. It sounds amazing. Get involved in motorsport. I promise you'll never ever regret it.
Says a man who uses diesel as aftershave.
Yeah. Listen, congrats on your son. Working at Hyundai International. Fantastic. And hopefully I'll send you a ticket here and there to go and see some of the events that they that participate in.
Well, I think between myself and Vito Bonafide, we've paid high school fees, the Van der Lindes.
You owed.
These children need to pay us.
Can I ask you to speak to my kids as well, please?
Yeah.
I will do that for you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Sparky Bright, who is the man in charge of the race course itself and all the racing drivers starting off and launching from the line. Sparky, thanks so much for your time. Always a pleasure to chat with you.
Thanks for having me in and giving us the opportunity. Well done, guys. Let's keep it up.
Absolutely, will do. So that's Sparky Bright, who is the clerk of the course, and his job is all important. And in fact, it can't happen with so many other people such as Sparky, who do an amazing job all the time. So the racing is fully underway now, and this is the last of the free practices. So the free practice gives you one last opportunity to really work things out, look at the last lines, what works for the car, etc., etc., etc. And there's just so much that you can still do. And now, of course, conditions are not ideal because it's not warm enough yet, but it's better, much better.
A lot better than it was. We're still watching more of the production kind of cars, so going to be very interesting, and hopefully we get one or two close-ups once we get the racing cars that come to see if we actually have anybody going out on the slick tire, because it's that fine little line. Do you have a go? It's not like a circuit though, Arnie, where you sit and say, okay, well, let's go round, and if it doesn't feel good, you've got to make that decision and commit to it
and
as
stick.
well.
Yeah. Pun intended. So let's talk for a second or two just about the categories, the various classes. So there's category A, which is A1 through to A7 and A8. So the 4 cylinders, the road saloons, and then A8 all the way through to alternative energy. Then the B1 through to B7. The racing cars, there's the naturally aspirated ones, the 2-wheel drives, the 4-wheel drives, 5 cylinders, 6 cylinders.
Oh,
8
my
cylinders.
word, that's a big hill. That's a huge crash.
Oh, my word, that is massive.
It is the Audi, the RS Q3. That is a huge crash that has just happened. Wow. Red flag. And that is definitely going to close off the session. This is going to be a long time. Marshall's getting to the scene. Let's hope the driver is okay. That is a horrible crash.
That's the same spot where the MG GBT went off yesterday. Almost exactly into the same spot.
Yeah, and that is a big one. I mean, that rolled about 3 or 4 times. That is a nasty accident that has taken place here at the Simola Hillclimb. The Audi, it was the RSQ3. I'm just trying to go through my notes to find.
That is horrible. You hate seeing that. My stomach is really not feeling well after that. That is it. Well, there's the driver. He's come out. That we are so thankful for.
I think it's Udo de Burgess. I think I'm stand under correction, but I think the most important thing, driver is out of the car.
He's okay,
and I'm sure the recovery vehicles will get up there as soon as possible.
Here's the most. It was massive. No, that took your breath away and made you feel sick to your stomach. Actually, here is the most amazing thing. That a horrible crash like that at 170 k's an hour, it's a big flip. Some of the car parts have come off, and he opens the door and he gets out. It's a testament to how incredibly safe the sport has become in a very unsafe environment.
And also just the manufacture of cars, because this is a standard road going car, and that you know, one doesn't want to think of the past, but. Fortunately, all okay. Medical attention on their way. We've got our various safety cars that are there, and it's going to be a long red flag.
This is going to be very
Here it comes
long.
Again.
Let's watch.
All looking okay, and then he loses it. Loses the back.
Oh man!
Oh, that's a nasty crash.
That's 5 turns.
Yeah, that's a horrible crash.
Right into that big tree on the right-hand side as well, which luckily stopped the momentum.
Yeah.
But again, you look at that and you play that to anyone and you go, did the guy live or not? And most people would go, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then he gets out the car. It is, and here's one of I've heard so many people over all the years go, this sport is stupid. It shouldn't be allowed. It's a waste of petrol. Okay. And the reason, there we go. Let's take another look at it in double slow-mo. Just lost the back completely, and then hits that bank, and when the tail comes down, it flips it that second bank, and that really 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one up against the big tree at the back there. Look at what it's done to that tree.
Yeah, that's a nasty crash. I don't think it's Udo, because Udo's on the timesheet sitting in 4th place.
I think it is, because this is Women's mommy wagon in that Audi RSQ3. Yeah. I'm convinced it is him. I think you got it spot on right. Yeah. So in any case, the point for me is, the reason that a man walks away from a wreck like that is because of motorsport and the amount of testing that has gone into motorsport to make it safe to have a cage in there, a safety cell, which keeps you from serious harm.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's also the one thing that we have always got to remind everybody. Motorsport is an incredibly dangerous sport, and no matter how talented you are, how good you are, there's certain things that can happen. Something can break on the car, you could make a mistake, and these accidents do happen. So, fortunately, it seems as though he's okay. The car's just a car. Let's just remember that as well. It can be fixed, or it can be scrapped. It's just one of those things. Main thing, he's okay.
I think Colin may want to talk to us about this one as well, who is down in the pits. Colin Hasty, speak to us, please, will you? Colin there? No, I'm afraid not at the moment. We'll wait for him to come through. He is there. Well, we've had 1 or 2 communication problems.
Communication is an issue, and especially with a whole lot of things. And apparently, when the sun starts to come out and the clouds go away and the rain stops, it gets worse. The good news, and I'm just glad that guys can walk away from that thing. But the good news is if we go down here and we have a look at this, we know that when it goes light grey, it is dry. The second part of the good news is we know, when we come through here, and we'll have a look at what's going on to the tires here. And that is an Avon slick tire. So that is absolutely magnificent. So we're super, super happy about that. The other thing we're super happy about, Wade Van Zimmeren, brand spanking new car. He hasn't been out at all in this car yet. It is a complete rebuild, brand new engine, brand new chassis, new body. It's an RB26, they say, but I believe it's about 3.2 liters. It's a two-wheel drive. He's had it on slicks, and just in the earlier discussions that we had with the team, is that he's going to go up the hill now quietly and gently. But we know it's Wade Van Zimmeren in this thing. The question is, does Wade Van Zimmeren know how to go up this hill quietly? Massive bits of aero again, so they've concentrated on two things. Number one, super lightweight. It is a space frame chassis. It's actually built on what was an old Westbank V8 chassis. Super lightweight body, lots of aero, and underneath here, mega horsepowers that he's got. And in there, an absolutely crazy, fantastic driver with car control like you cannot believe. So they'll get it a little bit warmer now, and once the mess up the hill is sorted out, they'll come and have a go. But you've got to love this blue. Last year, you'll remember, it was a bright yellow car, and we called him the cone man because he smashed all the cones going up the hill in his last run on the Sunday. The sound here is just glorious. So Andre de Bruyn's car, he's got his slicks on it. We're in that period now where the wet line is gone. It's dry now. But get it off camber, and that last corner where the Audi went off has got a lot of negative adverse camber on the outside. I don't know whether that happened or not, but you've got to stick to the line. This first run on the slicks, we're probably going to see some times or the aggression come down a bit because risks are absolutely too high. We've got one more practice run, and then we've got 3 of the qualifying runs to go today. So that's going to be exciting. He ran. The other news was that Peter Zeely did run earlier. Let's just check to see what he's got on the thing. No, he's still got weights on it. But here's Peter. Let's just quickly ask him. Team photo. Peter, you've still got weights on it. Isn't it time for slicks?
I'm not going out now. I'll wait for the qualifying runs. But I'm not sure. I think it's time for semi-slick.
Okie dokes. Right, that's Peter Zeely. Let's see what Darby is saying. He did go just now. We'll quickly get to Darby. Darby, you going to run it with slicks now?
I haven't looked at that. We're still busy sorting out the issue that we had with the boost on the first time. But I think we still got the weights on.
What was your issue with the boost?
It just wouldn't boost. So it went into limp mode because of it didn't go back to zero. The calibration was out.
But you'll get it sorted out. That's what all practice is about. You've got Dr. Martin on the case.
Correct. That's the right one.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, so there's still some doubt what we're going to do, where we're going to go. Next cars to go out. Adrian Dalton is still to go out. Let's go and walk down here and see who we can talk to as we just zip in and out of the traffic over here. Adrian, it looks like you're being brave with the slicks.
I don't think so. I think we're ready. I think if you look over there, it's, as you mentioned just now when you came past, it's looking pretty dry. Maybe 1 or 2 little rivers up there. But other than the rivers, I think we're ready for the slicks, eh?
Oh, it's a lovely time when you've got proper grip on these things, eh?
Well, and let's hope we've got it.
Good luck. Let's hope they've got it. Now, we were talking about the maddest VW in the history of the world.
Thank you.
Venant,
Yes.
open the bonnet for us,
Guys,
please.
Can we open a bonnet quickly?
And just tell us,
Open a bonnet, yeah.
for a beetle,
Yes.
just why?
Why? Because who doesn't love a Beetle?
And who doesn't love a 1JZ?
Exactly. Reliability. This car was built basically within 3 months. When I got approved, the 3 workshops came together and we put it together.
So you basically had the idea of, here's a concept car, will they approve it, and enter it, and boom.
Yes.
And how have you gone so far this morning?
At this point, I'm just taking it slow, getting seat time with the car. As it's drying up, I'll push a little bit harder and harder. But today only, I just want to get the feel of the car. Maybe this afternoon we'll put on slicks and, tire warmers and press hard.
Basically try and get through the day unscratched, learn as much as you can, and have a go tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
Live to fight tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
Lovely stuff. Good luck. And thanks for bringing the craziness of a front-engine Toyota Beetle.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Love it. Absolutely love the craziness. Senor Giancarlo, how are you?
I am very well. Yourself?
Fabulous, thanks. So wet up the hill.
Very much so. We did one run up. Second run, we were in a bit of a limp mode. I don't think the Lambos used to be put in the wet weather settings, so it's a different experience. I can't lie. Car, I don't think likes it. I don't think any of us do. But we were praying for rain because we were hoping to bring the fights to the top 10. At least with the naturally aspirated 4-wheel drive. But I think maybe we're bit off a little bit more than we can chew. But we're busy sorting the cars out. We've got a fantastic team. Brought the whole family, the wife down. Yeah, it is so amazing to bring the family down again to the hill climb.
What a beautiful experience this place is with the social aspect of it. Lots of friends meeting. In a non-track racing, there's a different vibe at a track racing thing. Here, it's kind of a little bit more friendly.
It is. It's very much more social. The fact that we can bring our wives and our families and our kids back to our kids are not here, but we can come back to this event and we can enjoy the atmosphere around with everybody. It's so much better. The track racing is a bit more serious. Everybody's wanting to know what this has been done, what's been done there and that. And here it's just you lay your cards out. We get to enjoy our social time with everybody else, and it's just amazing. I mean, you get to interact with the other drivers more than what you would be at a normal race day, and it's one of the most appealing things for the hill climb. That's why we will be back every year. We love this place.
Lovely stuff. When is it time to put slicks on it?
So, learned a little trick last year when we arrived. We were watching Sholorangi's, and Sholorangi's ran the whole day on wet weathers. So we're going to give it a run on wet weathers now. It is dry.
Even though it's dry?
It is drying, yeah. Nice dry line now. It would be time, but I think it could be still a little bit too cold for them. We're not going to get, because we lose our temperature by the time we get to the front there. So I think qualifying 3, we're going to crack out a slick, but we're going to go with a gamble. Qualifying 1, qualifying 2. We're going to go with wet weathers. They're on tire blankets now, and I think it might be an added advantage for now. So, yeah.
Time will tell.
Time will definitely tell. It's a bit difficult also being 4-wheel drive. Yeah. It's you get a false sort of reading. Especially, we're not producing the power that some of these other guys are producing. But the Lambo's a nimble little car up here. So let's see. I think wet weathers, qualifying 1, qualifying 2. Hopefully the rain gods stay away for now. And full-blown slicks for qualifying 3, eh?
Go, Ricky, go. Good luck.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you very much.
Got to love the backwards and forwards and what do they do, what don't they do with the horsepowers. And a little bit down here. Let's go and find... No, we can't find there. Let's find Captain Grumpy because he's done one run. Graham Nason, come here, please. I'm busy. Come and talk to us, man.
Talking to enthusiasts, right?
Thanks for interruption. Graham, you finally got to have a run up the hill.
Yeah, what an amazing little motor car. It's just absolutely awesome.
You were hoping that it was going to stay wet for a long time.
Absolutely. I was hoping it would rain all day because she really did very well in the water and I was feeling out the grip, but there was a lot more in the water for this. Oh, no, I'm not supposed to say that because my team will go, well, why didn't you use it? But there was a lot more water, a lot more in me and confidence and in the tires. But now it's a do we go wet or dry type of situation. And unfortunately, as you can see, the wet or dry scenario is that...
I think he's bugged. I think he's bugged.
Come on, Reggie's got slicks, huh?
No, but Reggie's got massive balls. Huge.
Well, apparently they're legendary. He's got
four-wheel drive.
I thought you were going to say you got 4 balls.
Reggie's in a different league. But yeah, I'm loving this little car. Great to be back, and it's a habit I must pick up again. I love it.
What, being back or?
Racing cars, driving cars.
I tell you what, once you start, it's a problem, eh?
Yeah, the virus just doesn't go away, and it's a lovely virus. Love it.
Yeah, it is.
It kills me.
So, Reggie, you are on slicks.
Yeah, I didn't know we had a choice.
All right, no, because this is serious stuff. This is not just that. No, we don't joke. It's a serious program, please.
Focused like a locust now.
Okay, so slicks.
Wets. Now we're going to go slicks.
And you're going to wind the booster?
All the boost, all of it.
Because that's the only way to go.
It's the only way. Get all the horses back in the stable.
Close the stable door now.
Slideways is the best way.
It's the only way.
Guys, have fun. Thank you very much for chatting. It's looking just beautiful.
Mike's done a superb job. Mike Ellis just built a beautiful motor car, and my thanks to VW for helping us, and we hopefully can do some stuff for a front wheel drive on the hill.
Going to be interesting. You said that you want to set a new front wheel drive record. In the dry, what's your target?
I'm aiming at a 43, but I think realistically a 44 flat would be where we're going. You know, the difference between 44.0 and 43.96 is a long way on this hill.
But still, so you're looking, let's call it a 44. Winning time last year was 40 point something.
Yeah, it was.
Overall winning time?
Yeah, it was overall. Look, with a front wheel drive, we lose a lot in traction off the line. Probably about a second straight off the, out the go. So we're going to push it quite hard, and we'll see what it'll do.
But you legendary in terms of wringing 600 horsepower out of that little engine.
No, we haven't gone there.
Okay, so 500.
A front wheel drive with 600 horsepower is just pointless. It just doesn't want to stay on the road.
So what would you say the maximum feasible horsepower on a front wheel drive car is?
On a circuit, I wouldn't go much more than 400 horses. About 280, 270, 280 kilowatts is still controllable for a front-wheel drive on a racetrack. But in a straight line, obviously, I know they're getting way more out of those things than what we are now. But straight line drag racing, we can get lots more.
Go, Graham. Great to see you smiling again. We'll have to not call you grumpy anymore.
Yeah, I was grumpy this morning, but according to old Curvis from Sparko, after my run, I came back to life, and it was a much better boy. Less grumpy.
He's come back to life. You've got a Sparko sticker on the car and an OMP overall.
Yeah, well,
Curvis will be happy.
No, Curvis is not happy, but timing unfortunately didn't make it so that he could get me an overall, and I've got to first.
Because he needed to get you an extra large.
No, extra fat. I've got to get him to spell properly first before I let him make my suit.
Graham, Nathan, thanks.
Pleasure.
What a guy. You can sit and talk for days. So here we spoke about size does matter. For those of you who thought that a VW grille was rude, the BMW new M Series grille was rude because it was so big. Nissan said, hold my tequila, and it's got the ginormity of the whole vehicle. The secret to this vehicle is this little device on the top here. This is a supercharger, roots type blower. So it's got 2 bits and pulley driven off the end of the crank. It's got 2 things that make lots of pressures into the engine. And when you put more air, you need more fuel, because an engine is just a pump that pumps an explosive mixture through it. You pump more of it, makes more horsepowers. So there's the Nissan. It is. So I'm standing up. I'm not an anti-giant, and you can see it's kind of higher than my head. So there's the real height of this thing. It is a behemoth, an absolute giant. McLarens we love.
We're now going to start testing the limits of communications again. We also love Ford's finest V8's power, and then we want to talk about some electrics. But before we get to electrics, we've got Jeff Goddard. Jeff, from a competitor's point of view, are they behaving themselves today?
For the most part, yes. Yeah. We're very pleased this year about the apex markers that we've revised. We've made them better. We've optimized them, and we're getting very little competitors touching them, or they're getting dislodged more easily than they should have been, that type of thing. So we're very happy with them. I've just found time now just walk up and down and just chat to a few people that normally I engage with purely by email, and it's nice to see the face behind the email.
It's also nice to see the white clouds start disappearing. You're a yachter, a yachtsman, do they call it?
Yes, a yachtsman, indeed.
A yachtsman.
A gentleman yachtsman.
A gentleman yachtsman, a gentle yachtsman.
Yeah.
As a sailor, the wind is coming this way? What does that mean?
So if you look, there are telltales around us, so there's nothing really moving here, so there's very little wind. But I've just put the general weather pattern, which is it's in our favour, is that the wind is backing, it's going more to the east, and that brings more temperate weather and not normally rain at this point. So I think this is going to go away. I think it's gone away a little bit earlier than we thought, which is great.
Do we go and put some sunscreen on now or later?
The UV factor, I don't think is going to bother you for the rest of the event, but if you've got very pale skin, you'd probably be advised to do that.
Right, so the pale faces, put some suntan lotion on. Jeff, well done on a brilliant event. It's absolutely stunning. I'm enjoying it. And I've just seen the wild man from Borneo that we have to go and talk to.
Just again, the camaraderie here, the atmosphere, that's what makes it all go, what brings me back and want to do this every year.
Everybody is mentioned up and down the pit lane. They love the camaraderie at this event.
Yeah, so that's excellent. When we achieve that, I think we're always on the right track.
Awesome stuff. Well done. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you.
Right, the wild man from Borneo.
Shelby's.
So we're going to leave Colin there for the meantime, just for a little while, and back into the studio. You may recognize him from our time spent talking last year, and how very nice to have Ciro De Siena with us, who this year is playing a very different role. So you're saving the planet. You're not using any fuel with that BMW of yours.
Well, that is one of the nice aspects of it.
I just wanted to...
there we go.
My fault.
Thank you, sir.
There we
go.
go.
No problem. First of all, I just wanted to say an honor and a pleasure being here with you, gentlemen. The story goes that BMW gave me a call and they said, would you like to send an electric car up the hill? And I said, yes, please. And so we've got the only i4 M50 in the country here. They flew it in just for Simola.
Wonderful.
And it is an epic machine. Thankfully, all-wheel drive. I'm very happy about the fact that it's all-wheel drive.
Well, I suppose, listen, specifically in the conditions that you've been driving so far, you know, number one, it was very, very wet. Now it's that really dangerous part where the track looks dry, but it might not be that dry. But I mean, you hustling that thing.
Thanks. No, I mean, look, I'm an amateur at best. Obviously, for Cars.co.za, I do a lot of driving. I drive everything.
It's a great test for them.
Yeah. Exactly. So consumer report. But
are you commentating on the way up there as well?
I am trying to commentate to camera.
Oh,
yeah,
good
I've
man.
got a full camera rig in the car.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
So we're going to be producing a video on this. But no, you're right. I mean, to your point, the last drive was probably the scariest because it's dry, so you get a bit of confidence, so you push. But then you commit to a corner, and now you're mid-corner. There's not much you can do. And then through the corner is a stream coming down the mountain across the road. And that's when your heart stops a little bit and your mouth goes dry, because that's when things can really snap out on you, you know. So I'm sitting here, I'm in one piece, car's in one piece, and that's I'm happy about that.
Chiro, it's a remarkable amount of power coming from this electric engine. What is it like to drive? I mean, you know, you're so used to, you've driven so many thousands of different cars, you know, and you've got gear changes all of the time. Here, all of a sudden, it's just you and one pedal, you know, and maybe a little bit of braking here and there. You don't have to think about anything else. But what is the sensation like?
So to give you the stats, it's 400 kilowatts and 800 Newton meters, dual motor, all-wheel drive. So one on the front axle, one on the back. And what BMW have done is, funnily enough, they actually partnered with Hans Zimmer, the composer, and they've given the car a sound which sort of climbs and intensifies as you get faster. And I think they've done that because coming out of a traditionally powered car, you're so used to the sound and the vibration. But in an electric car, it's eerily quiet. So you've got this sort of like this progressive sound so that you can at least feel the speed in some way, and that does help a lot.
It's also like hearing the speed mounting up as the revs would climb in a normal car, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it feels, like you say, it's eerie in an electric car.
Yeah, you can turn the sounds off, but then it's worse. I mean, then I don't know, you're in the bath, basically. I mean, it's extremely quiet.
It must be a really bizarre feeling, especially going at speed. You know, if you're driving it on the road, you know, down the beautiful coast of the Garden Route, you know, maybe a different kind of sensation. Here, all of a sudden, you're racing this thing.
Yeah, no, and it hauls, eh? I mean,
quick.
up the main hill to the bridge corner, which is my least favorite corner on the track. It scares the willies out of me every time. But I mean, I'm probably at about 170 in the braking zone there, 160, 170. So it's hauling up that hill. And then I was actually I'm racing with Dion Hubert, an idol of mine. It's such a dream to race with him. He's in a BMW M4. And I went to him, I'm like, Dion, I'm battling with that bridge corner. And he says to me, Chira, that corner's never going to feel good. Just accept it and just get through it.
Why does it feel like that?
So you can't sight the exit. So it's very difficult to judge your entry speed. It's very difficult to judge the braking zone. So on my one run, I just braked too hard, lost too much speed. On the one run, I braked too little, went into the corner a little bit too hot. Then you have to come off because also what's extremely tricky about that corner is that the outside of the track, it doesn't just turn left and then go straight up the hill. It turns left and then comes back in on you. So you're mid-corner. The car's naturally, the G-forces are taking it out. You're going that way, but and the road's going that way. So you just see grass. It's like, okay, all right.
So for you, second hardest after the bridge corner?
For me, there's always pressure to get the launch right because you can lose so much time. But I must be honest, the engineers at BMW have made that pretty easy. So
with that all-wheel drive system.
Yeah. So what you do is you go into the menus and infotainment, and luckily my gloves work with the touchscreen, right? And you put it into traction limited mode, and you put it into sport boost. I don't know what sport boost means, but anyway, it's fast.
I was just going to say, it says really fast at the bottom.
Yeah, really fast mode. And then left foot on the brake, hard, right foot flat to the ground, and then it says launch control active, and you can feel the car jumping on its brakes. Left foot off the brake, and you are gone like a frightened meerkat.
I mean, because it's instant. That's the crazy thing about this electric technology. It's just totally instant.
No, I'm getting a great launch every time, and that is the most nerve-wracking part. And you know, the flag man, I don't know if he has a more official name than that, but anyway, guy with the flag, he's 3, 2, 1, and you're sitting there and you're like, I've got to get this right, and everyone's watching, and then and you go, and then you're actually relieved, and then you're like, oh crap, I'm doing 120 k's an hour and there's a corner coming. So, yeah.
I think your television program may actually not be infotainment. It's going to be a comedy show if you take that line. I must just tell our viewers again, just to put it in context, and I don't want to pretend that I know a heck of a lot of this, but the frightening thing about an electronic car is even when you are in a manual or an automatic is worse obviously, but even a manual, there's this second where the car, a nanosecond where it takes between clutch and petrol and you're off. But this thing, it is immediate. It is absolutely spot on straight. It is there, straight. And the power that comes through is scary.
It's just wonderful, actually. I mean, we've got the other two little VW electric cars over here, but it's wonderful to see something with so much power out there and just watching it and going, man, you know, there's some serious technology that's going on here.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I've got some good metal underneath me, and I'm rivaling some of the big machines.
Yeah.
You know, the guys with rear-wheel drive, high-power rear-wheel drive, they struggle in the wet. And so I took a few of the guys on some of the early runs, getting dry now, so now they'll leave me in their dust. But that was quite a nice feeling. It felt like a little bit of a giant slaying moment there. This is a nice feeling.
Wonderful. So lucky to chat with you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate the fact that you've come in. And I must also say that, was it a hard choice to think you'd commentate or not?
Yeah, I mean, last year it was almost a surprise that I got to sit next to you, and I had an immense amount of fun. And it was a tricky decision this year, but I think to race at Simola is an honor, and there's very few places. I think there's 80 places up for grabs, and a lot of people want them. So a real pleasure to have done both. And also, I think what's so nice is to sit here with you guys and be able to, go out again and come back hopefully and tell you about my experiences. So yeah.
And also the wonderful thing is in a very unique car. One of one in the country. So besides that, a lot of people are going to just sit there and go, wow, this is BMW.
Yeah. It's funny. A friend of mine who's a massive Porsche enthusiast. I was telling her about the car and the specs and everything, and she just goes quiet and she says, maybe I need to think electric.
Well, I asked the question because my answer to that would have been no-brainer. I don't know if you agree, Sash, if they said commentate, drive. I know, no-brainer, drive.
No brain.
Not even a decision.
At all.
It's not even. Where do I sign?
Yeah, there we go. I don't care how slow I am. I just want to go and sit there and go and wear my suit. I love racing suits. I love racing suits. You know what I mean? If I had the chance, I'd just walk up and down in the race suit. Oh, which car are you driving?
I'm not.
I don't know. It's there. It's in the parking lot. Doesn't matter. Poser. I looked the part.
Poser.
Looked the part.
It was quite funny this morning. I went for coffee and then I was coming back into the pits and the guy stops me and he's like, "Sir, I need to see your bangle." And I was like, "I didn't really come in this for fun."
I'm wearing this because I like the outfit. Actually, Sash, I would.
Halloween,
yeah, I would. Oh, Graham Nathan has just gone quickest in that VW Polo, which is also beautiful. This is just monstrous and ridiculous, but brilliant. I just love this thing.
Don't you love how that digs into the tire? It leaves marks as it goes in, and it's not rubber marks, it's bite marks.
Yeah.
As it bites its way into the corner like this.
3,000 kilograms of Nissan. Chero, so
Thank you.
nice to see you,
Thank
young
you.
man. Good
Thank
luck.
you, sir.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend,
Thank you,
and we hope you make it into that King of the Hill final. Who knows?
That would be nice.
Who knows?
That would be nice.
It'll be lekker.
Good luck.
Awesome.
Have fun.
Thank you, gents.
That's
Have fun.
Chero de Siena, who is driving that electric BMW, and what a pleasure that is to see how he's going. Here is more of the men and the women who are chasing hard. I think that's Anton Grenier again. Yeah, it is in the Subaru, in the WRX STI. Man, oh man, that thing is also quick. He launches beautifully.
Yeah,
that's a big launch.
He's going well. Listen, we spoke about BMW and we were mentioning a little bit of Porsche. And, well, speaking of Porsche, a lady who did fantastically well yesterday in Classic Car Friday, driving her 914-6 2.2-litre Porsche, is the wonderful young Jennifer Abbott, who prepared the car herself. How are you?
I'm great, thanks, and you. Thanks for having me here today.
Did you have fun yesterday?
I had a lot of fun. The great thing is I was in a class where I wasn't too competitive, because, against V8s, and I'm in a little 2.2-litre flat six.
Yeah.
And that was actually the best thing, because I had no pressure, and I was like, I'm just going to go up this hill as fast as I can and race against myself, honestly.
And did you achieve what you came out to do?
I did, yes. You know what? It's not always about the racing and the winning. It's also about the seeing everyone and talking and having fun and ultimately getting your car up the hill without crashing and getting home at the end of the day.
Which is always a good way to finish.
Yes, yeah, all in one piece. Jen, I'm very interested to hear, you've got that Abbott name, which is just absolutely synonymous with Porsche in South Africa. And I remember going to your old man's place in Kyalami so often, and just you go there with a spit coming out the side of your mouth because you love every single vehicle on the floor. Was there pressure carrying that name or not really?
Honestly, not really, because I wasn't in motorsport at a very young age, so a lot of people don't actually know me. They're starting to know me now, obviously seeing me with my dad and the Porsche name. But honestly, coming in, I was kind of anonymous, which was actually very nice. Because I could concentrate on the racing and then eventually meet people and get to know everyone.
But when growing up, it must be quite difficult as a girl, as a young lady, and you're going, well, listen, you know, netball or whatever. No, pass dad at 13, you know, pass dad at 10. Do you know what this is? Was that what it's about? I mean, or have you always had this also fascination? Because I know that you are very instrumental in preparing your car as well. So is it just something that you grew up with, or you actually sat and went, oh, this just looks like quite fun?
So when I grew up, obviously my dad was working with my grandfather, and he used to work in the workshop, while my grandfather had the showroom floor. And eventually, after a few years, maybe when I was about 5 or 6, my dad moved the workshop to our property and had his barn there, and went away from my grandfather's shop. Obviously my grandfather sold the shop. And like after school and at night and stuff, my dad would call me and be like, come help me pass spanners or tighten this nut here.
Yeah.
And, you know, just over the years, I just kept doing, and he taught me more and more. And you sort of just ended up doing it.
Yeah.
And now I actually went to go study mechanics, and now I'm fully employed by Abbott Cars as a mechanic.
Oh, wonderful.
That is remarkable. That is really remarkable.
Well, I mean, without being presumptuous, but I mean, if you have a boyfriend, and then one can imagine to sit there and going, wow, you know, nice to meet you, very, very nice. Oh, bit of flat tire, let me do it. All of a sudden you go, no, mate. I'm in charge here. Just being presumptuous. I don't know. Must be a bit intimidating to meet a guy. What do you do? Well, I just fix Porsches.
Yeah.
You know,
For a living.
I build
my own car.
I build my own cars. Must be quite fun though.
It is quite fun, and you get those shocked looks and everything. And people, at first, they do presume that you can't do anything and you don't know anything about the cars or the Porsches. But yeah, and eventually I do change my own tires. I mean, I build the engines and everything in the car. And eventually people say like, oh, you actually can do it.
I got great admiration, I must say.
What is your daily driver?
So, unfortunately, it's terrible. My daily driver is a Ford Fiesta. But I only got that to be able to tow my motorbikes to the racetrack, as you can't put a tow hitch on a Porsche, which I would love to do.
I just love it. Oh, that's great. So are motorbikes your first love?
So I actually started racing motorbikes first,
okay.
The classics with the 2-strokes. And then my dad took me to the racing, and he was like, do the endurance with me. So we'd do in this 9146.
Okay.
And we would change drivers in endurance racing. And that's how I got into car racing.
Unbelievable.
Isn't it just wonderful to hear these kind of stories?
I want to ask you, it's a tough question in some ways, but I think it's pertinent. Is it harder for a woman to break into this, to get into this? Is there still this supposed glass ceiling, you girls can't be mechanics kind of thing, or is that breaking down, and are you helping to break it down?
So it is really hard to get into it, and if I didn't have my dad there teaching me how to do it and giving me the opportunity, I don't think I would ever break into this sort of workplace, because a lot of people, even when I say I'm a mechanic, you get those strange looks, and the people, they still don't believe you, and they don't trust you as well. So it's really hard. I've got to actually prove myself all the time, which hopefully I'm doing.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. But it's still it's heart sore to know that there still are these barriers. But they at least are being broken. And also by youngsters.
Yes.
That's the great thing, because I think you can be a massive inspiration to a lot of other people, and I'm not going to say women, just to people, to sit there and say, man, look what she's doing.
And how old are you now, Jen? How old are you?
I'm 24.
You see, that's the beauty of it, Sasha. And I'm going to say this straight up. You go into most dealerships. Let's just talk on the floor. Okay. And how many women are out there selling motor cars? Not many. I've done lots of training for Isuzu. Yeah. And there's just for every 10 guys there may be, or for every 15 guys there may be one girl, one woman. Yeah. So there's a massive glass ceiling still, and it's perception. That's all it is. I mean, here's Jen at 24 who's done the most incredible stuff, and it shows you that it's simple. It can be done. It can be done.
There we go. Stop the barriers.
Absolutely.
Jen, a couple more before we let you go in the final practice of today's racing. Hopefully the rain doesn't come. It is predicted, but hopefully it doesn't. When you got into racing, is this your first Simola?
No, I did it last year.
Okay, so you did it for the first time. Next year, you're coming back, you're going to come with the same vehicle or maybe another one of the wonderful arsenal that you have?
No, so I'm thinking next year, because I've already done it 2 years in this car.
Okay.
I'm thinking for a change, might as well bring another. So I have it's actually my weekend driver.
Yes.
I have a 911 Porsche ST.
Oh,
that
beautiful.
we built up from scratch to look like a replica race car, the one that raced in the Tour de France in the 1970s. There's this wide arches, that yellow with that hippie design, the yellow with red. And it's got a 2.9 MFI motor that I built for it. And that thing's got power and it sounds so stunning.
Got to bring it.
So I'm thinking Hoya race seats in there and just bring it.
Got to be done.
So
All right.
that's my weapon for next year.
Ian, if you're watching, Ian, sign up Jennifer Abbott for 2023.
Love the way you think. I can't wait to see it. If there's a message that you've got for young ladies who want to break into it like you have, what would it be?
You know what, honestly, you just got to jump in head first. So if you're waiting for someone to sort of let you in and ask you in, it's never going to happen. And it is very daunting to come in because it is there's a lot of men around and it's a male-dominated sport. But you just got to jump in and everyone's actually very welcoming. There's no prejudice. Everyone's so welcoming and wants to help you all the time.
Magic.
And it's very nerve-wracking at first, but once you do it a few times, it just comes naturally.
Excellent. Wonderful. Listen, it was a real privilege to commentate and watch you race yesterday. It was just so lovely and also so lovely to meet you. And wish you, even more success and look forward to following you in various parts of your careers and of course back here at Simola.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
lovely
wonderful.
to talk with you. That's Jennifer Abbott, who has been visiting with us. She had such a great performance that she put together yesterday. So thank you for your time, and we really appreciate the chat. There is an example of someone who's not going to let prejudice or that supposed glass ceiling stop you. And let's be honest, it's there. It's there, whether we like it or not.
And so humble, just loves what it's about. Always willing to learn. So fantastic. Let's get back to track action. Car number 15, Franco Scribante. He's chasing a 47.2. That's, my apologies. He's chasing a 43.5 from Anton Kruger in the Scooby.
How is that wing?
That's the size of my house.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, at least.
It's the size of my house, the wing in this car. It is just... it's fabulous.
It won't fit in your garden shed at the bottom of your garden.
Slick tires, by the way.
Yeah,
Slick tires.
We were standing outside just now once that big off from De Burgers had happened, and the boys were running the slicks down. So they took them back to the vans, and the boys, the mechanics and the techies were all running back down with the slicks and taking the knobblies back the other way. It's horrible.
Yeah, there we go. So seems to be a little bit of a delay. Not entirely sure. Peter Zeeley in his outstanding Toyota, sitting in second place at 44.8. Let's see if Franco, I must be honest, his last run, even though this is just practice, didn't have a fantastic launch. Let's see maybe with the slick tires if that changes.
This is a car that is 8 years old this year, 3.8 litres, 6 cylinders, R35 GTR. Here we go. Let's listen in. Is he ready? Pushing the buttons on the steering wheel and making sure that the launch is exactly how he wants it. There we go.
From there, the acceleration of this car is immense.
Phenomenal.
Immense. Again, I must be honest, I don't know if it's just me. No, he's trying to just get some heat in the tires. That's all he's trying to do. I don't know if that launch was optimum.
No. It didn't sound right either. From when he hit the go, when that car was waiting to settle in the blocks and go, it didn't sound right.
Well, let's see. We've
Rui Campos.
Rui Campos in the Shelby, going up there. Beautiful livery. I mean, you won't miss that. And he must be still just totally chuffed for yesterday, winning his class, coming second overall in the Classic Car Friday. So I don't know if Scribante's not pushing.
He's backed off. Yeah. No, he definitely has backed off. That little wiggle, that fishtail that he gave you after the first corner, I think this tells you that he wasn't pushing that at all. something didn't go right there.
Yeah, wasn't happy with that. Let's see what Rui Campos can do in his Shelby.
Throwing it around a bit. He threw that into the corner.
Quite a bit of smoke coming out of that Nissan. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that Nissan.
Very much so.
No, that's not Scribante's Nissan.
Yes.
Is that Reggie Roots?
I think it is. Devin Robertson is away in the Radical, the SR1 Pro Sport with a Suzuki engine that wakes up 190 horsepower, and they hope to go quicker than last year. They're hoping that they better their 7th place in their last 2 attempts.
Rui Campos, top of the timesheets, a 43.4 in the Shelby. Ahead of Anton Kruger, Peter Zilli, Aldo Scribante. Just trying to go down here where
Yeah, 56. They got him here on our screen as he crossed.
Okay.
So yeah, that's not even in the red.
Totally backed off on that run.
There looks to be a problem here for Craig Harper in that Harper Type 5 with a Toyota engine. Yeah, they've going to let that take a little breather.
Devin Robinson, very accomplished young racing driver in the Radical. He's gone top of the timesheets, 3/10 quicker than Rui Campos. Car number 7 coming out, Byron Mitchell. Watch out for this Formula VW. This thing should be rapid.
Listen to it, listen to it.
That's a magic car to drive. Wow, it is just wonderful to pedal that thing. Also got a sequential box. From here, he's just got. You got to have so much belief that the tires are going, and push it as hard as possible.
I love the sound of this car. It's small, it's compact, but man, it sounds huge.
Oh, it's just magic. Ooh, a little bit of a twitch through the first left-hander there. Now comes to the very tricky bit, the left-hander, the right-hander, the left-hander, the right-hander. There, full commitment. That is what you have to have.
Megan Verluck is there in her speed car, the little Suzuki, and there's nothing to it. There's absolutely nothing to it.
Yeah, just sorry, Byron Mitchell has gone top of the timesheets in that Formula VW.
You called it.
Yeah,
you called it.
It's going to be rapid. It's going to be rapid.
Here is Tom Barrett in the Lotus with the Toyota engine. That's the Lotus 7. Wakes up 145 kilowatts, and it's a Toyota Beams engine, 2-liter, 4-cylinder, naturally aspirated. This is actually quite a special car for it to go as quickly as what it does, the way that it does, but it weighs practically nothing. Andrew Schofield is lining it up at the start line. Look at him. Let's work at this launch and see if he's ready. He's got the visor up. All of a sudden, he's checking out something there that he was not. Okay, there we go. He's given them a thumbs up. He's ready to go now.
And I mean, this car theoretically should be really, really quick.
He short-shifted first gear there.
No, he had to. I think the wheels just overspun, so they're going to have to work on that kind of launch. But this car should be very, very quick. 3.5 litre, 375 horsepower, only 530 kilograms in weight. And a magic car to drive.
Now here, for me, is my favorite sounding car of the whole lot. Here's Robbie Volk in the Pull Beam MP58.
We'll hear it right up the hill. Let's just listen.
Oh, that is such a thrill. That is just such a big thrill.
Out of this world. But also watching Robbie there actually going on the intermediate or the wet tires. So they're not going to go and risk it. Let's just see if I can see close enough. My eyes are so bad. I think he's also got wet tires on as well for Mr. Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, you're right. He does. He does. You're quite right.
So they don't want to push it too hard.
So the 4-time champion is.
That's an unbelievable launch.
Yeah, that is a great launch. Volk, 41.5.
Yeah.
That's a good ride. He was very solid on that. And there's obviously still areas of the tarmac up Simola that is wet.
Without a doubt. And they're not going to risk anything. That is unbelievable to catch that. That looked like that was going to really lose the rear. But Andre Bezuidenhout, his last run, he did a 40.5. So the way he's going, he's taking no prisoners. I think this could well break the 42nd. Let's see what Andre Bezuidenhout manages. 37.4.
Oh boy!
On wet weather tires.
That's 3 seconds gone. Thank you very much.
Woohoo! And don't forget, his record is a 34.9.
Yeah.
So,
oh my.
Wow, that is rapid.
Andrew Rackstraw in the Reynard, the Formula VW from 2002, 20-year-old car. Let's see how he goes. Oh, he's also one or two twitches there. Yeah, meerkat's tail all over the show.
This is really a guy to watch for the future.
Yeah.
He really is a wonderful young racing driver. Just trying to see where he finishes 7th with a 44.7 in the Mygale. So class C2. He's sitting second in that class. A couple of seconds behind Byron Mitchell, and that seems to be the wrap.
Besaidnout, Volk, Mitchell, and then car number 11, which is such an impressive ride from Devin Robertson, and then in 5th place, car number 13, and that's Rui Campos. That's the top 5 as it stands now. But remember, this is free practice, so one mustn't get your knickers in a knot too much. And I think also, I would assume that right now they're going to the qual, which is next after lunch, is when the slicks will probably come on.
Yeah, more than likely. As long as the weather stays like this, we're going to have a decent lunch break. So it'll give the track a little bit more time to completely dry. And also, you know what, they will converse. They'll look at other cars' telemetry in terms of what they did on the dry tires. They'll chat amongst themselves, saying, "Hey, it actually feels pretty good." So. Yeah, I think we're in for a very interesting afternoon session. There it is on your screen. We've got qualifying 1, qualifying 2, and qualifying 3. They will go in single file in each of those qualifying rounds. And then, of course, on Saturday, there's another qualifying round. Whatever their fastest time out of those will determine where they go in terms of each of their different classes.
Yeah, that's early tomorrow morning, and warm-up starts at 9, and then qualifying round 4 starts at 10, 5 at 11, and round 6 at 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, coming back to us. Well, listen, Arnie, I must say, number one, thank goodness that Udo is okay.
Yep.
After his big accident, if you did miss it, the RSQ3 had a really big off Udo de Burgers, but he's okay, and that's most important. And well done to the marshals for clearing it up so quickly.
So quick. And also, again, I keep on wanting to say this, testament to safety in the cars. And also how quickly the marshals were there to make sure that he's okay, and they cleared the track, and everything is 100%. We'd like to try and catch up with him to ask him, maybe that's something that Colin can do for us in the afternoon session. But so... Everything has now been said and done under very different and differing conditions. If you think of how we started off this morning at 9 o'clock, it was coming down like pea soup. Now it's almost dry out there. The tarmac is looking better. I'm looking through our window here, and look, it is like a prison window. They put us behind bars. I do wonder why, but in any case, I'm not going to debate that now. It looks like it's overcast, so I don't think the sun's ever going to come out today. I think that may make it a different proposition altogether. They'll be out in slicks. 10-1 for the first of the qualifyings, and the next of the qualifying rounds, the first one for the day, is at 2 o'clock. So I hope you're going to join us for that. We're going to have a quick lunch, and we'll be back at 2. I hope you will be too.
I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV. Vitara.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.
My name is Dewald Pretorius. I come from Pretoria. We're representing a racing team, SPS Racing. I'm the owner of that team, and this is our car we're going to compete in. It's a 93 Mazda RX-7. It's a bit different than the standard ones. It comes with a triple rotary engine. For the rotary fans out there, they know what that means. This is representing rotary. It's a very scarce, it's the only rotary here anyway in the Simola Hillclimb, so it's a very unique car and a very unique experience for the crowd. And yeah, we did, Simola was last year our first Simola, entry in the same car. It's a naturally aspirated engine, there's no turbocharged in it. And we did a 48.6 last year, if I can recall the time, and we're trying to beat it this year. As far as a competition goes, we are but in a different class. Last year we competed within the 3 litre normally naturally aspirated class, and unfortunately because of our not completing our previous car or the correct car, we are a bit outclassed. We're in the main event, the big buck guns. We can compete against the Scarbantis of the world and so on. So it's a bit outclassed, this car, because I mean it's a naturally aspirated car. But next year hopefully we'll be back, and then we'll compete within the stars properly. But I think this is now our substitute, and we do it for the crowd and for Rotary.
I'm Byron Mitchell. I live in Cape Town, and yeah, we come up here. Well, this is our second time running the hill climb up here in Natal. This is actually my second hill climb. Last year was my first, and I'm looking forward to this one because obviously there's spectators, whereas last year it was a bit unfortunate. But yeah. Yes, we're running in Class C2, so we've actually got Andrew Raxler running in a Formula Ford or something like that, and then we've got a Lotus next to us, and we've also got Hayden in the Formula Ford, the old Swift or whatever. So this car is actually a Formula Renault, built in Germany to race. I think it was F2 back in those days, in 2002. And then, in 2000, I may be wrong, but 2010, 2012, Volkswagen bought the series for South Africa. And then they ran the series here for about 4 years. And then all the cars were sold to private owners.
Move smart with Auto Stop Start in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
I'm Dion Hubert. I'm driving this BMW M4 in Class A4. I think I've been here 4 or 5 times. I've driven some Renaults, some Jaguars, and this is the first time I'm driving a BMW. Well, we're in a class with a Porsche Turbo, and obviously we'd like to see if we can win the overall car, road car division. I'm not quite sure the car's quite fast enough, but we can have a go. It's like a motor racing event, but at the same time it feels like a fashion show. There's just so many lovely people in the pit, so well dressed. It's upmarket. It's got a wonderful feel about it. It's a wonderful event. I think it's the most prestigious motor racing event of the year.
King of the Hill from 2021, Andre Bezuidenhout, the overall record holder, Peter Zeely, the modified saloon and sports cars. Welcome to Simola 2022. I thought, as kings, you guys know this road. You both winners. There's 1976 meters going there and 156 odd going upwards. You've come through all your qualifying runs, your test runs, the warm-up on Sunday morning. You've made it through the top 10 final. It's now the most important 40-odd seconds of your life. You hear the cars rolled back. The crowd is here. The sun is shining. It's absolutely magnificent. What's going through your mind?
Well, Colin, firstly, to describe the experience, if you drive into an estate and you see all these speed bumps and you navigate a normal saloon car and you're really not looking forward to it, but you have to get to your girlfriend's house or to home, but you have to do it as quick as possible. And you have a few cakes at the back of the seat that your wife asked you to bring home, and they must be perfect. Simola takes a lot out of you. I think we've got 12 runs until the Sunday, and the moment that you stand here and it's the last run, firstly, everything that you've run, the 11 runs, means absolutely nothing because you've only made it to the table. That's the first thing that one realizes. And you can either stuff it up, the car can break, or this is the last run to glory. And for me, the first thing that happens is I look at my steering wheel and I've got a little print there that says, be there at the end. So no matter what you do, if you're not at the end there, it's all been in vain. So I go quiet. And then the moment that the clutch drop, all hell breaks loose. And as Peter will explain to you, the acceleration in his car and my car is ferocious, but I will let him talk about that. So for me, I would line up on the left-hand side. I don't believe in trying to take the shortcut because it unbalances the car. It puts the car skew. When you drop the clutch, the one wheel wants to catch traction, and you'll see a hell of a lot of competitors actually veer off to the right-hand side here, and they have to catch the car. So I immediately start. I go in the middle of the line, and I'm giving the secrets away here for my fellow competitors, but I keep it in a straight line. And from there on, it's about carrying speed into corners and maintaining the pace without doing something crazy. So at the end of the day, hill climbs are extremely dangerous. We've got culverts, we've got trees, we don't have all the safety measures that one has got at a racetrack, and we're amateurs, we're not professionals. So you can get as close as what you can, but you can't go beyond that, because if you go beyond that, it ends in terrible tears and sometimes people getting hurt.
And you don't get a time, so the whole point of the exercise is missed.
That's the whole point. So giving that reference that I told you in the beginning, you're going over these speed bumps, you see every bump. You try and put into your mind, and I would have started 4 weeks ago, practicing again, thinking that corner's got that bump, and I hope it's still got the same bump. And I think about the cake on the back seat, and when I go through it, that the car's still balanced. So what you do is you try and become one, you go as fast as what you can, leave a little bit to it, and then ultimately, you say your prayers, you put your foot down and you become a motorsport man. And I see we're all dressed in red, except that I'm in black. So you hold on and you hope you don't get red mist.
I think if you think about the dangers all the time, you won't do this. So I tend to switch off in terms of dangers. If you ask me now, I realize there's a mountain on the one side and nothing on the other side, meaning going down. And that will scare you away. So I cut that off and I only think about what I can do. So for me, corner 1, or some people refer to it as corner 2, is the tester, because there you feel the traction, you feel what your car is like. And once I'm through that, then I don't mind, because then I've got an idea of what's it like. So for me, that first test, or the test, is that first corner.
So we're trying to get to 2.1 seconds in the first 100 meters. The problem is cars with four-wheel traction, I think Peter is faster 0 to 100 than what we are. Why? Because he's got traction and we don't have traction control. So the car's so light, if we lose grip, you immediately go to 2.7, 2.8, 2.9 seconds. Practice has shown we can't really go faster than about 2.5 seconds. I think that's the fastest that I could go. So I'm aiming for something below 2.5. Turn 1 for us is an important benchmark, but it's not that important. You need to get through it, because if you stuff it up there, well, then the run is gone.
And you've got a long hill then, and then we come to turn. Shall we call it turn 2, which is the first quick left-hander under the bridge?
That's the one, to me, that makes the difference.
So, Andre, you've come in here, you've dropped a gear, you're coming 250-ish up the bumps here, through the bridge, and you want to get tight on the left somewhere over here.
Yeah, so this one, to me, different to Peter on turn 1, this is the critical corner for us, because the speed that one carries through here is going to take you up the mountain, to the fastest part. So I'll be just on 250 kilometers an hour. As I say, we go from 6th gear to 5th at about 50 meters, 55 meters from the corner, and then hard braking, and the apex is on the inside here. Now the challenge is this year, you'll see that they've got some tires over there, so you cannot make a mistake with 6 inches. If you touch that, it'll end up in tears.
And also, as you're going in there, this area of the track's a little bit blind. You can't really see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's completely blind. And the reason why it's so critical is look at the stretch after this. So if we just go a little bit to the right. So over here, you think, Peter, you've done it. But once you get to this point and you look up, you see, my God, there's actually a left-hander and a right-hander. So it's not as if you come through a left-hand turn and go straight.
Yeah, that right-hand turn is actually in play.
You can't get too far onto the right-hand side of the road, because you've got to have full power through there without losing it.
Yeah, for me, my car, I remember we spoke the other day, is very neutral in its handling. Well, I like it being neutral. So my car pushes out here, and I must test it with my right foot, how far I can take it. If I take it too far, then I can't put my foot down early enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you low down, and you've got it going there.
There's beautiful footage of last year, which you'll pick up. Was it Martin van Zimmeren, I think, in the one Skyline? Remember, Martin went on the right hand, Wade van Zimmeren, on the right hand side, and the car went right, left, and everybody said, but he lost it on the straight. No, look at the turn. It's a left-hander, and then it's a right-hander. So it's far more tricky than one thinks. When people talk about, as you said, is turn 1 actually turn 1? No, there's actually 2 turns. It's 1 and 2. And when you get to this part, it's not only a straight, it's a left-hander and a right-hander.
Yeah, for me, I'm trying to get my foot down as soon as possible. I'd rather give up a little bit of the entry to get a proper exit.
I think the most important is the next left-hander. But let's go and have a look, and you can tell me why I'm right or wrong.
I think I only realize it now, how different our cars are. So for me, the first corner is definitely, because the sooner you can put your foot down, for me, the better there, because you carry the speed up here.
Because you've got to build up a little bit of boost and get the thing fully wound up.
Yeah, I can't keep my foot flat. I've got to touch the brake there.
And with your Nicholson, you've just got instant go.
Yeah, there's no braking for us. There's not even a shifting down one gear. It's a normally aspirated car. You need to keep the rev counter up. We're touching 12,500 revs there, and then you just hook the inside, and the car will slowly go to the left-hand side of the road, and you're trying to keep it there and keep it planted.
We've come up here. We've got a right into the tight left, and Peter, you saying that one is the slowest corner. This next one that we're going to. But before we get there, what's the story coming up here?
I'm doing about 210 just before the corner, and if the car handles the same, I won't brake. I'll just sort of tap down.
That's through this right-hander here?
And I scrub speed through this corner, yes.
Mine is a little bit different because, firstly, it's a little bit blind. If you look downwards now, where we were underneath the bridge, you could see the track completely. But if you now look back, you'll see that it actually drops down. So I approached this, I think, just past 250, probably close to 260. And what I can't do is I can't run it in as fast as Peter here. So what I tend to do is I don't gear back, come off the gas, we don't brake, but you let the car run because you're going uphill with the downforce in any event. There's quite a dramatic slowdown. It almost feels as if you're hitting the brakes. But my ideal line to go to here is if you look at the corner now, you try and be on the right-hand side, because as you'll see on the left when we go through it, that is the tricky corner for the last part. Once you get to this point, I'm there or thereabout, and there's one mistake that you can make, and that mistake is going too fast into the left-hander, because then you can't get on the gas. So I tend to be far on the right-hand side, rather compromise a little bit of entry speed here, because once I get to that point, I want to be flat out right to the end. Well, this corner, colloquially, and excuse my language, but this corner is called ball breaker. So once you get to this point, it is the fastest part. It opens up. You then go absolutely flat out, and then you hang on. So there's no place for mistakes. And historically, you'll see that the biggest mistakes at this hill climb has happened from here onwards. I think when one leaves the starting grid there and you floor it, my second thought is, I hope to get to here, to this point. And when you get here and you've done it there or thereabout, I think, Peter, I'm in with a chance.
To me, this is the hill climb. Yes, a standing start and all that stuff, yes, all of it's important. All of it is nice. But to me, this is the important part, because you've got to be so smooth through here. And with my car, I can't go flat out. So I've got to feel it all the way through. And the work that I've done on my car last year, this year, is all done for this part of the track.
When you get to the last run, you're not here to come second. Yeah. You're absolutely here to win. So I think what I've learned now is if you reach the top and everybody looks at you like that in your class and everybody else goes like this, there's a message that came through. But there's no time at the top, and I think it's great. I don't think there should be a time, because if there's a time on top, the message gets through to the driver. So there's a little bit of anticipation. You hit the brakes when you get to the top here. It's only 100 meters that you've got, less than 100 meters to brake, because if you hit the crest and you haven't slowed down, you're going to crash. So you've got 50 meters to slow down immediately. And when you arrive in the parking lot, you look at people, and then you put two and two together and you hope for the best.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
Anton Cronier. 45.299 from Anton Cronier. 49.904 from Investa in the 845. Ricky Donacaro now on track. Lamborghini Super Pro. The Oda BMW M3 makes his way back into the fray. That is the attack. But good to see Force top run up the hill on his lacquer racing Suzuki South Africa motorcycle. Attacking turn one, just the corner there in that The very loud RS3 heads up towards turn one. Giovanni. The Simola Hillclimb as well, so definitely want to check out some social media pages. And 075.
And stuff's about to get real because the sun is desperately trying to make a breakthrough. The rain has stayed away and we're ready to see slicks getting put onto the cars. Let's have a quick word with Stuart. And Stuart, it's definitely time for slicks. Qualifying is about to get real.
Yeah, Colin, we're not running on slicks, primarily because we think there's still a lot of work to do on the car and the mapping and the engine. So we're leaving the car on the wets for now and we'll save the slicks for tomorrow. We only have one set. So we made a big step forward in the last session, so hopefully we'll make another step forward now and just slowly building up to where we want to be tomorrow.
That car's got absolutely glorious sound from the Infinity motor.
It has. We just need to make the go match the show now. But yeah, but we're getting there. We're making progress.
I'm sure you will. What sort of things are you chipping away at, Stuart?
Well, the clever Bob is busy with the launch control and just mapping the engine. It's the first time we've ever run the car, and it had a very, very brief shakedown in Johannesburg, but just mapping, engine mapping, trying to get the most out of it safely.
And particularly the launch control.
Yeah, the launch control and all the way through the range.
Awesome stuff. Thanks to you. Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
So that's the Malik at the back there that's going to be running on rain tyres. Got some slicks on the Formula Renault. They had some issues with getting it into the right map as well. And let's see if Andrew Rackstraw is around with what this is a glorious hybrid of single-seater. Essentially, it's a Formula 1600 chassis with some extra aero from a Formula Renault and a 2-litre Duratec in it. Absolutely wonderful, and a sequential gearbox in it. Complete and utter hybrid. And let's see, Byron, come and chat to us. It's about to get real now, isn't it?
Yeah, Saturday qualifying starts, eh?
So you've had a couple of runs, you've got the car basically sorted, the brain kind of sorted. What sort of step do you make from the practice runs into qualifying?
Well, it was very tricky this morning. Obviously, it was full wet in the morning, and then the track and the conditions became better. So I think everybody's now gotten into the wet set mindset, and now all of a sudden over lunch we have to start doing our homework and try to figure out going into a dry mindset. But I think it's going to be exciting. I do think we've made the right steps, so we'll see.
Awesome. I see you're just looking at some of the data. What are you looking at in particular?
So we're just analysing the launch to turn one. We're just analysing it to our last year's previous best. So we just
and where are you sitting at the moment?
In class? Or
no, the launch, from launch to T1.
It's tough to say because also the conditions are different, but we're not far off. Let's put it like that.
So slower?
Yeah.
Good luck, eh? Thank you. Cheers. Drivers speak is a wonderful thing. And there's reasons. Some will call it excuses. I call them reasons. Drivers always have reasons why things are going. Let's talk to Devon again, into the data and downloading all sorts of stuff. What are you looking at?
Well, basically, Colin, we've gone to traction control this year. That's why you'll see it bogged on the line. It was the first time that we've actually used it. It's picking up a bit of sensitivity on the sensor itself. So we're just trying to get that sorted, and then hopefully it goes quicker.
And if you can't get it sorted, at what sort of point do you make a decision to ditch the traction control and use your feet?
Well, that's how we've run it always. And the computer, yeah, it's good in a way, but it gets to a point where it's enough, I'll switch it off and then just free will it again.
Awesome. Glorious sounding machine as well.
Thank you very much, man.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Devon Robinson, Suzuki's finest Hayabussa's powers. Roy Campos had a bit of a go, and this is probably the fight at the top between the two of them. They sit, they're smiling, they're chatting at the moment, but stuff's about to get real now.
Only reason I'm here is I'm checking what they're doing.
Having a look at the tire pressures and stuff like that.
Say nothing.
A man of many words.
He's used to the camera, he's famous.
Reggie, it's a camaraderie around here, and I mean it's all fun and all of that while the stuff hasn't.
You sit and giggle and shit, eh? Or how's it go? Yeah.
Well, I couldn't have said it better, but I'm glad you said it, not me.
Yeah, I said it. No, it's an awesome weekend. I mean, I tell everybody that hasn't been here, a lot of people in the week said one day they want to come to Simola, and I say you have to come here. It's the best motorsport event of the year, without a doubt.
And your machines just started up. Have they tweaked and fiddled?
Could you see my blood pressure and my heart rate go up same time? Yeah, we connected.
It's like that, you know, that as the car starts getting into the happy place.
Yeah, 100%. But you know, as Record said, I wish there was more events like this in a year. We wait for the whole year to get here. There needs to be 2 or 3 other ones.
There are lots of nice roads in this country, man. We need some more hill climbs.
Make them informal hill climbs.
Well, let's go to Pikes Peak. Eh? Let's go there and sort those oaks out.
I tell you what, just the competitive nature of this class and the machines that you've got, you guys would have fun there and do well.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you look at the cars and the aero kits and the Lotuses, I mean, it's the same sort of stuff as they're using overseas. The stuff's bush here.
Yeah. I think it's good. It will be nice to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, you know, and see what they can do.
Cat amongst the pigeons. Go, boys. Thanks for chatting. Good luck. Be fast. Have fun. Keep smiling. There they are next to each other. This is where the big boys hang out. This is where they haul it out. And this is where the fashion police come. Because absolutely beautiful. But these are proper, sensible shoes because it's wet. It's not very nice. Let's just move along here because we want to see Farouk Dangor. Farouk, it's about to get real now, eh?
Yeah, it is. We got a problem with the car at the moment. There's some water pipe or something that's blown, and my guys are working really hard to try and sort it out because I'd love to go.
Quite an emotional time for you, you know, driving the car in tribute to Mo. I think that it's a very special event for you this year.
We're doing it especially for Mo. He would have wanted me to do it.
Yeah.
So this was his car, and he last raced it here in 2016. And I just had to put the courage together to come and do it. Last year I wanted to, but I wasn't emotionally strong enough still.
Well, we wish you and Mo speed up the hill because I'm sure he'll be watching down and helping you up the hill.
Exactly, that's how I also feel. Thank you.
Awesome. Good luck. Thank you. All right, so now the stuff is really, really getting real because Class A1 has lined up. Jared Yo, he was really, really quick. We expect more of the same. Porsche GT3, now's the time. It's getting real now.
Absolutely, all good.
What's the plan?
Just to keep the foot planted as hard as possible.
Yeah, good luck.
Keep it on the track.
Stay on the road, have fun.
Thank you.
Right, and leading us off are the 2 Suzuki Swift Sports. We know they're sports because they've got exhaust pipes for days, because there's turbos, and because it looks cool, because it's only cool if it's air-cooled. Ruben, are you ready?
Yeah, getting into it, slowly shaving off the time, and glad to see it's a bit drier now. So yeah, we're building throughout the day and bringing the time down, but having fun.
You've the same class as a Porker, I believe, and I'm sure you can beat it.
Yeah, no, I think it's dry now, so we're trying our best.
Good luck.
Thanks, John.
Cheers, they're going to have some fun. Right, first car for qualifying, Suzuki Swift Sport on the line. And on that note, we'll go to the box because deep in the box, waiting in anticipation, Sasha and Arnold. Take it away, boys.
I don't know about on that note. My singing still needs a bit of work.
I can start off with something like the heels are alive with the sound of horsepower. Simola Hillclimb, day 2.
Beautiful.
And it is qualifying 1. And it's still dry.
Yep.
It's still dry. And I think all of the competitors, Arnie, will be hoping that it stays this way for the next 3 hours.
You saw that shot of the sky there, and it looks like it's lifting, and that is really very good to see. So this is the little Swift Sport from Ruben van Niekerk.
Oh, no, Wesley Gray.
Is that Wesley?
Yeah, Wesley Gray going
Wesley
there. He's
Graber
first.
is first. Okay, so there we go. He's they're out of sequence a little because he's 77 and Van Niekerk is 79. But off we go. That's the 2021 model, 1.4 liters, 4 cylinders, and it hauls. It really hauls.
He got very wide going into turn 5 there. But listen, this is what it's all about. We've got 3 qualifying runs today. The weather is dry now. You've got to put a number in. You have to put a number in here today. And then, of course, you've got 1 qualifying run tomorrow as well. But in these dry conditions, you have to put a number down.
Yeah, so there's 3 qualies coming your way now, and he's across the line first. Then let's see what that ends up.
56.161 for Wesley Graber.
And remember, they were talking about they'd like to go under a minute this morning. In the first interviews, the 2 of them were saying under a minute they'd be happy. Check out this. Here we go.
I mean, that's just fantastic. A little 1400 turbo. Just a wonderful car. Great fun to drive as well. Sean McCain, the Porsche, coming out there. Car number 82 is on track. And Ruben van Niekerk, can you believe it? Half a second slower than his teammate. So there's going to be some proper needle between those boys.
Dice for sure. Yeah. But the nice thing is the golfers would say they fall under par, and that's good stuff.
Sean McCain, the Porsche GT3, Daniel Lamprecht going out in the Nissan 350.
So we spoke about it when it first went out with the first of the practice runs this morning. That car is just an absolute beaut. It's designed way back when, and it still looks pertinent today.
Yeah, it is a sensational car. Wonderfully handling car. That rear-wheel drive has got some great power as well.
So racing in all of 3 different categories. Here we go, and very many of the different sections of category as well.
It's quite amazing. Colin just spoke to Ruben in the Swift and said, "Listen, you're up against the Porsches. You're gonna go. They're quicker."
How's that?
The 2 little Suzuki Swifts are faster than Sean McKay's GT3 Porsche. Yes, it's a 2000, but it's a 360 horsepower car.
No, still.
Well done, young guys.
Unbelievable. He's Piet Potgieter, and he's Alpha. And, Julia, the Alfa Romeo 2.9. It wakes up 375 kilowatts. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, it's 500 odd horsepower. Pitt is more, I mean, listen, he's an accomplished racing driver, but he's more as a gentleman driver, one would say. I can tell you now, he's not driving that in race mode.
No.
Because the one thing with the Alfa, you go into race mode, everything is off, Arnold. Everything. It's not like a BMW. You can select which one you want off. That's it. You can see the actual flickers went on, which shows that he's actually driving in normal mode. Jared Yeo's quickest at the moment in his Porsche with a 48.8.
So according to Jared, that is a stock standard Porsche Cayman 718S 2017 model. So a good clocking by him yet again. He's topped the table early on, virtually from every one of the practice rounds so far.
Yeah, I tell you, if you are just joining us, just to let you know, early on we had Udo in his RSQ3. We had a big tumble, but he's okay, but his car won't be participating in anything else.
So car 74 under the very capable hands of Feroz Ibrahim, the Toyota Supra, Toyota 3-liter 6-cylinder engine, and a beautiful car as well. This really is a lovely looking vehicle.
Yeah, they are super. I mean, based on the BMW Z4s, 48.1 for Farhad Ibrahim in his Toyota Supra. Sure, and you know what? Everyone wants to get out now, Arnie, because with the weather, you just don't know what it is. We saw the single-seaters, besides the one putting on their slick tires. They want to go out there. Earlier on, we had Andre Bezadino doing a 37 on wet tires. So, I mean, that number of 34.9 from last year is definitely under threat.
Without any doubt. They say they've improved the car because they've tested with it exclusively. It's got new shocks on it. It's a very different car, and the car setup is different from last year as well. And you can tell if he goes 37 and it's still relatively wet, you know there's big things coming.
Oh man, it's just it's wonderful to watch. Wonderful to watch. This is Quali 1 for Saturday, Simola 2022. We've had 4 practice sessions earlier on today in varying conditions. Some of it incredibly wet, some of it dampish. And now it is the first time that the track, I think, is 100% dry.
Yeah.
Well, not 100%, but there's a definitely dry racing line.
Close enough. Yeah, close enough. Martin Witt there in the BMW and doing a really good job at the bottom of your screen. Look at that. He threw that in and tailed it out at the bottom. Went in hard and again using the weight of the vehicle beautifully in those corners. It's really stunning to see.
Yeah, the Supra is still the fastest out there at a 48.1. Martin Witt goes with a 50.8 in his BMW. One of the cars I'm really looking forward to. Oh, here we go. Here's one of the cars I'm really looking forward to see, and that's JP van der Walt, last year's winner of the production car category. And yeah, he's got to beat a 48.1. I'm just trying to see which category he's in.
A4.
He's in A4.
Yeah.
Okay, A4 for JP van der Walt, 911 Turbo S, 427 kilowatts.
700 Newton meters there.
It's just wonderful.
This car, to me, again, a beautiful shape. And again, it just reminds you of the Cyril van der Merwe days, doesn't it? The Audi Quattro days.
Yeah, very much so.
When that Quattro was synonymous with Supervan and he won everything.
And also, that specific car, I mean, that S2 is so rare.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just wonderful to see because you really do not see many of them on the roads.
Shane Naidu, and he looks like he's got it on a string early on. This is a 2019 model, it says, which is fascinating.
Well, I tell you, JP van der Walt has definitely laid down a marker for his category, A4. Ooh, I tell you that, maybe four-wheel drive saved you there. JP van der Walt, 45.8 at the moment. Of course, you got your live timing on your screen as well. It gives you an idea, and of course there are the various categories that actually Arnie was going through it when we had that huge crash from Udo. So maybe time now to go through them.
Maybe we can go through them quickly, and it's unfortunately not the easiest thing to go through them quickly because it's not a quick process. There are no less than 8 categories in A, or 8 groups, if you like, in A, and then in B there's 7, and then in C there's 6. So in a nutshell, basically, A1 through to A7 would be 4 and 2 cylinders and 6 cylinders and naturally aspirated as well as road saloons. Okay.
Yeah.
A8 is alternative energy. That's the electric cars. B1 through to B7, the racing cars, naturally aspirated, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, 4, 5 and 6 cylinders, and then B7 is 8 cylinders. C1 through to 3 is single seaters, 4-cylinder, 5 cylinders, and then C4, 5 and 6, the sports prototypes, 4 and 5 cylinders.
There we go. Otherwise, refer to the Simola.co.za, Simola Hillclimb.
Or speak to my lawyer.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. So JP van der Walt, Dion Joubert has clocked in a great time. He's in 3rd at the moment in the X4, the M4. Which is just also a magnificent car, and great to see Dion Joubert up on the hill climb again. These are the 2 electric VW Golfs. Jonathan Machotsi, Daniel Rowe doing their bit. I was chatting to Daniel Rowe a little bit earlier, and he says, listen, I'm 20 kilograms heavier than Jonathan. So at the moment, I'm just putting some extra weight into his car. He says the only way the 2 of them can differentiate is going to turn 1.
Yeah.
And out of turn 2, he says from there both of them are just foot flat all the way to the top. So there's a great little rivalry going on between the 2 of them.
There goes our dear friend Ciro De Chiena, and he is in that BMW all-electric car, and he was saying he is absolutely scared out of his wits at the bridge, and that would be fascinating to see how he handles that today. Here we go. Nice line. Good stuff, Ciro.
Yeah, he's really doing, I mean, he's hustling that car. And I mean, amazingly, it's got a Hans Zimmer soundtrack in it, just so that it gives you an idea that you're actually doing something. This is because it's totally quiet otherwise.
They called it eerie.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It is. I must say, I've driven an electric car and it is eerie. You put your foot down and there's nothing. Yet you're going like the clappers. It is frightening.
Yeah.
In any case, time of just over 50 minutes for young De Chiena. 50.0, almost broke 50 actually.
That's 2 seconds quicker than he went earlier.
That's very rapid.
Yep.
That is very rapid, and he was saying he was scared with the previous one. So, you know,
Yeah, but I think it's dry now.
Yeah,
I think it's dry now.
Absolutely.
Paige Lindenberg. Well done, Sasha. You got it right. Well done, Sasha. You got it right.
Yeah, let's just put those viewers in context, because Sasha had this thing about Liebenberg all of a sudden. Did you have something for a former South Africa, perhaps?
Jeez, I tell you, it might well have been.
Brilliant.
But Paige Lindenberg out on track in that Shelby. Just looking at the two electric VWs, Daniel and Jonathan Mokotsi, half a second between them. Wow. Jonathan ahead of Daniel Rose. So Daniel, I think you're going to have to put more weight into Jonathan's car if you want to get faster than him. Oh, the magnificent McLaren 720S.
That's Garth McIntosh behind the wheel. And this car, listen to these stats. Just explain to me exactly how you put this together. 710 horsepower, 770 newton meters of torque, and 1,420 kilograms of car.
I mean, the power to weight ratio is just crazy. And I mean, listen, this is his own personal car, his road going car. I'm sure he's not giving it the full beans, but you still got to be very brave to take your 7 million rand car just up the hill for fun.
Yeah, just for a little spin, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6.
Actually, that McLaren has done exceptionally well. 48.6. One would expect it 710 horsepower, but wonderful to see. Here comes the craziest car that is on track at the moment. Warwick McGillicuddy, who works for the BB Group, who just sent me some stats on this Nissan Patrol. 5.6 litre V8 supercharger, 380 kilowatts, and 750 newton meters of torque in that Nissan Patrol.
With 8 cylinders trying to climb out the bottom.
And 3.5 tons. Watch out for this man today.
Yeah, Graham Nathan is very dangerous. And this car, I think he's got it beautifully prepared as well. Not only does it look, that livery is stunning, but Nathan is not scared of nothing.
That's for sure. And I tell you, this car was very rapid early on. It should be even quicker now. Bespoke setup for racing. It races in the Super Cup GTC series. So this car is incredibly fast, and I mean, Graham, a multiple South African champion, so it's in good hands as well.
Very strong line there. Let's see. Oh, that's a lovely line too. Didn't drift it in wide, and in fact didn't drift it at all. He's held onto it absolutely beautifully. Very, very tight as well on the road. It's flat and it's fast and it's quick. There we go. There was a little bit of drift, and he's thrown it through the S's and coming up to the finish line. Now, let's see what he's produced.
He's gone top 45.5 seconds. I mean, that's faster than a Porsche 911 Turbo S.
Yeah. Wow. I would love to hear exactly what they've done to that car to get it here in that kind of shape. Here's the Subaru again, the WRX STI 2013. Car's 9 years old, and Anton Grenier is making it dance to his tune.
He's been really, really rapid in that car. He might most probably be a little bit more disadvantaged as opposed to earlier today, because earlier it was pretty damp, and that four-wheel drive Scooby system definitely assisted him. So let's see what he can do in the complete dry conditions.
Owen Bridger in his Honda, that's the Type R, and it's an absolute beauty. I know you love this car, but it is lovely. It looks like a little pocket rocket, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so much fun to drive. When you look at it, you think, man, it's going to be top heavy. It's going to feel, it handles impeccably. Beautiful, beautiful car. We've got the A45 coming out here, Pierre Bester. And I mean, this is also, it's his wife's daily runner with something like 400 horsepower or something. Something crazy. Car number 45, yeah, there we go. He's 348 kilowatts. That's 500 odd, 550 odd horsepower.
The frightening thing about it is, in his notes for us here, he says they were busy fitting bonnet vents to get the heat out of the engine bay. That's how much heat he generates with that thing.
Listen, that Scooby is flying in the hands of Anton Grenier, 42 dead. So, wow, that car is just hustling it in the dry and the wet. That is a brilliant time from Anton Grenier.
Nicholas Swartberger in the Mitsubishi Evo 9. He's launched that off the line. That's a good launch as well. He's got that going beautifully early on in the run. Let's see if we can keep that up. That's the first 400 to 500 meters. Nicely completed. Nice and tight line as well. Let's see how much he takes of the tarmac in that right-hander. Now he sets it up for the left-hander. How long does he keep it? Far right and then hard in. Oh, he's kept it as light as possible.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
looking really, really good. Ricky Giannocaro in the Lamborghini. Car number 41. It's a Super Trofeo. It's a 2013 570 horsepower. Let's see what Ricky can do. Loves his racing.
Did you ever see the movie Ferdinand? The movie about the bull? Not?
I don't recall.
This car is called Ferdinand.
Ah, there we go.
There you go. So it's probably like a bull in a china shop. That's probably what it means.
No, he's going.
Oh, sounds lovely. And there's another one that sounds lovely up to the start line now. There we go. That's the one. I did think it was the little Volkswagen, the Beetle with the Toyota 1JZ engine in it. Wynand deploy.
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's a 2.5 liter Suzuki, Toyota engine with the heads made by Yamaha. And look at the getting sideways. It's just incredible. Incredibly fast.
Oh, no. Yeah, that is just, it's scary. It's absolutely frightening. Amazing to see. Here's another beaut, an absolutely beautiful car. It just, you almost don't want it to drive away because you want to take your time and look at it. This is Pieter Hubert in the Lotus Exige with a Mercedes AMG engine in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible. We've got the two Lotus Exiges. This one with the Mercedes, I also don't know how they crammed it into that body, but it's got mega horsepower. Oh, just listen to it.
Oh, when it changes gear like that, and that.
And you know what's so amazing? You get to turn one, you're doing 120, 130 Ks already. Your tires are still cold, your brakes are cold, and now you've got to start making some rapid decisions.
And then you're going through the gears.
Full-on concentration from all of these guys.
All hands on deck. He did have a little off. Luckily, he tapped off early enough for the car to actually go in with the back rear wing into the tires.
That's right.
There was a little bit of body work bend, but nothing broken, and off he went again. It really was good to see. And again, testament to the safety systems and the body work that is so well done.
Yeah, without a doubt. Adrian Dalton, this car, I mean, it's an M3 E46, 480 kilowatts, 700 Newton meters, and the only genuine CSL race car built in South Africa, 2008 model. I mean, this thing should be really, really rapid going up the hill.
Here we go. Now, this has raced here for the last 4 or 5 years, ever since I've come here with various people, and Adrian Dalton this time behind the wheel. It is a stunning looking car. But listen, let's just listen into this. Listen to it.
So at the moment, still Anton Grenier topping our time. She's 42 dead in his Subaru.
Sash, that's 3.5 seconds faster than anyone else so far. That is a huge run.
It's incredibly quick. Just trying to see.
Tuka Mechanicos in his Mercedes-Benz DTM 55. This is I think it's the first time we see him today.
Yeah, I don't think he's been out so far. Look at there with his little tassels on his rear wing. That oh wow, got a bit of tail slap over there. Really, really entertaining guy, is Tuka. Yeah, car looks amazing in that sort of chromed out look. Those tassels just are like. Tuka, what were you thinking?
I can't even begin to tell you what he says in the description because none of it is fit for air. It's some of it. I'll use all the buffers and the best on the bonnet. And Silver Dream machine weights 1,200 Ks. New buffers in town, he says.
There we go. Car number 33. First time we're seeing him out today. Franco Di Matteo. He's only got slick tires with him. So let's see. This, I think, is not going to be a unbelievably fast run. It is his first time up on the hill today, so I think more gentle than anything else, but it is Di Matteo, and I think once that visor drops, he knows only one way.
Red mist. Red mist.
This is the biggest rear wing you will see on any vehicle made anywhere in the world. I don't think television gives you an example of how big that rear wing is.
This is Buta Kraser in the Noble, the M400 Ford. This all by itself, 580 horsepower and 645 Newton meters. I mean, just again, it's one of only 28 in South Africa, and it's a legal road car.
Yeah, without a doubt. Franco Di Matteo, as I say, I mean, not pushing too hard, but goes second with the 45.4.
There you go.
That car's most probably well deserved of the 39s, 40, somewhere around there. Oh yes, actually this one's actually bigger. Look, you could have a dinner for 8 on the rear wing of that car. Davy Hubert in his Lotus Exige. This has got a Ferrari engine with 570 horsepower in the back, 860 Newton meters of torque, and it is only 970 kilograms.
It says ASAP at the back. No kidding.
I mean, listen to that thing. He calls it a Latari, Lotus Ferrari. I mean, that wing is
no.
Honestly, that's a dining room table.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the bumpy part of the track here. So these low slung cars there, and that's probably not quite the right line for that bumpy part of the track. Left, we've always thought, is slightly better.
Yeah. Peter Zili, this car going to be going overseas soon to compete internationally. This is so magnificently prepared. Let's see what Zili can do.
Oh, that was a good launch. He gave that the wheelie and everything else in between.
That's 830 horsepowers.
Look at that. Hubert now has gone 43.8. That is a very, very good run. So Davy Hubert in that Lotus Exige of his with a Ferrari engine is second at the moment.
But still slower than the Scooby. I mean, that's just incredible to see.
But then, Sash, you must say, Cronje is a magician.
Yeah.
He's a magician behind the wheel. Really, the guy is just, he pulls magic rabbits out of the hat virtually every time.
Yeah, unbelievable. We've got another one of the Lotus. This is the Lotus Elite. It's got a Honda engine, 3.5 litre inside there. Let's see how he does. I mean, a great battle between these Lotuses. And strangely enough, not one of them's got the standard engine.
Charles Hubert. And he's on his way as well. Car number 30. That looks quick. The first part here, the first 800, 900, 1,000 meters, he has absolutely blitzed. Waits late to go into the left-hander too. Now through the S's. How tight is he there next to the policeman? Beautifully done too.
Very well done. Car number 28, Johan de Brain, the BMW. It's an M3E46. You can see two-door. It's got all of its Meccano set in the back, roll cages, you name it. I mean, I love the sounds of M3s, or actually any six-cylinder BMW. Just really are very, very
special. Look at that. Look at that. Well. So Peter Zili is just a 500th of a second, 400ths of a second actually off Cronje's time. That is rapidity.
Yeah, he's going. He's really, really going. There's a lot, I think, still to come from Peter Zili's car. Here we go.
Wade van Zumeren.
Yeah, Wade. Unfortunately, the only of the Van Zumerens that is here. They love these listeners. Listen to this thing.
Yes, one of the guys going, yeah! It's lovely.
There is something about sounds of cars that, whatever happens in the future, this to me is what cars are about. You can give me Hans Zimmer any other time, but not while I'm driving my car.
Tarmac there for a second or two. Oh my word. He is throwing everything at this first run. I wonder if it's not a bit early for that, because he was off on the grass and then got it back, and now he had another little fling with it.
Also got a lot of oversteer there. But listen, that is the way that Wade drives. That's it. He just goes for it. Another Lotus that is making its way up the hill. Beautiful grey and orange colours. Still the fastest. Anton Cronje, Peter Zili is second. Davy Hubert, Charles Hubert, Wade van Zumeren, Franco Di Matteo, Graham Nathan, Jan de Bruin, JP van der Walten, Gordon Nicholson rounding out our top 10.
So van Zumeren clocks 44.7 with that car that he threw around like that with no regard to life or limb. And here's Gary Martins now in the BMW MT2. And again, just only the only X-Drive F22 in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean this. You know, looking at the various categories, Arnie, category B4. You know, Peter Zilli, Davy van der Walt, Charles Hubert, Wade van Zumeren, Franco Di Matteo. There is nothing between any of these cars. So
covered by a second and a half.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly competitive between these guys.
Here's Darren Goodman's in the Nissan R32, but will he be Goodman? I mean,
yeah. Well, there we go. You won't miss him with that bright green and yellow paint on his car. But yeah, this I mean, these Nissans are. I mean, they are bulletproof.
Sponsored by Simola Golf and Country Estate, and of course, this is where we are, the Simola Hillclimb. Good to see that he did a deal with the main sponsors here. There we go, 46.934, and that was for the man in car number 22, Gary Martins.
Yeah, Gary Martins, category B5. Here's Aldo Scribante, which is also, of course, the name of the magnificent racing circuit in Port Elizabeth, part of the family. This is very loud. Let's have a listen to this takeoff from Aldo Scribante.
S4.
That launch is outstanding. They've got something so perfect in that launch. So this is a man to watch this weekend. I think Aldo's really prepared this car exceptionally well. I saw them testing it at the Aldo Scribante last circuit last week. So yeah, watch out for Aldo.
Reggie Roots takes that beautiful big blue and black Nissan of his to the line. This thing also such an impressive looking thing, the GTR R35.
Just that acceleration after that initial pull-off, Arnie, and then it's like a rocket.
It's very quiet off the line, actually. It's like it bubbles under, and then all of a sudden, when he lets the horses go, man, oh man, stand back.
Yeah, there we go. Aldo Scribante into fourth position with 43.8, a tenth of a second quicker than Charles Hubert.
Giovanni Fontaine, bottom of your split screen here in the Audi.
Oh, Reggie Roots really pushing the limit of that Nissan GTR. I mean, also, whoa, look at that. Just incredible. Getting it a little bit sideways coming through.
40.2.
Whoa, what a lap from Richard Roots in the Nissan GTR. 40.2, 2 seconds quicker, 1.8 seconds quicker than Anton Cronier in the Subaru. Yes, they are in different categories, but significantly 3 seconds faster than Aldo Scribante.
Yeah, that was a huge run for Richard Roots. Wow.
Here's another vehicle in the B5 category, and Giovanni Fanton in the Audi RS3, 1,100 horsepower.
It's his first time here at Simola, so he's probably still learning as well as he goes along.
Well, you got to learn quickly. Over 40-odd seconds in 1,100 horsepower.
You can't be an appy here.
Yeah. Wow, that is a huge amount of power.
Here's the other Scribante car. This is Silvio.
And this is the first time we've seen him today. I don't think we've seen him.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're quite right. I think he's also decided to just... Maybe he also only has slicks here. But Silvio is ready to go in that Audi. This is... He competed last year in the Hillclimb in a Lambo GT3 and finished 7th.
Yeah, here we go. So... identical looking cars, the two Scribante, Silvio and Aldo. Let's see who gets the better out of the two of them, although this is Silvio's first run.
I think he's taking it relatively easy. Am I?
Well, you know, sometimes the smoother you look or the slower you look, actually the faster you are.
That's also true.
Television pictures can be a little bit deceptive, but I'll tell you, no, he's taking it easy.
No, I think that's a look-see.
All right, our last run from Franco Scribante in the last qualifying session. I saw him, I said, what went wrong? He says, no. So I said, just relax. Just scrubbing the tires. Okay, Franco, you do whatever you want to do.
Weren't they having a little bit of a problem with the launch as well?
It seemed like it.
Yeah.
I think he will be now looking at Reggie Rutz's 40.2 and going, hold on. I think enough scrubbing of tires. Let's just do something crazy. Yeah, that's a good launch.
3.8 litres in the Nissan R35 GTR. Let's just admire this man at work.
And also just the craziness of how this car looks, and kudos to people who do things like this, because this gets international attention without a doubt. There'll be people going, wow, what is that? And people will copy all over the world to make the Nissans look like this as well. Let's see what Franco Scribante can do. I'm just trying to see where Silvio Scribante finished. It looked like he was taking it easier. Yes, he was. 40.6
40.6 it is.
So 0.3 off Reggie Rutz. Reggie will have a little bit of a smile in his face.
I think the gauntlet has been thrown down.
There we go.
Yeah.
They were quite friendly when they were chatting to Colin a little bit earlier. And somehow I think that friendship for the moment will be just sidelined.
Yeah. I think this is Richard Evans. Love it when the car drifts in like that into that shot and it becomes bigger and bigger and faster and faster.
Yeah, I think Richard Evans also had another one of the GTRs. So B5 looks like a very good shootout between Reggie Rutz, Franco Scribante, the other Aldo, the other Scribante, but a couple of seconds down the road. Let's see what Richard Evans can do.
There's a little bit of smoke coming out the back of this Nissan. That didn't look so good. I think he may have tapped off just a little. I think there was a little bit of a problem there.
All right, let's see what Evans comes across the line with. We'll give you his time in a short, well, as soon as we get it.
That is Matthew Campbell in the other Harper, and he named this car Edis after his late grandfather. So let's see what he can produce. Beautiful single-seater, lovely-looking car. Reminds one of the late 50s in Le Mans racing.
Yeah, very, very pretty car. Certain times, I think Matthew Campbell, Adrian Dalton in his BMW, I think his time was deleted. He might have touched one of the bollards. Yeah. Getting into the single-seaters, the more powerful sort of racing cars, as opposed to traditional-looking racing cars. Into the final categories.
Sash, just look at the standard though here on our screen. If you are not cracking 48 seconds, you don't make the top 20. Thank you very much for coming.
Incredible. I mean, and we still have most probably about 10 or 12 cars to go. Yeah. So I think if you're in the 46s or 45s, you'll be lucky to crack the top 20. It is so competitive.
Massively competitive. And the guys don't come here to play around. 41.99. That is a good run as well. Car number 11, Devin Robertson.
Yeah, here we go. In the Radical.
Love the sound of this thing.
Incredible. I mean, these single-seaters, these Formula VWs, which were just magic in their day of racing. 2004, Reynard, Byron Mitchell at the wheel. 2-litre 4-cylinder, but wow, do they go. Sequential boxes from those days. Just hug the road. You know, little baby Formula Ones from South Africa.
That's a nice way to put it. Baby Formula Ones. Love it. I haven't heard that expression. Look at that. So good in the straight line. Oh, that bump. Wanted to get away from him there for a second, but he fought it back. 41.4. That's a good ride, and that slots him into third spot. Here's Megan Verluck in that little 600cc Suzuki, and this thing really chucks.
It goes, and it just sounds so fantastic as well. I mean, it looks like a lunar rocket. She's having so much fun.
It looks like an overblown golf caddy car, man.
I mean, it's just... And the thing about it, I mean, that steering is so close to you. The wheelbase is so small as well. I mean, if you get your steering wrong, you're just going to turn around in a circle and hopefully not pop over. That's for sure. So, I mean, this is really a testament to her skill of how well she can take this up the hill.
She is a very skilled driver, very much indeed. 48.4 for Megan.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here come some of the serious contenders for up the King of the Hill. Andrew Rackstraw in the Reynard, also another Formula VW, 250 horsepower, but also most probably 300 or 400 odd kilograms of weight. So this young guy, yeah, let's see how he does compared to the other VW, Formula VW. The Reynard, Byron Mitchell did a 41.4. Let's see what Andrew Rackstraw can do.
250 horsepower. Lovely lines, lovely clean lines.
Yeah, you know, you get the right amount of heat into those tires. You know, you just flick that car and it should just stick.
You could see
exactly
it there.
Where you want.
The minutest 1 millimeter move on the steering wheel here, and you get an effect out of it.
Yeah, it's just magic to see. Should be coming across the line now.
43.3.
43.381. Well, there we go. Goes in 7th place. But he's significantly slower than, nearly 2 seconds slower than Byron Mitchell.
Tom Barrett in the Lotus 7. And it's got a Toyota engine in it these days. And that's a Toyota Beams engine, 2-litre 4-cylinder naturally aspirated.
Yeah, 145 kilowatts, only 700 kilograms. These are favorites around the world. People love making these Lotus 7 replicas and go racing, because you can put somebody next to you. You know, you can have a passenger with you and go and have a lot of fun.
Actually, he's invited you, Sash, for one
Oh,
ride.
really?
Are you available?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Might have to go to the lavatory first, but
and afterwards.
But I mean, it's just great fun, these Lotus 7, and they do feel like a go-kart because you are so low to the ground. Magic cars to drive.
Yeah, you drive over a 50-cent piece, you can tell whether it's heads or tails with this thing.
Yeah, it's that close.
56.5. Yeah, that's quite a long way down.
Very long way down.
Roy Campos, man who had such a great day yesterday and absolutely overjoyed with these results.
Yeah, and also very happy with his last run in his Shelby. So let's see what he can do. Yeah, that's fast.
Battled to keep it in a straight line there for just a second, but we had to fight that.
Yeah, that shows how fast he's going. So this is going to be right up there. He's just got an air of confidence about him this weekend. You know, look at that bouncing a little bit to show you how bumpy it is, especially when you're so low to the ground. And that's what they want to try and do to get the effects of the downforce, is to keep it as low to the ground as possible. And that just highlights some of the bumps that are actually around this track as well.
Beautiful line, tight, left, right, left again, sideways through there. Done the S's beautifully. Last stretch up to the finish line. There she goes, Roy.
43.1. Also a little shocked by that.
A little off, just a little bit off.
Although at this stage,
he's faster than what he was earlier.
Yeah, and fastest in his class at the moment.
Andrew Schofield lets the Toyota FRV6 Formula Renault go.
These are wonderful cars, 3.5 litre. I mean, these were used for many years as sort of like a precursor to getting into GP3 or GP2 in those days. So these are brilliantly prepared and stunningly fast Formula Renaults.
And sound incredible as well at the same time. They sound like a Formula One.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. It's as close as that. Very nice clean lines again.
Yeah, climbing up the hill. I don't think there's many cars left to go. He goes across the line in a 43.8. Now, is this... this is Robbie Welk in the... Oh, you just got to listen. I'm going to keep quiet.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Just listen to this thing.
know that. That is set as low as it can possibly go.
Well, this is the issue that they are having at the moment with that car. They are just trying to find the balance. Don't forget, it's the first time Robbie's actually driven it. They're just trying to find the balance. They're still on the wet tyres, by the way. So he's only got one set of slicks for the weekend. But they're just trying to find the balance of 40.2. And that's, that's only 0.07 of a second quicker than Reggie Roots in a Nissan GTR. Here is Mr. Bezuidenhout. He did a 37 in his previous qualifying. He's got the slicks on here. So let's see what benchmark. He's back completely off.
Trouble. Wow. How quickly did he go from flying to stopping?
To nothing, yeah.
That is not pretty.
No. I think he's going to try and roll it down the hill, but something definitely has... Clearly he got some kind of an indication and just cut the engine, because...
Tapped right off.
Yeah, you just don't... you don't want to do any mechanical damage more than what is actually happening. So I think he's calling for some marshals to turn him around and hopefully roll down the hill all the way back to the pits.
Giving it the royal wave. Yeah,
Yeah.
Boys, if you can just help me, I'll turn it to the left, and you boys need to give me a hand to get this back down.
I think I'm going to hit a policeman. No, I'm not.
No, it's going to be okay.
Yeah. But also, if he does manage to make it down all the way, Arnold, it just shows, we spoke about it a lot yesterday, not too much today, but the severity, the climb of this hill, 156 meters over the period of 2 kilometers.
Yeah.
It is incredibly steep. And from here, if they give him a little, there we go, not even a push. And more than likely, we'll be able to get all the way down.
No doubt about
crazy.
it.
Yeah.
That shows you how steep. You have no idea. The television pictures flattens out the image. You have no idea of how steep it really, really is. This is a lot of climb. We worked it out yesterday, so it's 75 meters of climbing in 1,000 meters. That's what it actually comes down, times 2.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. So you are asking the car to do amazing things. You're asking drivers to do the most amazing things. You're asking your pit crew to do the perfect setup for this, because this is a specialized business. It's not, you don't just pitch up on a Saturday morning and say, listen, boys, let's have a little run up the hill here. You've got to think about this. You've got to set it up right. It has to be perfect.
Well, there we go. Andre Bezuidenhout making his way down back into the pits. Hopefully they can get that car sorted out as quickly as possible. Fastest in that Q1 session, Robbie Walk in Class C3 with a 40.2. But you got to say, star of the show, Reggie Roots, a 40.29 in that Nissan in category B5.
And that is racing cars. That's B5, 5 cylinders and 2-wheel and 4-wheel drive. And Reggie obviously is in a mean mood at the moment. That's highly impressive.
Yeah,
highly impressive.
All right, now I believe Colin has been wandering up and down the pit lane and has got some very useful information for us. Colin, what's going on?
Well, what a qualifying surprise result. We fully expected Andre Bezuidenhout to be at the top, but it's Robbie Walk with a 40.2, Reggie Roots 40.29, Franco Scramanti 40.61, Byron Mitchell 41.4. So let's go and find the protagonists and see what happened. Let's go and see Steve Humble first and see if he knows what happened. Steve, just say that again.
I have no idea at this moment.
Let the record say. Well, Andre's coming down. We'll catch him as he gets out. Let's give him a minute or two to get out of the car. Megan Valak in the speed car. How cool is this thing? 600 cc's of Suzuki's powers. We'll come back here once they've got out of their car. So he's just zipped down here. Let's have a quick word with Franco. Chipping away at it, Franco.
Slowly catch the monkey, Colin? I was a bit tentative there with the drizzle coming down as well. I probably didn't have too much of an effect, but it does play with your head a bit when you start to see raindrops on the windscreen and you're on slicks,
And you wonder how much raindrops are further up the hill.
Yeah, because they always are. That wasn't the case this time, but 99% it can be dry down here and actually raining at the top, yeah.
But so far, it's a lovely ding-dong between you and Reggie. And, I mean, this is the kind of competition that you want. You came to race and you want competition.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, like I said this morning, I think this is going to be a sign of the weekend between myself and Record. We're just pushing each other faster and faster and faster.
Awesome. Well done, eh? And we'll talk later.
Thanks, Colin.
Fantastic stuff. So let's go. He spoke about Reggie. Let's go and see Reggie, because that was a run of absolute note. He was sideways all over the place. I'm just looking for Reggie. I don't see him, but there were a couple of moments that I sort of went, whoa, Reggie, what's happening? He really gave it absolute full-on beans. He's not in the back of the pits there. Let's go a little bit further down here. Enzo Kuhner's back.
I'm back spectating today. I'm loving it. There's more horsepower and money around today than I've seen for a long time.
Love it. Now, talking about horsepowers and alphas, don't we just love alphas?
Alphas.
Nissans? Especially Nissans that are black patrols.
It's a Black Hawk, not the
Black Hawk.
Yeah, Black Hawk.
Just explain to us a little bit more about the Black Hawk.
The Black Hawk is built on a patrol chassis, and the BB Motorsport team is actually building them now for customers. So it's a body conversion, supercharger, and you'll have a choice of from 390 to 450 kilowatt. We're trying to hit the spot where we can brag about a situation where we'll have the most horsepower per kilogram weight of the vehicle. That's the target. We're actually very close to it with reliability, and then obviously we'll have a vehicle with the most pace in the market.
It's a brilliant concept to take patrol, which it's a lovely, strong, reliable car. Just give it that little bit of boom.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the ones that actually has got the looks of the one that we're racing here with. A patrol is not a racing car, but it shows you that we can actually go fast if you want to. Yeah. Good for security guys that wants to get away from the crooks. Yeah. And then basically we're also building the model for the off-road guide with a steel bumper, a winch on the front, and obviously with the supercharger we get much better towing power.
BB Motorsport for the patrol of your dreams. Great car with lots of go.
No, thanks a lot. And and another interesting thing is there's a rumor being in South Africa that GTR has not been brought in anymore. But I can with confidence say that BB is bringing a hell of a lot of GTRs in the next year.
So if we want a patrol or a GTR, we come to BB.
Yeah, you'll find them there.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
Got to love people who support motor racing. We love them. Let's go and talk to Andre. Andre?
Come back. Not this time.
Johan? I'm really getting my names all screwed up today. You're not Andre, you are Johan. How did your the slicks go? I saw your launch looked a bit better.
Yeah, everything's coming together a bit, slowly. But geez, I'm in a tough class. But we're running up, and every run is better and better than the previous one. So I'm very happy, but we'll see where it goes.
But so you've got one lot of qualifying done, and at least there's something on the board.
Yeah, there's something on the board. We're there and not far off.
Awesome. Thanks, Johan de Bruin from Odacure. Let's talk to Peter Zeely, who's a little bit worried now. Peter Zeely, why do you look so worried?
No, they just told me I don't have tyres anymore.
Well, get some more.
Get some more.
Just like easy. Well, not so easy.
Yeah, no, it's not so easy. No, I wanted to bring 2 new sets and we only brought 1 set. But that's fine.
You only need one to go do 1 lap?
Yeah, so we'll use it tomorrow.
Good stuff. Have fun.
I'm now using semi-slick, so...
Well, there's still a really good time on the semis. I mean, but we look at these times here. They're nice and close. It's going to be a proper race, eh?
Yes, no, I must say the car feels really good. I mean, it can go much more.
All the development you've done has paid off.
I think so, yes, I hope so. No, it's just the drizzle started and I was not too sure what's happening on the surface. So,
and you live to fight another day. That little bit of carefulness.
That's exactly it. There's nothing to prove today.
Awesome. Well done.
Thank you, Colin.
Let's talk to Mr. Jube.
We don't have any suspensions.
We do have a discussion about the size of wings and whether you actually win the wing award of the day.
I was hoping that you guys would get a Wing of the Day award, because I'm sure I can win that one.
What happened on your run?
Well, the first 2 runs we were battling with a boost. It was just not getting where we wanted to get it. And the last run we went much better. But the suspensions, we're working on it at the moment, seeing if we can get that a little bit better. Track is very bumpy. The car doesn't like...
You're bottoming out?
I'm bottoming out most of the time, yeah.
Particularly going up to the bridge turn?
Yeah, and especially at the back, before you go into the shoppers, there's lots of bumping that goes on there. Hey, lots of.
So what are you going to do to get rid of that?
We're trying to take away some aero, so we're going to take a little bit of aero out and see if we can raise the car a little bit more. But that's the thing, the faster you go, the more downforce you have. So maybe I must take some of the wing off, eh?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Good luck. Franco Di Matteo had a bit of an interesting launch, and I'm just scanning the horizon to find Franco Di Matteo, and there he is. Franco, you don't look like the happiest oak in the world.
Nah, not at all, eh? Yeah, we didn't get any tires, so I'm on old rubbish, and I mean, you can actually have a good look at it. It looks like it's not even working. It's so bloody old. So, yeah, for what I've done, I've done. I've got good tires at the back, and but it's a mixture of mixtures. We're going to try that and see what we can do.
But you're in with a shout. You've 15th. That's still of all the cars. We still got to, get rid of the single seaters so that we can get an idea of where you are with the modified saloons. And it's still many runs to come.
No, look, they are, Colin, and we went shorter ratios, and like I explained the last time, we were too long before. Now we're too short. So with the tires being old and hard, it just wheel spins. I mean, go through the corners, I can't even touch accelerator. I've got to wait for it. So we're going to do a hell of a big change tonight. Probably will be a different car tomorrow morning, and we put the new tires on, 2 new tires at the back, 2 new old tires in front, and hope for the best, eh?
It's very frustrating when you order parts in time and they don't arrive.
Yeah, well, what can we do, eh? It's promises and never happens. But you know what? We are, and we're going to give it our best. And
never give up.
Never give up. You know me.
Awesome. That's his nickname, Never Ever Give Up. Another guy who doesn't ever give up, Adrian Dalton. How's your tyre situation?
No, the tyre situation's good, but my time was disallowed for apparently hitting a bollard. I didn't fear it or see it, but apparently I did. So mine was disallowed. But otherwise the car's good. The launch was better now. A bit worried about the weather.
Temperature seems to be dropping a little bit, and there's a raindrop every now and then.
It was slippery out there, more slippery than I thought it would be, to be quite honest. But it was a controlled sort of slide here and there. It wasn't. I wasn't losing it.
We love those controlled slides, Adrian.
They're lovely for the crowds, but not good for the times.
Awesome. Well, you got a banker in. Now it's.
I don't.
Oh, you don't. You're right. Well, I saw your time and it looked pretty reasonable, but then they didn't. But they don't immediately say, "Ding, you hit the bollard."
No, they do. But I mean, it is what it is. I must now just get a bank in. Like you say, get a bank in.
Well, go for it.
I will.
Cheers. Right, let's move up this way a little bit, because by now, Quibus Ruiz, you're looking styling in his Sparko stuff. Quibus always loves to talk to us so much. He's absolutely fantastic. The Skyline, 2-wheel drive Skyline. We wanted to come back here and find Roots, but we haven't found Roots yet. He's still missing from his car. There he is. Let's, Reggie, come here, please. So we found Reggie Roots, and like all good people, he's got to go and get his cap. Richard,
Yes, sir.
that was a very good time. We love fast times like that. But you always, as you always say, slideways is the best way, but there was too much slideways there.
Yeah, I threw a bit of time away there. I had understeer through turn 1, and I actually think that understeer warmed the front tires, and when I got to turn 2, the front was working and the back wasn't working so well. But we're working on it. We're making some changes.
The understeer was quite spectacular. Black lines, and the guys in the monitors where I was watching were like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
You should have seen it from my view.
Have you changed your underwear yet?
No, I just turn them inside out.
Oh, that's right. So then next time you can just turn them back to front.
100%. Can last 4 days.
4 days, Reggie. Right, good luck. Have fun. Right, we're about to start some proper action over here. Revmore engineering going on there. He still hasn't taken his top down over here. 911 with Sean is looking absolutely fantastic. Ruben van Niekerk is just having the time of his life. GoProing all over the place. First away again. How intimidating. Oh, have we got the radio on?
Of course, and my aircon.
And what tunes are we playing?
Apparently I'm playing Kaum. No idea what it is.
Kaum, because you looked on the big screen in the middle of the Suzuki Swift and it told you.
I didn't want to put my Android Auto on. I don't want to get too distracted.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
And that's about that for after qualifying 1. So there are a couple of guys who've got work to do. And we know this because we'll look right at the end on page number 2. And those are Peter Joubert, Adrian Dalton, Megan Verlack, and Andre Bezuidenhout. I said we were going to find out what happened to Andre Bezuidenhout. I haven't managed to find out yet, but we'll go straight to him over here, and I'm cognizant of the fact that cars are going to start going at the moment. But let's ask him very, very quickly. Andre, what happened on your run?
We don't know at this point in time. So coming up to turn 2, the engine just cut. There's a little bump there, and we've consistently hit it, and we saw 5 Gs upwards. But something cut out. So it's the computer and the electronics and the dash just all cut out at the same time. So lost power, lost everything, but we're concerned that we damaged the car through the bump because there's a piece at the bottom that shows quite bad damage.
That's not very nice. So would it be correct if we said you had load shedding?
Yes, it's a good description.
Awesome. The car, not Andre. When he should... Thank you, Andre. Good luck. I hope you find the issue.
Thank you, sir.
The car had load shedding. Bob, are you finding you've got some beautiful pictures here with all sorts of traces and stuff and data? Are you finding the stuffs to make it go faster?
Yeah, no, we're just trying our best, Colin. So
chipping away 1 second at a time.
Chipping away, session by session. We'll try get it little bit by little bit better.
Good man. Go, Bob. Bob, data engineer of note. Let's go out of here and I think we've got some good timing going on here because we've still got nothing happening here, but the nice thing about motor racing is we can stand at the front of the queue because something will start happening soon. That something is qualifying 2. Qualifying 2 is quite important. There's 3 qualifying sessions today. There's a warm-up, more qualifying tomorrow. So hopefully tomorrow will be sunny from the guys who don't make it through today and don't get a really quick time today. So they can get the qualifying, and what we're qualifying for is for the class positions. And so you've got the class positions, plus you've got the fastest 10 overall, which is for... the king of the hill for Friday. Right, qualifying is about to start. Man, I am looking forward to this.
Thank you very much, Colin Hasty, of course, our roving reporter in the pit lane here at Simola Hillclimb. Car number 77, one of the 2 Suzuki Swifts that are going out there, Wesley Schreiber, first out to go. Qualifying 2. Now, I've got to tell you, it is rather peculiar because there's a lot of cloud that has come in, and I think everyone wants to get at least one more dry run in qualifying. So they all hoping that in the next 40-odd minutes or 45 minutes, everyone is going to be able to have themselves a little bit of a run. Just having a chat with Andre Bezuidenhout, also finding out what was going on. Their big issue is hoping that nothing has broken underneath the car, because it seems as though it was a mechanical break when the car jumped over the bumps. It seems as though something perhaps could have broken in that car. Hopefully it's not too serious, and hopefully they'll be able to repair it and get him out. Maybe not today, but definitely during the course of tomorrow. 55.0 for Wesley Hreiber, the two Suzuki Swifts going faster and faster with each session, which is wonderful to see, and a great competitive battle between these two guys. Ruben van Niekerk going to come across the line in the next couple of seconds. Sean McKay getting ready to get out the Porsche GT3. 2,360 horsepower, about to make his way. Ruben van Niekerk just about to finish his lap. Let's see what his time is going to be compared to his sister car, a 55.0 and a 55.9. So a full second between the two of them.
Francois Jordan, MSA steward, has joined us here in our commentary studio together with me, Arnold Gertz, as well as Sasha Antonengo, and it's always such a pleasure when we get a chance to speak with Francois. Not only is he MSA steward, so involved with so much of the racing, but also a multiple South African champion and a navigator of absolute format. So Francois, welcome, maat. Nice to have you with us. How are things gone so far today?
Oh, thank you, Arnold. I appreciate the kind words, although I don't always think your praise is justified.
No, it is. It is.
It's exactly what you wrote down.
Lovely. It's last year's script. No, things are going well. I mean, I'm always impressed with the organization on this event, and the level of the professionalism is just surprising me every year. It's really a fantastically proper organized event.
And there is a wonderful competitive spirit amongst the drivers, but also a great camaraderie as well.
Yes, of course. When the helmets goes up, it changes it a little bit.
Yes,
but it's a great spirit. I mean, it's an honor for a competitor to be involved in this event because it's by invitation only. And but I mean, the quality of the drivers, the quality of the cars. I mean, just look at the fantastic atmosphere here.
Yeah.
Also with the fewer people that we've got, the spectators we've got. It's still a very, very good festive and exciting event to watch.
The stands are full. I'm really pleased to report that the stands are full. They've stuck within the allotted numbers, the COVID numbers, but the stands are full. People are absolutely loving it. You must be, from a motorsport and an MSA point of view, absolutely overjoyed, Francois.
Yes, we are. There's several problems. The public, they're funny. Some of them don't want to do the COVID test. Some don't want to have the jab. What can you say? That's not our decision. It's a government decision. So the critics out there, I'm sorry that they can't be here, but for the rest of them, good luck.
Absolutely.
And also, I mean, I think what really shows, that Porsche got a little bit out of shape. What also just shows, I tell you, that Alfa Romeo got properly out of shape as well.
Piet also had a little twitch or two.
He had a moment there. Maybe he's put it into race mode as well. Francois, when it comes to the spectators, I mean, we've had crazy weather this morning. And yet the people just come out. It just shows you this is an event that doesn't matter what the weather's going to do. People want to see this.
Not only here. People are motorsport hungry, I think, all over the country.
Yeah.
And the people down here haven't got a track next to them. They haven't got rallies down here any longer, or big rallies. So an event like this just attracts the people.
Francois, you were saying that the praise I gave you isn't justified, but let's just backtrack a little. How many SA rally champs did you win in the nav seat with Hannes Grobler?
We won 2, and I won 1 with Janil.
So,
but that was actually off-road racing, not rallies.
I mean, off-road racing. I beg your pardon. So, I mean, you are a navigator of world class. To sit in the car with Hannes Robler, who is one tough man, and Janil is also a very exacting man. That couldn't have been easy in your day.
It's easy to go with a good driver.
I know you say that, but I sit there and go, as a navigator, I mean, you have got such an incredibly important job to do. And most of the time, you know, it's not like today where it's all digital, but no, you know, you're looking at your notes and you're saying 100 right, 100 left. Is there any time where you look up and you go, I hope I've given him right as opposed to left, you know, because otherwise we could be in some serious trouble. You have to have so much faith in your driver.
You know, the first rule of survival, never admit.
And that's for almost anything, especially if you're married as well.
Yes, of course. No, you know, it's being in a car from a driver and a navigator's point is actually so much fun. But you have to have the trust. I mean, I do my job, he does his job. You can't look for him and he can't look for you. Off-road racing in my days was a bit different. You had to assist the driver. He had to look at the road and the holes and where the corners and the rocks, and you look a bit further and you say at that boomstomp or somewhere there you've got to turn. Rallies, of course, are different. It's very precise, and I enjoyed my rally career very, very much. I went with guys like Frank Lindemann, Rudolf Fecken, Leon Buerta. That was good fun. And I mean, we were ultra competitive, and all the cars I've been, I never went with a non-competitive driver. And now Etienne Malherbe is sitting up there with his 160U, wants to drag me back into classics. So maybe I do it. Yeah, I think we might. I hope my wife's not listening.
Yeah, well, there we go. We've got a little bit of info and ammo against you now.
Lovely.
Why did you choose to become a navigator as opposed to a driver?
I didn't choose. I was,
you were told.
Yeah, without being presumptuous, I thought I was a good driver, and I was in the Toyota team, what they call the dealer team, taken up, and I drove my own car. And then I had a very bad road accident, and I broke my arm. I nearly lost my arm. Whoa. And for 2 years, of course, I lost sponsors and all that, and I just couldn't get back into the game. And then just by chance, and I think it was 1987, Toyota wanted to win the manufacturers championship, and they gave Rudolf Fecken a car, and he approached me, and as they say, the rest is history. We went with Rudolf for a couple of years, and it was just good fun being in those Toyotas. We had the first RSIs, you know, the 1700 or the 1600.
Little flatback.
Yes, it was fantastic cars. And Serge drove the 4x4 one at the time. Those were very, very good days, and that just happened from there.
Yeah,
then Enzo Keen, he asked me to come and join him in a cult in 2000 on the off-road scene, and I always wanted to do the off-roads. And then from there, Janil asked me to come with him, and that was it. So, had good times.
And those, I mean, Hannes was incredible behind the wheel. Hannes was like Superman in a racing suit.
Hannes couldn't drive anything.
Yeah.
You know, and he's such a talented driver, but also his mind's right. Hannes, sometimes we up in Botswana, and he's pussyfooting over a couple of rocks, and you know, my job is not to slow him down. So I say, Hannes, you think it maybe we're going a bit slowly? He says, don't worry. 2 guys come past, next thing they got punches. He says, I told you.
No, I mean, a calculated driver. To put you a little bit on the spot, with all of the drivers that you've driven with, and we've got to exclude yourself out of the equation. Is there one that just stood out and went, for my life, that's the guy I'd go with?
I wouldn't like to say one driver was a better the other driver than the other, because they're all in their own categories excellent drivers. But I think if I can say one guy I really enjoyed going with him because he was my good friend is the late Leon Buerta. We had so much fun in that little red Golf. I mean, our goal was not to finish. Or so the people thought, because in the 1600 Golf we wanted to take on an Audi Quattro.
So it was just flat out.
Flat out. But Leon was a very talented driver as well.
Okay. I think back on that era when you were at the sort of early 80s, late 80s, early 90s. That was the heyday of South African motoring, and you had Sarel sort of leading the way. It was an incredible time for motorsport in South Africa.
It was, you know, and the Audi that they imported was the benchmark. But
yes.
look what happened. Typical South Africans, they built Toyota four-wheel drives. Hannes built the Nissan four-wheel drives. The Hyundais came in, Ian Miller, and Enzo was driving it. They had that four-wheel drive cars as well. I mean, and it just went on from there.
Yeah, incredible.
It was really, very, very good year. So we had 80 entries on a national event.
Yeah, incredible engineering. Sitting there going, well, hold on a second. I'm sure we can do this. And that is, I mean, look what we've managed to do with Dakar.
Yeah.
And those kind of events as well.
That's exactly where the Toyota Gazoo racing team actually finds its roots, if you want to trace all the way back. The excellence that we've cultivated here comes from that era, because you look at what they've done with the development and the whole team there in Midrand. It's miracle. It's miracle stuff. It really is.
I know it's world class. Yeah. And now Ford has moved over to what's his name in England, to runs the Ford team. They've tied up Neil Woolridge and his people have tied up with England with the Ford team for Dakar. So, here we go again.
Lovely. It is stunning. Just explain to us what your job is here, Francois, as MSA steward.
You've got the clerk of the course, which is basically in charge of the rally. He must take decisions. He must enforce the rules. He looks after everything. That's Sparky. Now you've got two stewards. Now, a steward on any motorsport event, he sits in the background, and he's got to look at the safety standards are adhered to, and any complaint that you get or any dangerous situation must go to the stewards for adjudication and making a ruling on it. So, for instance, if a guy comes with a protest to the clerk of the course, and the clerk of the course gives a ruling.
Let me just ask you, give me an example of a protest for our viewers, just to put that in context.
A protest is when you think that you haven't been treated properly. Like we had a competitor that was precluded on Friday because of a technical infringement, and he felt that it wasn't justified. So he puts down his money, 2,000 rand in this case, and he writes down what his complaint is, and then it comes to the stewards. And the stewards then look at the rules. They take emotions and people and numbers out of it, and they make a decision based solely on what he sees on paper. From the guy that writes, from the clerk of the course decision to the protest that the guy gave in, and you look at the rules and he makes a decision.
Okay. All right. And I think that's as fair as it can possibly be. But obviously, at times, and I think you and I discussed this last year, there are times when you're not exactly the most popular guy out there.
Yeah, but you should not ever get emotions to get into the way, or don't think it's a popularity contest.
Rules are rules, and they are set out, and you've got to work within those rules. Of course, people are going to push parameters all over the place, and sometimes you sit and say, that is allowable. But when it comes to serious infringements, unfortunately, you're not all of a sudden you're not playing in a fair playing field.
You must be fair. That's the basis of the rules. You must be fair, and the guy that the ruling goes against will always complain, or not always. I mean, the two guys yesterday that was precluded was very gracefully accepted it. One of them is back today, so the rules are rules, and as long as you look at the rule in the right spirit, but the rules has got different angles. Motorsport rules has got all sorts of angles.
as we know, exceptionally well.
If you look at the social media, Facebook today, you'll see all the comments flying around, but it's 50-50.
It's part of the deal.
Yeah.
Francois, I can't thank you enough for your time. It's always a great pleasure and an honor to see you, and we appreciate the hard work that you put in. Thank you,
Arnold.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Francois Jordan, the MSA steward from all the front of the grid, if you like, the starting area, and he puts in some really hard yards together with Sparky Bright and the rest of the team. Weer 'n keer Francois, baie dankie ou maat. So we're back to the qualifying and qualifying 2, and it's going beautifully at the moment. I must say, listening to Francois and just understanding again, there's a background part, Sash, that we often don't even know of, and that happens in the background there, and it doesn't even make any ripples really, but there's so much in the back end.
There's so much that goes on. I mean, we just love looking at the pictures in these beautiful cars going out and the noise and the sound. But I mean, from the marshals, the guys got to get the starter right, the guys who are doing the electronics for the timing, you name it. There is so much that is going on in putting events like this on. And if one of those things goes wrong, it's amazing how efficient people are.
Yeah.
That you watching the screen wouldn't even know.
No. It happens quietly in the back. and not a ripple on the surface, and it goes away.
I mean, if people could see me now, they would see that I'm on one of those bicycles, just pedaling, just to give us power, because
because
we've
it's
got
going to go out at any time.
And it's just purely my physique.
I admire your fitness level.
Unbelievable fitness level that I can speak without, sounding as though I'm losing my breath. Yet I'm pedaling.
You're going furious
fast.
Don't believe a word, folks. Don't believe a word. He's lying.
That's for sure.
So at the top of the class, car 67, as we were chatting, JP van der Walt in the Porsche 911 Turbo, which wakes up 427 kilowatts, but it woke up 45.626 seconds and leads early on in qualifying too. So it's looking good. This is Wallace, who is also going very nicely early on. Let's see how things go. But there's not a lot to choose, although the big bangers are coming a little later. These lads are all trying to go up there as fast as they possibly can, and there's, of course, a massive amount of category and class competitiveness going on.
Exactly. I mean, JP at the moment at, Class A4, there's no one within the top 10 that's even close to him. So he's looking very, very comfortable. A3... Feroz Ibrahim, Martin Veed, those guys pretty close together. So, and Farad Ibrahim. So, each of the classes have got their own objectives. They also want to make sure that they are there, and when they get to that final qualifying tomorrow, they have that opportunity to go for the class win.
Paige Lindenberg in that beautiful, they call it the Super Snake Shelby. A 2017 model, and she is again flying as always. Again, you can't say it enough. She is barely a brick and a ticky high, but man, oh man, does she handle this machine like she is the boss.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of power. We saw yesterday in that classic Ford Fairlane, today in the Shelby Super Snake, which is just one of the coolest names you could ever have for a car. What do you drive? A Shelby Super Snake.
Stand back.
Yeah, 720S McLaren. Wow. It's just looking at it, you just want to ogle at it the whole day. And, you finish your Simola and hopefully everything goes well, and then you just drive home.
In your 6 million rand car.
Yeah, in your 6 million rand car. So, and you still give it a little bit of stick on the way up there as well. Just looking at Paige Lindenberg, a 53.0 in that Super Snake. So, and that car's pretty heavy. Even though it's got this huge amount of horsepower in it, it's a very, very heavy car.
I mean, it's the opposite of what you actually are looking for here, because it's almost, I say this slightly tongue-in-cheek, it's almost cumbersome in its handling up here, where there's very little space and you can't really throw it around, which is what it needs probably. But flat line, straight line speed, it's great, isn't it?
Well, with the greatest respect, it's not the most efficient car for going around corners.
Exactly.
This is the original McLaren. Well, besides the original McLaren F1 that was designed and built with Gordon Murray's input, this is the first ever McLaren, the MP412C. Still beautiful, beautiful looking car, and great to see it out there as well.
This looks like it's only about 2 feet off from wheelbase to the top. It looks like it is a pancake flat, and I think the faster it goes, the flatter it gets on the road, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure.
There's your special.
Craziest car out there. I mean, look at that front grille. People sit and moan about the BMW front grille. That's a grille. That's a grill.
You have 4 bras on that grill.
The Nissan Patrol supercharged, 370 kilowatts of power, nearly 4 tons, and it's going up this hill at a rapid rate of knots. I mean, that's just...
Would you like one like that?
I would love one, but I'm not going to drive it at that speed. I can promise you that. But
fair enough.
Man, I just think that is... You know what? You can keep your G63s and all of that kind of stuff. This is the boss.
What a car. It's a frightening looking thing, actually.
It's a mental looking thing. I love it. And there's about 3 or 4 of them around here in Nice at the moment, Arnie. So you've got the one racing, and then there's just a couple just cruising around.
So the Nissan boys drove them down here. That's part of the team. Paige Lindenberg called her car yesterday a block of flats. That's a block of flats.
That's a block of flats. Dane Riley in the Subaru BRZ or BRZ 2-litre 4-cylinder. Yeah, lovely cars as well. I suppose, very similar to this is the Subaru, very similar to the Toyotas that were out a couple of years ago. So, yeah, he slowed down, totally slowed down. So,
trouble.
Something hasn't worked out there. Do an Andre, buddy, turn it round and roll down the hill.
I don't think he can actually. While they're actually doing the runs, luckily Andre was last out, so he knew he could turn back.
Yeah.
But it's against the rules to come back against the flow of traffic there.
Yeah, looks like a flatbed is going to be needed. And full course yellow.
Maybe what we can do is let's hear from the crew if Colin, who I really honestly, we haven't got our money's worth out of him today. He's worth for at least 70,000 words a day, and he's only at 35 for the day. I don't know what the heck's gone wrong. Seriously. So I want to hear if he's okay. They're trying to get on. I'm not gonna work this hard with you, and you're gonna work this hard with me. And Colin gets off for like half a day.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. He really has to do some work. Yeah, come on, up your game. No, he does a fantastic job.
Do you think he's got a good lawyer? I hope not.
Listen, I think he's very close to Andre Bezuidenhout.
Oh, hell, you're right.
So be very
You're
careful.
right. I forgot about that. Sorry, Colin. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. You can relax.
Yeah, and I don't think Andre's in the best of moods at the moment after what has happened. So listen, look how efficient. Talking about things behind the scenes. I mean, that's incredibly efficient. How quickly they've got a flatbed there. They're going to be able to put the car up, bang, and then we can get back to racing.
Don't you have a frequent flyer card from the Turbo Clinic? These boys here. Haven't you burnt out a few turbos in your time?
I have actually. Yes. Yeah. No, brilliant stuff.
Super.
Just unfortunately, love to know what's happened. More than likely, something has broken a pipe of some sorts or whatever has come off, maybe the turbos or something like that. But that's the nature of racing. You do 5 runs up until this stage. Everything's run fantastically.
And then,
bang, all of a sudden something goes wrong. It is, as I said yesterday, it's a cruel mistress, the world of motorsport.
I love that phrasing. That is really beautiful. In fact, I think it could be the term or the title for a book.
Yes,
Cruel Mistress.
The Cruel Mistress.
She waited for him in the dark and then turned round and bit him.
The other wonderful book that I'm thinking of reading is How to Become a Millionaire in Motorsport.
Yeah, and how... Yeah.
And then the subtitle will be Start with $1 billion.
And then
you'll end there we go.
Let's join Colin and see if he can earn his keep for a change. Colin.
One of the things about the weather at the coast, it keeps changing. And if we have a look over here, these spots, those are little drops of rain. And it's never nice to see this on the windscreen, is it?
No. Yeah, it's now going to be challenging again. Previous run was nice and dry, but clutch is slipping at the moment. We've done a little bit of a change, so let's hope now it's not slipping.
You were a bit of some might say a surprise to get into the speed that you did. We're not really surprised. You put a lot of work and development in this thing and you're driving it properly.
Yeah, no, we've done a lot of work. For me at the moment is I've stored their times and that's on slicks. Full slicks, and we're still running rain tires, so there's still a little bit to come for us.
That's great. Now, with the rain that's starting, and is it worthwhile having a go now, or do you want to just check the car again?
Yeah, it's like building up the whole time. Your confidence in any condition and so on. And tomorrow they say it's not raining, but you never know. Conditions can change, so you can't wait until tomorrow and then say, okay, now suddenly I've got. So yeah, it's the whole time. You train your mind of the different conditions.
Love the detail and the preparation you're going into. Good luck.
Thank you.
So now we sit and we wait while a flatbed recovers the cars. Let's go down. Let's talk to Hondas because we love the fact that you've brought a very... I mean, we all love Hondas, and especially powerful ones.
We do. We all love them. Yeah, I mean, we grew up with them, eh?
So now you got to wait. What goes through your mind?
Tires are getting cold. Some few spots on the windscreen, so trying to go fast but take it easy is a difficult thing. Very fine line, especially through the twisties at the top there.
It's amazing how those twisties can catch you out, because if you get the entrance going into them wrong, it just multiplies, and it doesn't end well.
What happens if you miss the first apex. It's just exaggerated, and because you're trying to go fast, you got to just be careful. Eh? Tomorrow's another day as well. Eh?
So, how many horsepower have we got here?
We've got about 350 horsepower at 1.5 bar boost and about 500 Newton meters of torque. So it's turned down now to about a 1 bar because there's no traction.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help trying to get the most out of it now. You might damage something.
Well, you might damage something, but all you're doing is just overpowering the tires and everything. So just the traction control just retards everything and stops you from going fast anyway. So slowly we'll work our way up there tomorrow.
Love that. Slowly you catch the monkey.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Nice and warm in there. It's warm. It's dry. Let's talk to Pierre. Pierre Bester, luckily you've got nice windscreen wipers.
Yeah, Burke, that makes it easier.
Waiting like this, not so cool?
It's not good. We tire warmers on, it's off now. So tires are cooling down, starting to drizzle a little bit, so it's going to be quite interesting.
In conditions like these, how do you judge the level of grip as you go into the first corner?
Yeah, so I will maybe brake just a little bit earlier to see what is the action, and then I'll take it from there. And first a long corner, halfway through the corner, I should know what's happening. If I can.
Awesome. Good luck.
Oh, thanks.
He's focused, hey? He's proper focused. Right, so that car that stopped is being towed up the hill, and we wait, we chill.
Hello,
how are you?
Very well, and yourself?
Cool, thanks. You busy watching on the screen there?
I am indeed. Just seeing what's going on up the track with that car that went off, just wondering when that's going to get cleared up. So luckily the driver's okay. So
yeah, a couple of minutes now and they'll get going. These drops going to be interesting?
Yeah. We will see how we do, especially around that corner as well. Struggling to find the line there, a little bit wet, a little bit dry, so we're playing around, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. So far the car feels great, so we've got a good time in the car, we just have to pull it out of the car. So.
And that's the battle, isn't it? Get the most out of the car.
It is. It's getting that last 10-15% out of the car is the challenging part. Driving quickly, most people can do, but getting that last little bit. You look at some of the great drivers here, some of the guys further up the paddock. I mean, it's unreal the times they're getting. So
it's going to be a proper race, eh?
Yeah. Tomorrow's going to. Hopefully we dry tomorrow. Hopefully we can go fast tomorrow. So
good luck.
Let's see. Thank you very much.
Thanks for chatting.
Cheers. Enjoy.
Cheers. So there we are on the screen. Right. I think things are about to start going. Yeah, we got to talk to him. He doesn't want to talk, but yeah, of course again, because we're following a couple of stories yesterday, you came through from yesterday, did incredibly well. Now we've got wet stuff again.
This is not wet. This won't be a problem. It's wet is lots of water in it.
Okay, is this slippery?
This is slippery, but it's not wet.
Okay, and what do? You still run slicks on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Tire warmers, hopefully it'll be enough.
Roy, you guys are crazy, man.
And so are you.
Thank you, Roy. I wanted to talk to Devon just to see how his run went, but we're going to try and see if we can get to Megan, who is at the back there, because I believe that she's got a bit of a challenge. Mr. Rackstraw, you've done a couple of runs now. What's the plan? What are you tweaking on the car now?
Oh, it's all about the start, really. The rest of the track, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, it's all pretty much flat in this car. So, yeah, we're just trying to get the launch control working. It's not working at the moment. But, yeah, we're taking it in our stride. And, I mean, Bob and Paula have been doing this for years, so I'm sure they'll get it right.
I love the confidence of youth.
100%. You have to be. When you're young, you have to be. So.
Well done. Good luck. Eh?
Thanks so much.
Right, I think we are about to get running. The voices are telling me that the guys have got the car up at the top. Let's speak to Steve and see if any update on progress of fixing and stuff.
It runs again.
So it runs, it lives.
It lives. Yeah. No, I mean, it's for some reason, with the slicks on it this time, we hit the ground very hard, and it seems to have turned itself off for some reason.
Right, they've turned it back on. Load shedding is a thing of the past, and cars are going up the hill again. We love it.
Right.
So we're back live and online and on the road as well. That's car number 47, Anton Cronje, who set such a quick time in the Subaru and the WRX STI. Man, this guy has... when he takes a wheel, it's like he can pull a rabbit out the hat anytime, anywhere.
Well, I also, just to let everybody know, it is drizzling out there at the moment. So there's a tremendous amount of bravery. These guys don't really have to go because it is Q2. They have set a time. So bravery, stupidity, it's a fine line sometimes because this track can evolve and change very, very quickly. It's just little spits of rain at the moment. But don't forget, we are 2 kilometers away from where the top is. So we actually don't know if it's raining more up there.
Yeah, and on top of it all, inevitably, if it's raining lower, it's probably raining a little bit harder further up. And we're 150 meters down from there as well on top of it all. And not for 1 second do I want to pretend that I'm a weather prophet. But yeah, often that is the case. It's a little spitty at the moment. It's just drizzly. But that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's horrible stuff to drive in. Because it just makes the surface slightly slippy and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, listen, everyone's going out, which is great to see. Ricky Giannacara in his Lamborghini. I mean, the rear diffuser on that car. Oh, it does sound beautiful. Oh, it does sound beautiful. Just trying to find the time of the Scooby. Anton Cronje did a 51.5, so he backed off quite a lot.
He did. I actually noticed it. I could see that he just pulled back a little.
So, if anything, Arnold, I think a lot of these drivers will come out and just try and perfect the launch off the line for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And from there, maybe not go through the whole of the lap at full speed because it's just very difficult to determine what the track's actually going to do.
No, absolutely. I fully agree with you. I think you can do something stupid here. And as you were giving it a percentage earlier when we started this morning, it's probably down to 65% where you can do something really silly and cost yourself an opportunity to have a go tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. So, let's see. 47.6 for Ricky Giannacara. Now, all of a sudden, he's put in a proper lap because that's the quickest he's been. Yeah. So he doesn't care about track conditions. So, I say nothing anymore.
67. Car 67 is JP van der Walt again in that Porsche 911 Turbo. And with that 700 Newton meters of torque, he is taking it up the hill rather rapidly. I must say, I do love this Canary.
Yeah, it is wonderful. Car number 40, of course, one of the Lotus Exige, but with the Mercedes 570 horsepower engine inside of it. So, yeah, I mean, these cars are just very, very pretty. I must say, it is not a comfortable car to drive. I had one for a couple of weeks to just, drive around in. Every time I go, really? Someone uses it as a daily driver?
Yeah.
But it was purpose-built for track, let's be honest.
Yeah. And this is Paul Munro in the BMW M3. Also,
magnificent sound.
Great sound. No, great sound.
Beautiful sounding car.
These cars could all sing arias in operas. It's that pretty. It really is that beautiful.
It is something very, very special. Those who are not petrol heads and crazy or whatever, I don't know where they would, besides music itself, I don't know where you would find symphonies like this.
The kind of auditory pleasure that you get from this.
Yeah, I definitely do. And the louder the better.
Auditory climaxes.
There we go. I like that a lot. All right, watching the BMW M3 going up with this huge rear wing on it as well. Beautifully spec car.
Sure. It's not slow, but Hubert is now slotted into second spot with his 46.6. And here again, there's some very interesting things happening out on the route. I think you're very right by saying that a lot of guys will just be looking to get the launch right, and then you don't need to push too hard unless you are really, really fearless. Although the one thing is it's not really raining as of yet. So you're kind of caught between two things here, aren't you?
Well, that's the problem, you know. Just looking out the window, there's like one or two little spits, but it doesn't seem significant enough and to affect the track that much, and that's why these guys are going out. Thuka Mechanicos with his George Michael tassels on his rear wing, going out in his Mercedes.
Where'd you come up with that now?
Yeah, no. BMW Adrian Dalton has just gone quickest with a 45.4.
That's a careless whisper, I think.
Ah, touche. There's Franco Di Matteo going out on his slicks. So he's also braving it. So he feels nothing. No, he's saying this track is still dry.
He's going to have a full go.
Yeah. So let's see what he can do. But at the moment, Dalton in the BMW, 2/10 quicker than JP van der Balt. But different categories, classes that these cars are in.
So the one man who's got pressure at this stage is the defending champion and record holder Andre Besaidnout, because he didn't post a time in that first qual. Yeah. Something broke on the car. When Colin last spoke to him, he wasn't sure what it was.
Yes.
And obviously there's some feverish activity there in pit number 1 at the moment in the pit lane, because they got to find out what's wrong and they got to sort it out before the end of the day. He's going to have one run, whatever he does.
Yeah, one has to believe that he has to do a run. I mean, he's still got one quali tomorrow. But when I spoke to Andre, their fear is something. It hit the bump and landed down, and fear something broke. Ah, there we go. We've just heard from Colin.
Awesome.
Which is great news to hear that they definitely had some electronic issue which cut out all of the systems. They've turned the car back on and it's working. So that's wonderful news.
Why did he have Eskom in his pit lane if they had load shedding in the car?
I have a feeling the advocate might throw in I'm trying to think of the word that Francois used, a protest.
Protest.
He might throw in a protest to Eskom. Di Matteo's gone quickest with a 45.3.
There's Twitch 1, Twitch 2 through corner 3 and 4. Let's... Oh boy.
It must be Wade. It's got to be Wade.
He is letting this thing hang out sideways. He is giving it all. Look at him go.
Yeah, it's got to be Wade. It can only be Wade.
Look at him.
And he goes quickest. 42.9.
Van Simmeren just absolutely hammered that thing now.
Oh, wonderful. There we go. Car number, I think it's 22. Gary Martin's in the M25D. Now, explain this to me.
Yep.
Please. It's an M25D.
Yeah.
But it's got a 3-litre diesel. So why didn't they call it an M23D?
I don't know. Is this a quiz? How should I know?
Sorry, it's an M250D.
50D, yeah.
And it's got a 3-litre diesel
engine. Yeah. I don't know. But it says it's the only X-Drive F22 in South Africa. And only 50 only 50 were made.
I'm going to write a blog to all of these manufacturers to please stop this nonsense. You get a Mercedes A45 and you go, oh, it must be a 4.5 litre. No, it's a 2-litre turbo. What? How? Please, come on.
You know, they say if you a good advocate asks a question and he already knows the answer. So don't ask me these questions if you don't know the answers.
Okay, I need to know. All right, the two Audis coming out, the same color schemes. One for Aldo Scribante, the other one for Silvio Scribante. This car off launch is one of the most impressive to see.
It is. And what I like about it is it's very, very low to the ground. It doesn't look like it's affected by any of the bumpy surface, however. As low as what the car is, it doesn't seem to be affected by the bumpiness of the surface.
Yeah, the car's looking good. Here comes Silvio Scribante in his sort of sister car. Wonderful to see. S4, yeah.
Same thing.
Just gets off the line. Unbelievably quick from these two boys. Let's see what Aldo goes second with a 44.5. So it's a pretty impressive time.
Here's the bumpy part of the track. Now watch, the bumpy part is on our left. Now he's moved over to the bumpier parts. Look at how beautifully was that. That's gorgeously negotiated.
Yeah,
Really.
the balance is really good. The setup is really good. Let's see if we can get close to Aldo.
Giovanni Fantin in the Audi RS3, 1,100 horsepower. So
that's quite a lot.
Yeah, I'd
That's,
say.
Quite a lot of horsepower in there. And also, I mean, it's just one of the cars where it's got very few decals. It's actually got no decals besides its racing number. You're just going, hey, up here, let's just throw it up the hill.
No
Let's go.
frills, no spills. Let's just get on with it.
47.2 for Silvio Scribante, so significantly 3 seconds off Aldo.
Still Wade van Zumeren leads with that 42.9 in conditions that are not improving at the moment, to say the least. Richard Evans in the Nissan GT-R 3.8 6-cylinder, 9-year-old car. You wouldn't say so.
Yeah, it's quite incredible how this car just seems to evolve every single year. And you go, it's a GTR, and you go, but it's like 8 years old already. No, don't worry, it's still a GTR.
It's beautiful. It goes.
A plug-and-play car. I mean, you can just modify these things to whatever you want. But I'm not sure, Arnie, in qualifying one, we did see him go up the hill, but I didn't see a time for him. So
he may have hit one of the policemen. Maybe hit a policeman. There's Roy Campos launching it, absolutely killing it off the line. He's given that the full treatment.
Richard Evans doesn't seem to be going at a rapid pace. So yeah, seems to be, maybe just also working on that launch control, trying to see if there's any more rain.
I think he's after big time.
Yeah, 54. Yeah. So I have a feeling that there's just a little bit more rain coming down.
Maybe.
At present. But let's see what young Rui Campos can do in his shell. Beautifully prepared. Those colours are quite striking. It looks so much better in real life.
See that?
Yeah.
Into the right-hander, and he let the bum go just a little.
Yeah, these drivers have got some serious...
he goes second.
Yeah, 43 dead. Just 11/100ths of a second behind Wade van Zumeren.
Oh, that sounds gorgeous. Byron Mitchell in the Reynard Formula VW. Oh, you can hear that all the way down to the heads, I bet you.
Oh, that is incredibly loud. Beautiful.
He's going to be quick. If he keeps this run going, he's virtually done with it. He's got 3 more turns to do, and then he's home and dry, almost. And this looks like it is really fast. Beautifully negotiated, great line through. Here he comes, and over the hill now.
Yeah, and we've got the wonderful Megan Verlack, who's out there. Her previous run, her time was disqualified. Whoa, she went very wide over there. She wants to put a time in because her previous time was disqualified. Sure, we have Byron Mitchell, 41 dead in the wonderful Reynard.
See how Verlack goes. Remember, she was 10th last year.
One of the other Formula VWs that are out on circuit, I think.
Is that not Andrew, Mr. Rackstraw?
Yeah, I think it's Rackstraw in that Formula V made by Reynard. Here comes the Lotus 7, no passenger this time.
Although the seat is still open.
But I'm allergic to rain. That's my story, I'm sticking with it.
I think it's a good call, actually. Yeah. We'll stand up in court. Right, let's see where he fits into 42.8. I tell you what, it's interesting times at this stage as things end up. So Rackstraw is 42.848, and that leaves him second in qualifying 2 at this stage. But still, Mitchell with that 41 flat of his. Let's see where Barrett ends up, because Barrett has also been very consistent so far. Oh no, I think he may also have just pulled the tap a little.
Yeah, we'll see when his time comes up. But Rackstraw, 1.7 seconds off Byron Mitchell in the same category. So maybe Rackstraw just taming it a little bit. Here goes Andre Bezuidenhout. Great to see him He's out there again. Oh no, it's Andrew Schofield, sorry. Andrew Schofield, car number 3. This is the Formula Renault. It is a 3.5 litre, 375 horsepower, but only under 600 kilograms in weight.
That is incredible with that 375 horsepower and that body that weighs almost nothing through the bridge. And now these S's here in left, hard right, takes it as wide as he can. How long does he keep it there and right through the apex of that corner? See how tight this is. When you really look at how much they've got to play with, there's not a lot through the apexes of these corners. It is tight.
Especially for these single-seaters, you know, they want to get as close to those bollards on some of the exit as possible. 43.2 for him. Dion Joubert's time has been taken away in car number 65, so he must have touched something along the way.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like Bezuidenhout is coming out. Somebody's still working on that car, just checking all of the systems. Maybe come out for the final session this afternoon, all depending, Arnold, on what this weather does.
And Robbie Volk also did not come out, which is interesting as well. So maybe the both of them decided to...
Hold on.
There we go. Okay, hold your horses. Hold your horses. Right, so Bezuidenhout has made an appearance. Let's see. Let's just look-see. This is going to be fascinating because he's probably still got the slicks on, hasn't he?
What do you think? From here, my eyes can't see that far. But more than likely got the slicks on. The thing is, they want to definitely get the, make sure that all of the systems are. And also to be interesting to see whether or not he takes the same line. It looks like he's got the wets on. Are they slicks?
I think that... No, that's the wets.
All right, there we go.
Right, okay, there we go. Got the wets back on.
Let's see what Andre Bezuidenhout can do. Turn 1 and 2 is where he had the problems last time round.
It was a good start. He launched well.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Here's the
gotten
bumpy
through there.
part. Here's the bumpy part. He'll stay as hard left as he can. And then through here and back out again. Over right and left. He's got this going nicely. It's good. It's quick.
It's planted. It is planted. I mean, he's just such a great racing driver as well. There he goes, flicks it into the left, through the right.
It's like
through
a
the
knife
left.
through butter, isn't it?
No, this car's going.
He's going well. This is a good run from Bezuidenhout. This is a very quick one from Bezuidenhout.
But second.
Oh, hello.
A 41.4. Don't forget, he's done a 37.
That looks faster.
I think, well, listen,
that looked faster to me.
Andre just, number one, wanted to get to the top after the problems he had in qualifying one. So I think
stick a time down.
He'll be delighted to have finished that run. And the only one we didn't see was Robbie Walk. Perhaps, they did use the slick tyres for the first time. So I think Robbie Walk will be sitting and waiting for tomorrow. Don't want to go and chance anything at this stage.
And the interesting thing is tomorrow, the lineup, of course, is there's the one quali first thing in the morning, tomorrow morning. There's one look-see when you start off. The morning warm-up run is at 9. Then qualifying round 4, qualifying round 5, qualifying round 6, and then off we go. So you've got lots of opportunity tomorrow, and of course we're all no, sorry, let me not say that. I'm not taking any responsibility for this. The weather prophets are saying there's going to be no rain tomorrow. Sasha Martinengo and Arnold Gertz didn't say it.
Yeah.
We are going according to what all the websites say. The learned people who've studied the weather formations and the clouds and all those other wonderful things. We didn't say it, okay?
No, there we go. According to AccuWeather, tomorrow there shouldn't be any rain.
But I want to tell you that from where we're sitting right now, I can't see that being right. It looks bleak out there.
Yeah, it does look rather ominous.
AccuWeather,
at
you
present.
said, hey?
I'm on AccuWeather. Your fault.
Okay.
Your fault.
AccuWeather. Now you know. It's not us. We just don't shoot the messenger.
Byron Mitchell. Fastest in the Formula VW category C2. I think you'll be pretty chuffed with that run. I think everyone will be happy that they managed to get through a run, especially with these changing weather conditions.
Just go back for me, Robbie Volk. I don't know. You don't have his time.
I don't have his time from earlier. I can't, unfortunately.
I think he was just over 40.
I think,
Is that right?
yes, I think he was.
Just a
I think he
40.2.
was.
Okay.
40 some.
So
yeah.
that puts it in context quite nicely, but Byron Mitchell then leads at the top at this stage. Andre Besaidnout in second spot, and it's fascinating to see how it's all ended up. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Qualifying 3 comes up a little later, but the debate and the arm wrestle is, who's going to take a chance now? Will it rain more? Will they not take a chance? And so I'm just going to kick back, open a beer, and I'll wait for tomorrow. Man, it's going to be fascinating to see. Don't go away. We'll be back right after these.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day. I think I made my point.
Robert Wolf, Byron Mitchell was quickest in that session. You didn't go out, but when I get a merge of qualifying so far, I see R. Walk in P1.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't our best run. We're still trying to get the balance of the car right, bottoming out quite a bit, just struggling to shift gears a little bit. So, yeah, overall, not great, but obviously now we didn't start, so yeah, just trying to find the electrical fault. Seems like crank sensor or something wasn't picking up correctly, so it just wasn't turning properly. But yeah, we'll get it right for the last run, and obviously tomorrow go on slicks and hopefully have a decent balance. But first time we've really run this car in anger, so a lot to still learn and develop. So it's gonna be a trying day. It always was, but hopefully we can get it right tomorrow.
But it's always nice to have a good time in the records, have it done, and now you can move forward with a little bit of confidence that at least where you are at the moment, you'll make it through into the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I mean, that wasn't a great run, so I'm sure once we put the slicks on it, we'll get a decent run and just get a decent balance, bottoming out quite a bit up the straight and through the corners. So also just trying to find where to gear it correctly. It's only got a 4-speed box, so yeah, it's quite difficult. 6-speed box around here, it's quite easy. You've got a lot of torque, so just found I was in the wrong gear in the wrong place a little bit. So yeah, we'll get it right.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Rob.
Cool. Cheers.
Still the finest sounding machine in this whole place. up and down here. Let's see if we can get hold of Andrew Rackstraw, who, no, not Andrew Rackstraw, we don't want to talk to him, we want to talk to Byron Mitchell, because Byron put it on on quickest. There he is. Byron.
How's it? Can you give me 1 second?
We'll,
I've got earplugs in.
We'll give you 1 second. Sorry, I can't hear you. I've got my earplugs in. You got to have earplugs in these things because kind of noisy, and after a while you get a buzz in your head, and you got to be very satisfied with that, topping the qualifying session.
Yeah, it's good. It's good work. I mean, we did a big change now between these 2 runs, and it obviously worked. But obviously tomorrow is the main day, so we'll see what happens then.
What sort of change did you make?
We gave the car a bit more front grip. We were struggling with front, but unfortunately the weather seems to be taking a change again, so we're going to have to maybe go back. We'll see. We don't know. We'll find out.
Well done, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
It's quite impressive there. You know, we go and look at... So qualifying, it's not individual sessions that you need to win, but the overall merge of the qualifying session. So Byron won this particular session, and but he still sits overall in P4 was Robert Walk ahead of Reggie Roots, Franco Scribanti, and then Andre Bezuidenhout in 5th position. Last run, Andre had not a nice run, but we'll see if he is back yet. I'm just busy scanning the pit lane as we go along, and let's just talk to Andrew Schofield, who's... Andrew, you've been chipping away at particularly the launch of the car and getting it to the line. You seem to have found something there.
Yeah, we had some issues this morning. We think it might be a wiring issue, but it goes into like a limp mode. So the first starts, it's fine. It starts up nicely. If I accidentally release the clutch too quickly and it stalls, then the second starts, it's in a limp mode. So to fix the problem, we're just pushing to the line, going from there. The starts are tricky. It's clutch on the steering wheel, so there's no feel there. So it's a bit of a guesstimate, but we're starting to get there. So the car's quick. It's a lot to learn to get up there, but chip away at it will slowly, hopefully improve as the weekend goes.
Got a lovely sound as well, though.
It's awesome. I love it. My eyes are a bit big the first time going up there, but yeah, it's awesome. As I'm getting comfortable, I'm loving it more and more.
Lovely stuff. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Let's see if we can get back here to Andre Bezuidenhout, who's just getting out of the car now. They fixed their load shedding problem. We'll wait for him to... Can you talk with the helmet on, Andre?
Absolutely. You know, pressure still gets to one, so because we fluffed that previous one, I think we found the problem. The cut switch had tension in it, and when I hit the bump, it just cut itself off. But if you don't know, you know, suddenly your mind plays games. So that was a pressure one, just to get onto the grid and make it into qualifying.
So, I mean, we've got lots of qualifying runs still to come, but it's not about what is to come. It's what you've done and what's on the board that really counts, and we don't know what tomorrow will bring.
Absolutely. You know, as we said yesterday, this fight only starts sometime tomorrow, but you need to be into the qualifying. Look what happened to me yesterday. I didn't even made it into the event, so I'm very glad to be here.
Awesome. Great job, and thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, matey.
Right, he's going into Q3 for today. Mr. Shrosbury,
hello,
are you having fun yet?
I am. Today I'm having fun, yes. Very much so. It's, you know, despite the weather, which isn't great, the crowd's good. The action on track's very good. So, yeah, I think we're happy. The crowd seems happy. Competitors are happy. So if they're happy, I'm happy.
So much of happiness here, and everybody has commented on just what a wonderful spirit this event is run in, and between competitors who at some other events might be at each other's necks. There's lots of happiness.
I think that's exactly. I think that's what's made this event successful over the years. You know, is that the camaraderie, kind of the old feel. Don't want to sound too old, but the old feel to that motorsport when we were younger knew, without the serious competitiveness and big money. I think we keep a bit of that flavour. So yeah, we don't harken to the past too much, but you know, it is that casual, relaxed camaraderie, relaxed feel that makes this event so special.
Awesome. We need to chat to some more guys down the pit lane. We'll come back. Thanks all.
Thanks, Colin.
Cheers. Right, let's see. We've got some rude cars here, and we want to talk to Franco. And in fact, we'll talk to Querbus. Querbus, who runs the car for Franco. This beast. Absolutely magnificent thing. We'll just walk in there and see if we can talk to Quibus and see. Quibus, how are things going?
All good, Uncle Colin. We're happy. We're shifting into fifth and down into fourth, which is a good thing, which was our gremlin. But other than that, we're not going out in this weather because you're not going to learn anything. So we'll bank it.
So, I mean, we've got qualifying now. We've got a merge of it. So, I mean, you're into the top 10 at the moment, and that's probably objective number one, eh?
Yeah, so I think for today, Uncle Colin, we'll be happy. If it carries on like this, we won't go out, save the car, and then we've learned a lot in the dry. And then if it does rain tomorrow, we've also got a good wet setup. We've proven that the car's fast in the wet. So if all goes well, we've got a good race car this weekend, finally.
It's so good to see you a little bit more relaxed with a smile on your face at this time of the event.
It's not only me, even my driver is calmer, which makes things much better. You know, if you start the weekend off with a little bit of momentum, it's difficult to gain it if you've got issues. So, yeah, we started off slowly and we're gaining as we go.
It was so interesting just talking to your driver a little bit earlier. That he's got a sense of humor back, and he definitely is a little bit less tense.
It's because his car is working, Uncle Colin.
Well done, Quibus.
Thank you, Uncle.
Quibus is an absolute genius. We got to talk to Silvio, because Silvio, you've got some serious, interesting stuff going on in your car. Just tell us about it's supercharged and turbocharged and four-wheel drive.
That's correct, Colin. Yeah, it's obviously we just got the car finished. My poor team's been working for 3 weeks, day and night, and we dynoed it for the first time yesterday afternoon, and we battled a bit with the mapping. We're still mapping it at the moment, and we're here, and the guys worked late last night once again, and but yeah, it's a development. We're going to get there, and I think after the few tunings or 2 runs that I've done this morning, we've got enough information to know what to do to lean the motor and get it running at optimum for tomorrow's 3 qualifying.
It's all about tomorrow, eh?
Tomorrow, yeah. Unfortunately, I see the rain's coming down again, so yeah. Tomorrow should be sunny and warm, and I think we're going to be. We've got 3 runs to prove to qualify, and that's what I'm aiming for.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Thank you, Colin.
Right, 2 absolute hooligans of motorsport. Complete and utter hooligans. The wild man from Borneo and Wicked Willie. We talk. I mean, the Flying Dutchman. Sorry. I've got so much stuff going on in my head. You know that the brain doesn't work so good anymore. Great to see you guys having a joke and talk to each other.
Yeah, you don't want to know what we were talking about. But
So what were you talking about, Dion?
We were talking about cars. We did talk about cars for a while. Yeah.
And then you went on to?
No, we can't.
Come on, I dare you. It's just between us. No one else is watching. No. Okay, so serious stuff. So some serious stuff. I've got a merge of the qualifying. So, I mean, you right up there, Reggie.
yeah, we're in it. I made 1 or 2 mistakes, but it's all part of learning, eh? Learning the car and the game.
Got to get the thing less sideways, eh?
Yeah, I'm giving it some wing now. I'm learning here from Dion's experience. That's what we were talking about, wings and aero and downforce. And,
yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, so we're giving it a bit more downforce.
Your Oaks are still so naughty, eh? Dion, how did your last run go?
It was fine. I hit a cone, so I've been hitting the cones a bit. So Sparky's called me in a couple of times, but I'll have to just stop doing that. Yeah.
Might these help?
I do wear glasses now, and I'm not sure whether they're better or not, to be honest.
Right, guys, good luck. Thanks a lot for chatting.
Thank you.
Right, so Q3 for today. I still want to know what they're talking about. I'm going to find out, and we'll get back to you. So Q3 has started, and this is where... Why do we go out now? Because we haven't got a time on the board, and we're not through, and we want to try and learn something. So, let the cars do the talking.
So the first cars in qualifying 3 have just left the line. And I think Colin described it very beautifully there by saying, why do we still go out now? Because we don't have a time and we need one.
Could well be. It's going to be interesting to see how many cars actually go out. Because there is quite a lot of drizzle now. The track is very changed compared to what it was 45 minutes ago.
We've probably had 5 or 6 different track conditions here today, haven't we?
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, that is so confusing for these guys. I mean, look at the times, 101. Maybe not expecting any fireworks from everybody, but let's see. Listen, it's great action for us.
Totally. No, completely. Car number 72, that's one of the Beamers, and it is a beautiful looking, I mean, the livery on that thing is beautiful. Martin Witt in the M240i, and a lovely looking car number 72 on the way.
Yeah, we got the 350Z out there as well. And also for all of the spectators that have been here today, those who have stuck around the whole day, and which is the majority of people, which is wonderful. Great to see all of these drivers going out there and giving them a little bit of a show as well. Arnold. That's so important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think it's important that the drivers and the teams also understand that even though self-preservation is important, you've also got a duty towards the paying spectator.
Yeah, there we go.
This is Dan Hirsch in the Ford Mustang.
I tell you, that Beamer is giving it full beans. Yeah. Full beans.
Whoa, 50.9. That's good.
Yeah, there we go. Martin Wheat in the BM, 50.9. And you consider it to, the little Suzuki's at a minute. So, yeah, that's going. I mean, Sean McCain, his Porsche 101. He was going. Oh, we've got one of the electrics coming out.
That's Jonathan Mokotsi.
Yeah, so they're going up the hill as well. Let's just listen to them. You hear that?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it either.
The sounds of silence.
Something like that. So Jonathan Mokotsi out there. We've still got Dan Hirsch, who's on track in his Ford Mustang. Hasn't crossed the timing beam across to what I can see at present. Martin Wheat, who is quickest at the moment, 50.9.
Throwing it around a bit, eh? He really is. There we go. Tails hanging out a little on that into the left and out in the right. McLaren, listen to that.
Oh, look at that. Wing pops up already just to give him some extra downforce at the rear. It was something that I was saying. I thought I predicted that we would see the road-going cars with standard road-going tyres, the ones that would venture out in this final session because of track conditions.
Yeah,
that's the only reason.
Absolutely. But you don't want to take a chance now when you've got tomorrow, which the prediction is for the 3 qualifying rounds, 4, 5 and 6 from 10, 11 and 12 o'clock. If you've got good conditions, why would you want to waste one now unless you just have a little trundle luck?
Yeah,
just
there
look
we go.
for lines.
For example, this McLaren, you can see in the bottom of your screen, is back completely off. Had a great launch off the line, and from there sat there and said, you know what, let's just get to the top. And then we've also completed a full day. A whole day's activity. You're feeling good about yourself, and we all just hoping. The one thing about tomorrow, Arnold, is if it's going to be dry, you want it to be dry for everybody. If it's going to be wet, then let it be wet. Racing drivers are bred to race in any kinds of conditions. You just want an element of consistency.
Well, you've got to. You won't always like the weather you've got, but you've got to make it work.
Yeah,
that's unfortunately part of sport. That is it.
You got to work within the elements. Yeah, my fabulous Nissan Patrol. I just love this thing. It's bonkers. It's bonkers. I love it. Great to see it out there. And, Daniel Rowe out in the other electric vehicle. He does a 1 minute dead 0.7 and faster than Jonathan Mokotsi. So the one thing, because he's been slower than him throughout most of the day, Daniel Rowe will be hoping for these kind of conditions tomorrow.
Yeah, clearly. Number 48 launches off the line, and that is that little Honda from Owen Bridger. And it's known as the Hooner. If you're one of our overseas viewers, that's the chicken. I have no idea why, and I'm actually too scared to ask.
Yeah, there we go. It's a Quaife sequential box, 300 kilowatts out of that Honda. Also, something about the Japanese engines, you know, whether it's the Nissan GTRs or these Hondas VTEC engines, man, you can do so much to them. I mean,
you can
300 kilowatts.
Yeah. No, you can tweak them, you can play with them. There's lots to do. That's number 41, Ricky Giannocarro. See, and 570 horsepower there, 600 newton meters, top speed of 300 k's an hour.
Yeah, that's very, very
that's
quick.
indecent.
Yeah. Owen Bridger in the Honda does the quickest time of 49, so first to break the 50s, 49.6. You can see the times are drastically different compared to the last session.
Which even more so bears out what you're saying. What's the point of going out? You know, unless there is something that you still want to sort out. It's understeering, it's oversteering. Your brakes are not, the setting of the car going into a left-hander isn't quite clear. Other than that, you really probably don't need to be out there.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is actually the last car that is going out of this Q3 session. Our fabulous youngster. Qualifying merge overall.
Colin has just run in here with it. He looks absolutely Colin, come sit down here for a second.
Come and chat to us, because maybe you can explain this a little more.
Then you don't have to sit in the rain outside.
All right, it's good to have the whole team together.
There we go. Make yourself at home.
I've got the yellow lollipop. Okay, so what I brought you.
Yes.
The merge is a combination of qualifying 1 and 2. So this is the overall. This is what counts.
Okay.
And
but we've still got 3 qualifying sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, but we've got 1 going on at the moment. But
which is basically done.
Yeah, what did Martin do there? 50.9.
50.9.
And we'll try and zip down here and see where Martin
72.
was. This is the thing when you're trying to look through live
88 race cars. Here we go. He's 27th and he went 50.735.
And what did he do here?
50.9.
So slower.
Slower. Yeah, so he's a little bit slower. But anyway, the important bit is that we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Correct.
And it's better to have something in the bank and done and a time on the board so that you can progress. So at the moment, Robbie Walk will be really happy that he's
of course
on top of the pile. Spoke to Rechout and Franco. It's been this ding-dong battle between the two of them.
Yeah.
And in the modified saloons, that's the fight that I'm expecting.
So my co-commentator and expert, which he's just proved he is, said that very few cars are going to go out, and he's right. So we bow to your superior knowledge, Sash. Martinengo, you are a sir of note. And you knew that this was going. No, but you called it right. The fact of the matter is, though, you've got all the times are on there, but I'm a little worried. Just for Andre Besaidnout, because Andre hasn't looked settled at this stage, or am I misreading it?
Yeah, I think you are, Arnie.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of tension on the cutoff switch, and there's a big bump that they go through, and that car doesn't like that bump, and it turned itself off.
A little twitch on the.
No, there's tension on a piece
little
of wire.
tension.
So
Okay.
there's a piece of wire that's like
makes me think of my ex-wife. Actually, there's a little bit of tension.
Must have popped it off or something. There we go, like a dead earth.
Yes, understand.
So it's switched off.
There we go. The electronics went off.
The whole power supply to
There
the car,
we go.
the master power supply.
I love
That
your
went
line
off.
for that. It was load
The
shedding.
main thing is
Beautiful.
it's fixed.
Yeah, so what they did was just relieve the tension.
There we go.
In the wire.
And reconnect.
As one does, and then turn the switch back on.
There we go.
And then it's solved. So then Andre went out and he was a little bit tentative and put a time on. But today, the real qualifying is going to be the second, in my opinion, the second last qualifying session tomorrow.
Qualifying
so
round
number
5,
the one from 11 to 11:40.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is that if you're not where you want to be in qualifying, you're going to have a full-on go there, and then use qualifying 6 as a warm-up for your last shootout, so you'll make any last minute changes. and
News
stuff.
from the route quickly. I think we can pop out with our cameras to have a look at Megan Verluck has just gone out. Yep, she's gone to go and have a go. We're going to show you that in a second as we follow up on her and check how she goes up the hill in that Suzuki. The 600cc is one or two other ones. There we go.
They've been working on the launch on that thing. Just listen to it.
I mean, people forget she was 10th last year in this little car overall. You know, that is special.
The plot is for her to beat 45 seconds. She's got rather a bet on it. And she did a 46-ish last year, I think. They've got nice sticky tyres. Oh, you've got to turn in oversteer. Love.
We got one of the Lotus 7s that's out on track as well.
Yep. She went 47.876 last year. So that gives you an idea.
You see, it's so weird because I'm just looking out the window and you know, the rain seems to have stopped again. So, you know, are any other cars going to come out?
No, it's wet.
Let's see what Megan...
They were a very good
listen,
band in
she did a 50.4. Okay, she's 4 seconds off or 3 seconds where she wants to be. But she wanted to run because her previous run in Q2, she must have hit one of the bollards because there was no time recorded.
Here's Tom Barrett. He's also decided to go out in the Lotus 7. But again, here for me, has he tapped off a little as well? Just taking it a little easy as well? Yep, it certainly looks like it.
Only it's proper slippery out there.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. I am sure. And the problem with that is obviously you can do more. There's more risk here now than at any other time because this is some of the stuff that sifts down and it goes nowhere. It lies there. It's just on top of the...
Is it like your ex-wife as well?
No, let's get off that now. I'm going to get myself into trouble, and I've had enough trouble.
You started it.
I know, and I shouldn't have.
I just asked a question.
14 cars basically went out and in that final qualifying session, mainly because of, all because of track conditions. The others have all put in times. They'll all be relatively comfortable considering how difficult the conditions were today.
So Ruben did a 60.8.
Yes.
Which I think is quite...
No, these guys were doing, they were doing 55s. Yeah. So, I mean, the track condition is, added on 5-6 seconds. I only anticipated that road-going cars would go out there with road-going tyres. I didn't expect anybody else to now all of a sudden put on the wets again and go for a run. So
Nostradamus.
Well,
And you said he doesn't really know what he's talking about.
No, I never said that. I think you guys
No, but you thought it.
No. Just because my lips aren't moving doesn't mean I'm not saying various things in my head.
Oh, that's stunning.
But I would never repeat what
goes on in there.
Those words. I mean, sometimes I don't know what goes on in my head.
That's wise. You're a wise man.
That go on there. So there are a couple of things in here that I think were. From a qualifying point of view, Devin Robinson's got that
wonderful
radical going really nicely, and I think that was really good. Peter Zeely was that was all done on
on the wets, I think.
Wet, and then he put some intermediates on.
Okay, but he also said he's only got one set of slicks for tomorrow.
Davi Jabir is disappointed. He's brought the aero enough to fly the Titanic.
Okay.
And so he is, I know that he's a little bit disappointed. So is Franco.
And talk to me about Andrew Rackstraw. Would he be happy with that run at 42.8? Yes? No? Maybe?
No.
Iffy?
No, I think
there's time to come in it.
There's a second and a half he needs to find there.
Yeah.
There's time to come in it. That thing's got a 2-litre Duratec in it. Rackstraw. 2-litre Duratec in it. It's basically a Formula Ford.
Yeah.
With a wing, a Formula Renault wing on the back, and a Duratec and a flappy paddle gearbox in it. Lovely little.
And Andrew Schofield? Probably same, eh?
Yeah, but they've been battling with getting the launch control program to work. It's got a finger clutch. So, and there's no feel in it. It's just like a linear switch.
Okay.
So he actually uses He uses one finger to drive it. And there's no bite point. So he's been
flick and go
to get that right.
So
not easy to get right.
Just explain to our viewers who don't know how it works the launch that you talk about and the launch system. How does that actually work? Explain in layman's terms if possible.
So let's just talk about the wheel point of view. It measures the velocity of the car versus the velocity of the wheels.
Okay.
So it's just like a traction control, so it will take torque away from the wheels, so they spin at the desired rate that to give you forward momentum. From an engine point of view, on the turbo cars, when you hear particularly the finest sounding turbo in the world is Wade van Zimmeren's car.
He's been hustling that car, man.
Okay, so he's had 2 runs in it. It's complete new car, 2-wheel drive, built on a space frame. They added a lot of lightness to it. They've built massive power in it. The guys are happy he got a proper launch on that thing. So the turbo, they want lots of boost in it, and the way to get that is to have the bangs are controlled explosions inside the exhaust manifold to spin up the turbo wheel, and then it's bang, 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 and release. So the motor has got the boost, and it will take timing out of it to remove some of the power so that the wheel stops spinning, so that
you get that forward momentum.
Yeah.
And you control the launch program or process by button.
You press a button or a sequence of buttons, and then it initiates it, and then above a certain speed it will switch off automatically.
Brilliant. Okay, I think that's beautifully explained. Thank you.
Colin, guy who's impressed me today, Anton Cronier.
In that Subaru. Okay,
wow.
so he runs that car himself. He works on it himself. He's done a lot of the development. There's lots of groceries in that car. Make no mistake.
No.
There's proper.
But
goodies.
man, he's been impressive in the wet and the dry.
Yeah.
Really, that car
almost no difference in the way that he's brought that car through in the wet and dry. Yeah.
In my mind, he's going to be in the top 10 of the
shootout, saloons,
the modified
without a
saloons.
doubt. Man, he's been really good. You mentioned Franco saying he's not very happy.
No, now he is. Now he's relaxed and happy.
Okay.
In the beginning, they were battling with some suspension issues, and also particularly the launch.
Yes, we saw that.
The Achilles heel on that car has been again, it's got an electronic gearbox, so it'll go. He asks for 5th gear, and then he needs to come back to 4th, and it doesn't like going from 5th to 4th. So he's hooking 5th, going up to under the bridge, turn 2, and last year in the final run, it stuck in 5th there, it didn't come back to 4th. So they've managed, as we spoke to Quibus just now, they managed to fix that.
Okay.
But that's almost a carbon copy of the problems that they had last year with the car, isn't it?
Yeah. But they fixed that now. So he's very happy, and they relaxed.
Okay.
Reggie is also a little bit relaxed. He went a little bit sideways and tried some stuffs, but they've changed that. And the other one that had some problems in this last session was Robbie Walk, getting the car to start.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn or out of the pit, but there's a sensor, a rev count, or a rev sensor, crank sensor, that says it needs 150 RPM before it will fire. That's Robbie. Well, it sounds like it's either the Renault or Robbie.
Let's have a look.
And it was only cranking over at 90 RPMs. So
okay, so he was a bit short of the RPM.
Yeah.
That car is.
Nothing wrong with your ears.
And that rear wing, so disassociated from the rest of the car. And he just needs to get a little bit of the balance. I think that they're finding ride height being a little bit of an issue with that car.
I'm listening to it. Because there was also a bit of a misfire.
It sounded like a bit of a misfire, or gear selection.
It's got a 4-speed gearbox, and they're not sure of the gear ratios at the moment. They think they need to change the gear ratios. But so, Sasha, that wing, Mathemagics,
yes,
it's all about leverage. So if you've got a fulcrum or a place that something turns around over here, and you put, won't you hold
I'll
that?
hold that.
So if you take a force and you put the force down there and you multiply it by the distance, that gives you the torque.
Okay.
So if you've got 100 kilograms from the wing, and the back wheels are here, for instance, and the wing is there, you've got only that much of a multiplier effect. But if you take that same 100 kilograms
and you stick it way out over here, which is what that wing is doing, it gives effectively a bucket load more force onto the back wheels.
Okay.
So it's basically a force multiplier. Distance. You see, that's
force multiplied by distance.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. And that's why I never did the science. But I do understand that concept. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant.
I think that all kids should be forced to do mathematics and physics.
Wonderful.
This is what life is about. The other one that I'm impressed with is Ciro de Siena.
Yes.
In that I4 M50. I heard you guys rabbiting about what
he's done fantastically, and that car's outstanding.
It's the 50 is BMW's version of lots of power.
Oh, thank you for
lots
that.
of power.
Because there's the other one, that other BMW with the M250D.
Yes, which is a 3-litre diesel.
The two...
That confounded him. It's blown his mind.
Yeah.
It's blown his mind. He can't work that out. You know?
Yeah, so...
Don't worry, that's my problem.
It's weird, don't worry. It's got 3 turbos.
Three
the
turbos. Yeah, the M250D.
It's got 3 turbos.
3 turbos. It's dieseled. It's got over 1,000 Newton meters of torques.
Yeah, man, that's frightening.
So basically, they took an X5 diesel and squished it into
the M2.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Magic. Right, I'm going to leave you guys.
No, stay right here. We're about to say goodbye because that is the end of our lot for today, and we're going to leave you with some pictures from yesterday. But just a last impression for you you were out there in the pits. You spoke to the boys and the girls. A tough day today. Not an easy day if you were a Mackie or if you were a driver.
Yeah, challenging. Let's use that that term. But what it does do, it's set up. Tomorrow is going to be believable-less.
Epic.
Believable-less.
Believable-less. It is going to be truly magnificent because the butterflies are gone. Most of the guys have got their stuff
sort of
sorted, and the ducks are mostly lined up, and they're going to come out tomorrow, put the dry setup on it, and wring that chicken's neck. Okay. It's going to be magnificent. So if anybody's around there, if you're listening to this,
you got to come along. You got to be here. We've had a fabulous crowd today. We're expecting another great crowd tomorrow. So if you're thinking about it, come along.
Yeah.
And
don't think, just do it.
Yeah, just come along. It's going to be a magic day. Nobody knows what the weather's going to do. It's going to be the same for everybody. I cannot wait.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but give me the top 3 qualifiers tomorrow, off the top of your head. Question for you too. You've got time to think. You don't, Sash.
Listen, I think it's going to take one incredible effort to beat Andre Bezuidenhout if he gets it right. I mean, we saw him do a 37. I really think the surprise, if they can get, in my opinion, it's a little bit of that balance right, the right height. Robbie Walk. In that in his car, I think it's going to be unbelievable.
Because that bottomed out on that second to last run of his,
And I mean, for the rest, you got to look at the single seaters. But Reggie and Scribante, never discount either of them in the equation.
Your thoughts? So the top qualifiers for the King of the Hill in single seaters is going to be Andre Bezuidenhout. In the road cars is going to be JP van der Walt in the yellow Porker.
Oh, hello.
And in the modified saloons is going to be Franco Scrivanti.
Right, you heard it here first. Write it down, go off to the bookies, put your money down. If it doesn't work out, Colin said it.
That was the qualifiers. I didn't say the result.
That's not the result.
I don't know. Gentlemen, thanks so much. Always lovely to talk with you. Also, always lovely to have had your company as well. So we'll be on air tomorrow at about 8:45. Let's just go through the system for tomorrow. 1 warm-up run at 9 o'clock. 3 qualifying rounds 4, 5 and 6 starting at 10, 11 and 12. We have a quick break for lunch. Class finals is at 2:05 tomorrow afternoon. 5 to 3, the road and the supercar shootout. That should be breathtaking. What was your term? Non-believable. Believable-less. There you go. At 3:10, like we said, modified saloon car shootout. 3:25, the single-seaters and the sports car shootout. And finally, at 4 o'clock, the prize giving. It's going to blow your hair back. Trust me on this. So from the Simola Hillclimb, for Colin, Sasha, and the whole crew from Race Day TV, I'm Arnold Gert saying thanks for watching.
I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.